Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents To Not Marry My Enemy by Gianni Holmes, narrated by Iggy Toma. 1. Ford. You've reached the voicemail box of... I disconnected the call and checked the time on my phone. It had been an hour since I'd arrived at the restaurant. The empty chair on the opposite side mocked me, and a shiver of déjà vu slithered down my spine. Nothing I did, no excuse I could come up with for her lateness could shake it. I signaled the waiter, who made a beeline for my table, looking everywhere but directly at me. His thoughts were clearly written all over his face. He pitied me for being stood up. He'd approached my table 3 times already to ask me if I was ready to order. If not for my familiar face, they might have asked me to leave the restaurant. "Is there anything I can get you, sir?" he asked. I smiled. "I'd like to place my order." His eyes flew to the empty chair, then returned to the spot on my shoulder he seemed intent on studying. "Of course." He tapped on a small tablet while I rattled off my order. "I'll be right back with your order. Would you like fresh bread?" I'd forgotten about the warm bread he'd brought earlier. Bread I hadn't touched because it was impolite to eat before my date showed up. So much for respectability. This simply won't do. "Just take it away." The server picked up the basket of bread and walked away. I took a sip of my water. My hands were steady as I opened the message icon and typed a message. Ford. "Cameron, did you forget our date? I thought we had a deal. Call me as soon as you get this." I slipped my phone back into the pocket of my jacket. Only one person could make her this late or not show up at all for our date. River. I clenched my hands. If she jeopardized this arrangement for that sly bastard she was always with, then we would have a big problem. I should never have agreed to him being included in our wedding party. But she'd insisted. River was the closest person in the world to her, her words, not mine, and she would have him as her Mr. of Honor. Utterly ridiculous. The server returned, and I polished off my meal like nothing was amiss. After the long hours I worked on the ranch, I deserved a couple of hours of relaxation, even without my fiancé's company. For good measure, I ordered dessert. When I'd finished my meal, I left the waiter a generous tip and used the restroom. "Have a good night, sir. Thanks for dining with us." The valet handed me the keys to my Jag and I got in, instructing the virtual assistant on my phone to call Omar. "Ford, what's up?" he answered on the second ring. "Where is he?" I put my indicator on and bypassed the slow-moving car in front of me. "At a nightclub. Why? Did something happen?" "Cameron didn't show up for our dinner date tonight. I'd planned to pick her up, but then she changed her mind and said she would meet me at the restaurant. She doesn't answer when I ring her." "What do you want me to do?" "Send me his location. I'm heading to her hotel right now. If she's not there, I bet he can tell me where she is." "Look, man," Omar said. "I know what you're thinking, but that's ridiculous. It can't happen twice, and not this time for sure. You two had an arrangement." "But that meddling son of a bitch has been trying to get her to change her mind. That's why I asked you to keep tabs on him for me." "Well, don't jump to conclusions. When you get to the hotel, I'm sure you'll be wrong." Except I was certain I wasn't. 15 minutes later, I parked in front of the hotel. The drive shouldn't have taken that long, but the traffic in the city was terrible. Usually I avoided Richmond like the plague, but our wedding activities were here like Cameron had dictated. None of it had mattered to me, and I'd given her full reign over the planning, signing every exorbitant check that got dropped on my desk. The preparations for this wedding were even more lavish than for the first one. I walked over to the front desk and asked the receptionist to ring Cameron Guthrie's room. "With pleasure, sir." He checked his system. "I'm sorry, sir, but there's no Miss Guthrie staying with us. She checked out this afternoon." My heart skipped a beat. "She did?" "Yes," he smiled. "Were you looking to book a room with us tonight?" "I'm already booked elsewhere." And when Cameron insisted on 2 different hotels, I should have realized what she'd been planning. Did she by chance leave a forwarding address? "No, sir, she did not." I thanked the receptionist. It wasn't his fault I was destined to be jilted forever. Not once, but twice. And after all the precautions I'd taken to ensure this never happened. Our arrangement was strictly business, with Cameron standing to gain more money than she could have dreamed of. This was his doing, that busybody friend who'd taken a dislike to me since the first day we laid eyes on each other. It'd been plain as day that he was in love with Cameron, his friend. Naturally, he resented me for getting her yes to my proposal, even if it was all fake. Ever since, he was like an annoying fly, always buzzing around when he wasn't wanted. Omar had come through and messaged me River's current location. I put my car into drive and easily found the nightclub. If he was still here, then there was a good chance Cameron was too. She wouldn't leave him behind, would she? She'd always said they were a package deal. Getting into Falling Angel Club wasn't that much of a hassle. Not because they knew who I was, but because they assumed I was my party-like-it's-the-last-day identical twin brother, Bentley. What was the point in correcting them? It had been years since the last time I'd been in a nightclub, but I remember the scene all too well. Nothing much had changed over the years. Booze, boobs, and butts were everywhere. The loud synth-pop music pumped a tune that resonated with the patrons, who danced up a frenzy. Every square inch was occupied. Skimpily dressed women walked around with trays of alcohol. More than one was perched on a patron's lap. How the hell would I find him in this crowd? I climbed the side staircase to the upper level. Hopefully I could spot him from this height, but I might as well be in the masses below. With the low lighting and the flashing strobe lights, it was impossible to see the faces properly. With a huff of a breath, I turned and ran into a woman with ample breasts. "Excuse me," I said. "That's fine, honey," she smiled. "You need to watch where you're going," her companion slurred. I swung my attention to the man next to her, and when our eyes clashed, he straightened his spine. At least he tried to, but the woman was the one holding him upright. "Mr. Grumpy Face?" he smirked. "What are you doing here?" "Looking for you." I grabbed his arm and nodded at the woman. "You may go now." She looked from me to River, but didn't move. "I saw him first. You can have him back when I'm done with him." I swept my gaze over River. Damn him. He still looked good even when shit-faced drunk with a loopy expression on his face, and his dark hair an electrical nightmare. "He's of no use to you the way he is," I snapped. "Let me take him." "You don't speak for me." River shoved my hand off and laughed. "Does a little alcohol make you soft? Perhaps try not to blame alcohol for what's natural for you. Come on, sweetie." He stalked off with the woman on his arm to an empty booth. I took a seat close enough to keep an eye on them. I couldn't cause a scene and risk being kicked out. But one way or another, River was coming with me. If he noticed me watching them, he didn't show it. He was too caught up with the giggling woman on his lap. Did they have to be so overly affectionate? They were in a public space, for fuck's sake. He kissed her like they were in his bedroom and slipped a hand under her blouse. He glanced up, again with that annoying smirk like he had the secret diary of my stony heart. Wasn't that what he'd said to Cameron that day I'd overheard them? "Don't marry him, Cam. You don't need him. I'll take care of you. Why would you marry someone with such a stony heart? He'll never love you like I do. Doesn't that mean more to you than the money he's offering you? I'll find a way to take care of you." The stupid fool couldn't even see that the woman he was with plied him with alcohol while she drank little herself. How did he expect to take care of Cameron when he couldn't even look after himself? For a man who spent a lifetime deceiving people, he should have known better. He slumped in the booth. She was on him, and anyone looking on would figure it was another horny couple making out. But I didn't miss where her hands went. Under the table. As drunk as River was, she was definitely not seeking an erection. When she'd completed her task and climbed to her feet, I was standing in front of her. "You again? What do you want?" "Take the money. Leave his wallet." Her face flushed dark red. "I don't know what you're talking about." "Be smart, lady. I'm allowing you to take the money, but leave his wallet." She bit her bottom lip and inhaled deeply, then nodded. She fished the wallet out of her top and dug inside. She took out a few $50 bills. "A waste of my time," she huffed, dropped the wallet on the table, and hurried away. I slipped the wallet into my pocket and shook my head at the man passed out in the booth. Pathetic. I should have left him there, but we had unfinished business. "You dumb son of a bitch." I placed my arm around his shoulders and pulled him out of the booth. His eyes flew open and he peered owlishly at me. "Ford?" He belched and I grimaced at the stench of alcohol pouring from him. "What are you doing here?" "Taking your dumbass home." "You're the dumbass. What have you done with Cammy? You shouldn't marry her. She needs to be with someone she loves, not you." My gut roiled and I clenched my jaw. Without answering him, I led him down the stairs and past the people who didn't give a damn about blocking stairways. He batted my hands in a pitiful attempt to get me to let him go. But halfway across the floor, he stopped protesting and clung to me. I opened my car and shoved him none too gently into the back seat. He turned over and bumped his head on the door. "Fuck!" He rubbed at the spot. Good. I hope it hurt like hell when he woke up. Try not to vomit in my car. "Wait, where are you taking me?" I slammed the door shut and got into the driver's seat. I eyed him in the rearview mirror. He didn't look too good. "I swear to God, River, if you throw up in my car, you're cleaning it up yourself." "This is knapping, knapping," he moaned. "I don't care if you shit gold, Ford. This is knapping." I white-knuckled the steering wheel. He could call it whatever he wanted, but I would do anything for this wedding to go through. I'd invested the past 3 months in making sure everything was just right. No way in hell was I being jilted again. If it meant keeping him chained to a bed with me in it, that was exactly what I would do. He'd accused me of being grumpy, but what else could I be when he was around? He pushed at my frosty buttons, lowered my tolerance level, and was all around obnoxious. Not to mention he tried to sabotage this wedding from the day I'd proposed to Cameron. He'd been on my radar ever since. Now I wasn't letting him out of my sight. 2. River. Something hard was pressed against my ass. What was it? I wriggled my butt against it. Carefully, I peeled one eye open, then shut it again quickly. I had no idea what time it was, but the light streaming in didn't alleviate the pounding in my head. I should have known better than to spend a night drinking. It was going to be a morning of hell. Damn Cameron for going through with this wedding. How was I supposed to feel, knowing she was doing it for me? I never asked her to. I would never have dreamed of asking her to do such a thing. But the stubborn woman hadn't listened to a word I'd said. With 3 days to go before the wedding of the century, I'd felt depressed enough to drink myself into oblivion. Damn you, Ford Butler. Damn you. What the fuck was that? Something shifted behind me, and the thickness I'd felt earlier was gone, but only for a second. It pressed up even harder against me, right against my butt crack. I reached behind me to push the object away, only to close my hand around. Why the hell did that feel like my cock? No, it couldn't be my cock. For one, it wouldn't be behind me, and for two, I didn't have my hand around my cock. Slowly, I opened my eyes and inhaled deeply. An unfamiliar room came into focus. Not my hotel room. The room I'd booked for the wedding had been basic, but I was facing twin glass doors that led out to a balcony. Where the hell was I, and why couldn't I remember much about last night? If you're going to take liberties, you could at least jack me off. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up. That voice was way too fucking close. I spun around and came face to face with a broad, hairless chest. Mouth dry, I raised my head and stared into Lucifer's amused face. No, 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 no. What the hell are you doing? My voice was a shaky whisper. Absolutely nothing, he said, his face stony. I'm just trying to get some sleep, but someone got all handsy. Will you make sense already? Good, that came out a little better. Ford pointed down with his index finger. I followed the direction to where my hand was enclosed around his junk. The only thing that prevented skin-to-skin contact was the tight boxers he wore. I pulled my hand back as though scalded and scooted back from him so hard I tumbled right off the bed. A hand, a powerful, muscular hand, caught me before I crashed to the ground. "What the fuck are you doing, man?" I barked. "Let me go." He shrugged. "Suit yourself." "No, don't. Oof." I grunted as my shoulders met the floor hard. I didn't dare move as I waited for my body to absorb the shock of what had happened. Not to mention my mind. That would need more than a few minutes to piece together what I was doing in bed with my friend's fiancée, half naked, grabbing his junk, grinding my ass against it. Good God, what alternate reality had I woken up in? The bed shifted and Ford walked over to my side. He crossed his arms, shaking his head. "Immature," he said. "Way too cool with his heart-on on display like that. Did he have no shame? He always came across as a repressed bastard, which meant he was deliberately taunting me." "I woke up half naked in your bed." I scrambled to my feet and clenched my hands to prevent them from stretching over the front of my boxers. "With no recollection of how I ended up there. Excuse me if that took me by surprise." "Actually, you seemed quite comfortable until I pointed out where your hand was. If I'd known you didn't like to take directions, I would have left you to explore on your own." My cheeks burned. So he liked embarrassing me, did he? Do not stare at his dick. Touching it was bad enough. I didn't need to look at it, fully covered or not. "I'm not playing games with you, Ford. How the hell did I end up in your bed?" "I ran into you at the nightclub. You confessed your undying love for me, and we ended up fucking on every surface of this hotel room. How does that sound?" The sarcastic bastard. I shifted my stance as discreetly as possible. Why was he being this way? Teasing me. It was confusing as fuck. Bullshit. If what he described had occurred, my ass would be sore now. "This isn't funny, Ford." He sighed. "Go take a shower. You stink. I'll make coffee and then we can talk." "Fuck this. Where are my clothes? I'm getting out of here. If you didn't want to marry Cammy, you could have just said so instead of drugging me and pretending we did something." I sucked in a deep breath. "Are you trying to ruin my relationship with Cammy? How fucking low of you." For a big man, Ford moved lightning fast. One second he was walking out of the room, the next he shoved me so hard in the chest I fell onto the bed. "Let's get something straight, River. I didn't drug you. You didn't need any help at all last night getting wasted. You should thank me for saving your sorry ass and bringing you back here with me. Otherwise, you could have ended up with more than just a woman stealing your wallet." "Are you expecting a thank you? Because I don't recall asking you to be my knight in shining armor." "Aw, it's sweet you think I am. It's a pity that after your shower, I'll have to disabuse you of that notion. Unless you want to talk to me in your current state of undress, I highly suggest you use the bathroom. Now." A shiver ran down my spine. Oh shit, what was that all about? Ford walked out of the bedroom and my lungs tightened. I smacked my chest with my hand. "Breathe, asshole, don't let him rattle you." In the bathroom, I nearly pissed out my urethra. How much had I had to drink anyway? It had to be a lot to be wasted enough that I didn't recall Ford being at the club. The last thing I remembered was calling Cammy's phone to ask her to meet, but she hadn't answered. Every time I thought of her with Ford, the green-eyed monster had made an appearance. In the end, I'd gone bar hopping, but bar hopping wasn't much fun by myself. I'd gone to the club to pick someone up. Man or woman, it hadn't mattered which. Why can't I remember? I groaned and stepped into the shower. If what Ford had said was true, then he had to be the one to undress me. I stood stock still under the water, an image of Ford's calloused hand grabbing me to prevent me from falling off the bed flashing through my mind. Those calloused hands had been on my body, and I couldn't recall any of it. Knock, knock, knock. "River, I need to use the shower too. Get out." "I'm not finished yet." "You have 5 minutes to finish up, or you better pray that shower is big enough for the two of us." Shower with Ford? Fuck no. I turned the shower off and hopped out, leaving wet streaks on the floor. I gave my body and hair a cursory rub, wrapped the towel around my waist, and walked into the bedroom. "Where are my clothes?" He tossed clothes onto the bed. "Where are those?" I snagged the pair of jeans and frowned. "These aren't mine." "I threw yours away." "Why would you do that?" "Because they stank after you threw up all over them in my car." "Oh. Now get dressed and don't think about leaving this room until we talk about Cameron." "What about Cameron?" The bastard walked past me into the bathroom. The door shut hard behind him and I winced. Fucking asshole. I shrugged on the jeans, forgoing the underwear he'd thrown on the bed as well. Even though they looked brand new, I didn't touch them. It was bad enough that I had to wear his clothes. I didn't want my dick nestled in his underwear. That was way too intimate. And if it made little sense that my junk chafed against the material of jeans he'd worn, it was my God-given right to choose to ignore it. The jeans sagged down my hips and his shirt was too big for me, but it was better than parading around in a towel. My phone, where the hell was it? I opened the bedside drawers, but I came up empty. What had he done with my phone? Now I couldn't call Cammy to ask her what the hell was going on with Ford and why he was behaving like this. Usually the man avoided me like I was worse than a maggot. His family might be wealthy, but he was still shoveling cow pies. He had no right to look down on me. I gave up my futile search for the phone and picked up the phone on the desk. It would serve him right to get a high phone bill from the hotel. I punched in Cammy's number, only to be told that the line was disconnected. What the hell? Had I gotten the number wrong? My next two calls gave me the same error message. I replaced the phone on the hook and sat down on the bed. Nothing made sense. Ford had said he wanted to talk about Cammy. What the fuck was going on? God, I needed a coffee. Son of a bitch. He'd only made coffee for himself. How could he expect me to feel anything toward him but resentment? While the coffee was percolating, I called room service and ordered breakfast for one. Two could play at this game. If he was going to hold me hostage in his room, the least he could do was feed me. Patience wasn't my best virtue, and as much as I wanted to bang on the bathroom door and demand answers, I didn't think that would go over well. Instead, I walked out to the balcony. Despite it being early, a family of 6 was already frolicking in the water. I smiled at the little girls squealing as they splashed each other. Someday I wanted a family like that. If I could ever get my shit together. "I see you ordered breakfast." I startled, spilling coffee on my hand. Fucking hell, why you gotta sneak up on me like that? "I called your name twice." "You didn't." "That's rich coming from you. May I remind you who robbed who when we first met?" My face heated and I stepped inside. Water under the bridge. I had already paid for my crime by having introduced him to Cammy. Plus, don't forget you're running a scam of your own. "I'm not running a scam." "No? What do you call marrying a woman you don't love just to claim an inheritance?" Room service had laid out the breakfast on the table and I took a seat. "Look down your nose at me all you want, Ford, but you're no better than me." Ford sat across from me and buttered a bagel. I glared at him and he quirked an eyebrow. "What? I'm paying for it." Bastard. "Actually conceived in wedlock, and my parents are still happily married. Can you say the same?" If only he could choke on that fucking bite of bagel. Thank God I didn't know the Heimlich. Perfect excuse for not saving him. Go ahead, choke on it. My face flamed at the memory of my hand wrapped around his cock. It had been an honest mistake. Why was I still thinking about it so much? "I thought you ordered room service because you were hungry," Ford said. To my utter disappointment, his chewing was uneventful. "Maybe you're already doing your duty and taking care of me?" I scowled. "What are you going on about now?" He put down his knife. "Where's Cameron?" "How would I know?" "Given you two share the same brain, I don't believe that, so we'll try again. Where's my fiancée?" "I don't know. You had dinner with her last night. What did you do to her?" I jumped to my feet. "I swear to God, Ford, if you hurt her, I'll..." "Sit. I'm not a dog." Then stop yapping like one. Sit down so we can talk about what's happened and how we're going to move forward." I didn't want to sit. I wanted to march right out of the room and search for Cammy. She had to be in her hotel room. I would check there next. "Stop beating around the bush and be straight with me." I resumed my seat but didn't touch the breakfast. How could a man so handsome be this despicable at the same time? Cameron and I did have dinner plans last night, but she never showed. He waved a hand at me. "Why are you looking so concerned? I'm sure you two planned this out perfectly." "Planned what out? Did you find out where she went?" "Not yet, but I will. And when I do, I'll see to it that you both go to prison, like I should have done the first time we met. Instead, I took pity on you." I laughed. "You used us. You saw an opportunity and you used our misfortune against us." "I didn't force you. You both agreed to this." Damn the man. I couldn't refute his claim. Cammy had convinced me that if we pulled off this heist, we didn't have to swindle people anymore. We could settle down someplace where we could make up for all the wrongs we'd done over the past 3 years. We never took more than someone could afford to lose. "But now you've gone back on our agreement," Ford said. "I'm only curious why you remained behind. What did you two hope to achieve?" I see fingernails scraped over my spine. "For the last time, I don't know what you're talking about." "I'm talking about Cameron disappearing 3 days before our wedding." "Cameron's disappeared?" That explained the disconnected error I got. "Let me rephrase that. My darling fiancée jilted me 3 days before our wedding." "That's nonsense. If Cameron disappeared, someone has her." "I assure you she left of her own volition. When she didn't show up for our date, I'd checked at her hotel. They informed me she checked out earlier in the afternoon." "Checked out? Cammy would never have done that without informing me of her plans. What are you saying?" "I'm saying that my supposed-to-be bride skipped town with hundreds of thousands of dollars in jewelry she intended to wear at the wedding. Not to mention some of those big checks I'd signed for weren't for the wedding but her personal account." I swallowed hard. This had Cammy written all over. But how had she managed without me? I was the mastermind behind our business venture. I carefully considered who was safe to hit, and we never took more than someone could afford to lose. Just enough to get by and pay off debts. "You're wrong." "Am I? We both know this is what you trained her to do, right? And of course, I was stupid enough to believe you were serious about the service I'd asked you to render." I clutched the edge of the table and shook my head. Cammy wouldn't leave. "Wouldn't leave you behind? Then why didn't she confide in you what she'd done? The pupil has duped the master." "You don't know what you're talking about," I snapped. "If Cammy left, she had a reason." "Of course she had a reason. Everything she stole from me." "Well, maybe you got what you deserved for forcing someone to marry you." Ford surged to his feet, braced his hands on the table, and glared at me. "I didn't force her to marry me. She agreed to my conditions when she saw how attractive my offer was. She's an opportunist, a gold digger. Only I was so desperate to get out of my situation that I let my guard down and believed my offer would satisfy her greed." "You asshole!" I swung at him, but he grabbed my fist and jerked me forward until I was hovering over the tabletop, narrowly missing the raspberry jam. "You know what's the best part of a lover's tiff?" Ford slammed his mouth to mine. His lips were gone almost as fast as they'd descended. As far as kisses were concerned, this one had been tame as hell, but my lips still tingled. "What the hell did you do that for?" I wiped my hands across my mouth. "Are you insane?" "Just letting you get used to your new position, River. Your kissing needs work. It's poor in comparison with the act Cameron could put up. I expect you to be as enthusiastic as she was about marrying me." He released me and I straightened. Was last night's alcohol still swimming in my system? Or was he deliberately being confusing? "What?" "I'm talking about our wedding, River. I still need a bride and we have a deal. And because Cameron's not here, you'll be a perfect substitute." My heart skipped a beat. "It may have escaped your attention, but I'll never be a bride. For want of a better word. I don't care if you wear a gown or a tuxedo when you walk down the aisle, but you will walk down that aisle. This is crazy. I'll find Cameron and bring her back. There's no time. We have only 3 days before the wedding. Push it back. Not going to happen. In 3 days, we're getting married, River. I'll ask the wedding planner to meet us so we can discuss the changes we'll have to make. Tomorrow, you'll fill in for Cameron for dinner with my parents. I stared at his gorgeous asshole face. You can't do this. I just lost hundreds of thousands of dollars to your girlfriend, River. You do not want to test what I can or cannot do. If you don't wish to see her behind bars, then you'll do exactly as I say. Follow through with our contract and be my wife for... I'm not a woman! He frowned when his eyes raked over my body. I suppose you're not. Your shoulders are too wide to fit in Cameron's gown. She does have a sweet figure on her. He shook his head, as though I didn't meet Cameron's standard. Bastard. Forget it, I'm not doing this. Don't be so sensitive, I'm only yanking your chain. We'll have a full day ahead of us, unfortunately. We need to get you fitted for a new tux, buy new shoes. What do you say to matching tuxes? Is that a thing for a gay wedding? You're not gay and neither am I. Nobody's going to believe this sham. They'll expect us to act like a married couple in public. Don't worry, honey. He grinned. I'm such a damn fine actor, I'll even convince you I'm in love with you. Now we need to make sure you don't blow this for me. And mark my words, River, if you make any attempt to run, to break this contract we have, I'll find not only you but also Cameron, and I'll guarantee you both spend the maximum number of years in prison for what you both have done. He glowered at me, I scowled back. Whatever happened, I had to protect Cameron. She was the one who counted in all this, especially if my hunch was right about why she had taken all that money from Ford. But why hadn't she told me? We could have left the city together. Do we have an agreement? He held out his hand, palm slightly upturned. His eyes twinkled. He thought he'd won, that he had the best of me. Fine. I spat in his hand instead of shaking it. But stay the hell away from me. I don't want to touch you or be around you any more than necessary. I turned on my heels and strode to the door. Where do you think you're going? Ford asked. I flashed him a smile over my shoulder. Pardon me, sweetheart, but I just found out that I'm getting married. This calls for a celebration. You're recovering from a hangover, River. Get your ass back in here. Pfft, I'm not even wearing your ring yet, and you're already so possessive. Well, I have 3 days of bachelorhood left before I'm shackled with the biggest burden of my life. Don't try to stand in my way. We have a meeting with the wedding planner, River. You already know my feelings on this wedding. I wasn't a fan when Cammy agreed to it, and I'm still not a fan now that you're forcing me to do it. Do whatever the hell you want. I'm out. Send me the time and date and I'll show up. That should be good enough, right? 3. River. We have a problem. The receptionist at the front desk startled at the vehemence in my tone. Excuse me? I placed my hands on the desk in front of me and leaned forward. After all I had been through today, my patience had reached its limit. I just returned to my hotel room and found my suitcase missing. Oh my. Oh my? Was that the best he could do when someone had broken in and stolen my shit? I didn't care for being at the other end of all this funny business. Now Cameron was missing. I was 2 days away from changing my surname to Mr. Asshole, and my luggage was nowhere to be found. Someone had to be twisting my arm, right? Or was this what they meant when they said karma eventually caught up with you? Well, what are you going to do about it? I snapped. Damn, I shouldn't have done that. My head was spinning. I'd walked all over the city in a daze trying to find a solution to my problem, but all I had accomplished was feeling dizzy and hot. I was never touching another bottle of alcohol again. Just a moment, sir. I assure you this sort of thing never happens at the Four Leaf Clover Hotel. May I have your name, please? River Lake. River Lake? Yes. Do you want me to spell that for you? The receptionist swallowed hard. No, that's fine, sir. Just let me check your reservation. Maybe something was wrong with your room and they moved you. That made sense. I sagged against the desk and fanned my face. Was the AC even on? The receptionist glanced up at me twice, then tapped away at his computer. What's taking so long? I just need to double-check something. May I see your room key, please? I dug into my pocket, really his pocket since I was still wearing his fucking clothes, and placed the key on the desk. Sir, I'm not sure how you came by this key, but it's the property of the Four Leaf Clover Hotel, so I have to confiscate it. Confiscate? That's the key to my hotel room. Mr. Lake checked out of the hotel at noon, sir. That explains the missing luggage. I don't know what trick you're trying to play, but if I were you, I would leave before I call security. I am Mr. Lake, and obviously I didn't check out. There's a mistake. You can't be Mr. Lake because Mr. Lake checked out. Sir, I'm asking you again to kindly leave the premises. I can't help you unless you're making a reservation. Don't you see that this is a big mistake? I tapped my chest. I am Mr. Lake. What kind of lunatic goes to a hotel and claims to be someone they're not? What's the problem here? A broad-shouldered man in a blue uniform approached, glancing from me to the receptionist. Everything okay, Cal? Mr. Lake was just leaving. I'm doing no such thing. Not only has the hotel screwed up my reservation, but you've handed over my luggage to someone pretending to be me. I demand to speak to a manager. There's a simple solution to this, the security guard said. Just show us a valid ID of who you claim to be, and we'll go from there. Right. I patted my pockets and groaned. I don't have my wallet. Last night when I was at a nightclub, a woman stole it. How convenient, the receptionist sneered. You're holding up the line. Another patron is waiting behind you. Let's go. The security guard touched my shoulder and gestured to the exit. Please don't resist and make me have to call the police. I shrugged off his arm. I can walk by myself, thank you very much. Someone's going to answer for this. As soon as I found out what the hell had happened, how was I supposed to prove my identity? My driver's license and state ID were in my wallet. Who had checked out claiming to be me? I walked out of the hotel and trudged down the steps. What the hell did I do now? A black sedan pulled up next to me. Mr. Lake? The driver, a man with teeth so white he could score a Colgate advertisement, got out of the car and opened the back door for me. I'm sorry I'm late. I must have missed you going in. And the day just kept on giving. And who are you? Call me George. Mr. Butler told me to. Mr. Butler? What does he have to do with any of this? But even as I asked, everything started falling into place. How had the bastard pulled this off? He was smarter than I'd given him credit for. I'm not sure what you mean, sir, but Mr. Butler asked me to make sure you get to the hotel okay. I wanted so badly to defy him and find another way, but I was exhausted. Being out in the sweltering sun was making my head pound again, and I would give anything for some cool air. Without a word, I got in the car. Thank God for AC. I didn't even care about the hotel anymore. Sir, are you okay? George asked. Yeah, just hot. I leaned heavily against the door and closed my eyes. All I needed were 5 minutes to replenish for my upcoming confrontation with Ford. I had to give him a piece of my mind, just as soon as I took a quick nap. River? River, open your eyes. That annoying voice. Leave me alone. I slapped at the hands that touched my body. You're burning up. I'm trying to help you. Something cool pressed to my forehead, and I moaned. It felt so good. The hand disappeared, and I grabbed for it. Please. If you weren't unwell, I'd take great pleasure from you begging right now. I squinted my eyes open and groaned when I recognized the hotel suite from this morning. I lay on my back on the bed, and just like this morning, I had on nothing but underwear. What am I doing back here? And naked? You don't remember? Don't tell me you got drunk again. I didn't drink. I frowned. In less than 24 hours, I've woken up naked in your bed now twice. What are you trying to do to me? Rest assured your lack of virtue is intact. Ford pressed a damp towel to my naked chest. You're not my type. I snorted. Earlier, you wanted to turn me into a bride. Trust me, I know you're not a woman. I sighed and closed my eyes while he kept cooling down my body with the towel. He shifted lower and lower until he was at the waistband of my underwear. I shoved away his hand, grabbed the sheet, and covered my groin. There's no heat down there. He dipped the towel into a container on the floor and dabbed my forehead. What happened? I asked. I jackknifed to a sitting position and almost threw up at the nausea washing over me. Hey, take it easy. You got a little overheated from the sun. Not that I'm a professional or anything, but I figured with your drinking last night and you probably not hydrating enough today, the condition got worse. He got up from the bed and walked toward the mini fridge. Wait, Ford, we're not done talking. I know what you did, you bastard. He sighed loudly. If you know, why bother to bring it up? Because you were out of line. I pulled back the sheets and slipped out of bed carefully. The towel fell and I wrapped it around my chest, which instantly felt cooler. Ford, I'm talking to you. He retrieved 2 bottles of water. What are you doing up? How did you do it? I leaned against the wall and crossed my arms. How did you get them to give you my luggage and check me out? He handed me a bottle of water, but I shook my head. Don't be stubborn. Take it and I'll tell you. I accepted the bottle and lifted it to my mouth, but my coordination was still a bit off and I spilled water onto my chest. My naked chest he was staring at. I was no Cameron. Didn't it turn him off seeing me like this in his hotel room? I guzzled down the bottle of water, and despite how upset I was, I already felt better. Give it a few minutes, then drink the second bottle, he said. What's it to you? George brought you to me. He shrugged. If you upped and died on me, I'd be a suspect, and I don't need that kind of bad press to sully my family's good name. Plus, how would it look if my groom died 2 days before our big day? My funeral would be a time to rejoice. Now don't change the subject. How did you get them to give you my shit? The receptionist was very understanding after I told her we no longer wanted to be apart before our wedding. We were so in love that we couldn't keep our hands off each other. She thought that was romantic, and with a little incentive, she allowed me to get your stuff. She should be fired. She won't be. She will be after I prove how careless the hotel was. Wait until I leave my review on Yelp. No one's ever going to visit again. You'll do no such thing. That was a breach of my privacy to give you access to my things. What privacy? We're about to get married. Privacy no longer exists between us. Bullshit. I'm going to need my stuff. I'm going back to the hotel. Nonsense. You'll stay here where I can keep an eye on you. I'm not a child. He sighed. Then stop acting like one. Have a seat. You look like you're about to drop. Damn him for knowing my own feelings before I did. My knees did wobble. I gritted my teeth and plopped down in a chair. I already told you I'd be at the wedding. You don't need to hold me hostage. Cameron promised me the same, and she disappeared. Excuse me if I have no faith in your words. Fooling people is what you do for a living. He had to throw it in my face, didn't he? Did he really believe that if I'd had a choice, I wouldn't have had to resort to tricking people out of their money? Is this to be my life as your husband? To be a prisoner? Don't be dramatic. Naturally, I'll loosen the reins when the deed is done. We'll only need to see each other in public. For now, call me paranoid about not wanting my fiancé to be wooed away from me by a woman. Or man. He snapped his head back. Excuse me? Woman or man, I'm bi. Oh. Finally, I'd said something to shut him up. He couldn't cover up his surprised look fast enough. Maybe I'd needed to divulge this information all along. I bet he stops this wedding now. I held my breath. He shrugged. Whatever. It's not a proper marriage, so it doesn't matter. Of course, I expect discretion from you. Discretion? Yes. No eye-fucking anyone while we're married. Our relationship must appear genuine when we're in the vicinity of others. So, in other words, I have to pretend to like you? Exactly. He nodded. Normally, I'd insist on you being present at the bachelor party tonight. But since you're not well, I'll explain to everyone the change in plans. That you're forcing me to marry you. That I'm a horrid beast who have fallen for my fiancé's friend who I've decided to marry instead. Do you even have any idea the attention you'll be drawing to yourself once you make this announcement? There's no going back after this, Ford. Is that meant to scare me? I'm a big boy, River. Pretty sure I can handle anything that's thrown at me. But your concern for my welfare is noted, sweetie pie. I scowled hard. Yeah, we're not doing that. I'll come up with something else then. Something you'll like. Good luck. I'll hate it all. And I'll hate being trapped in this marriage. And that's fine as long as you play the part of an adoring husband in front of others. I picked up the water bottle on the table, uncapped it, and swallowed half the content. I didn't want to go to that bachelor party. But how could I trust him to say the right thing to his friends? I'll be at the party. That's not a good idea. You should rest. I'm going to the bachelor party, Ford. I smiled sweetly at him. Are you forgetting that it's my wedding too, honey? Suit yourself. The party doesn't start until 10 tonight. Get some rest. You look like hell. What's it to you? I tipped the bottle to my lips. Wouldn't want everyone to think I've been riding you too hard. Better yet, maybe it's a good thing if they think that. I choked on the water and had a coughing fit. Ford whacked me on the back a couple of times. My throat burned. Without a word, I stood and headed for the bedroom, his evil chuckle following me. I'd show him. I'd sleep all afternoon if that was what it took to look less haggard. No way in hell was I going to have people insinuating what he just mentioned, as if I would bottom for someone like Ford. He didn't deserve to know that side of me. Only a few men did, and he would never be one of them. 4. Ford. What the hell was taking him so long? I checked my watch and frowned. He was purposefully making me wait. I told him to meet me in the hotel lobby at 9:30 sharp so we could drive over to the club my best man had reserved for the bachelor party. Was this what 1 year of being married to River would be like? Him defying my every order and driving me insane with his argumentative nature? Shit. What was I doing? I demanded River marry me in Cameron's place out of anger. The moment I discovered she'd swindled me, I'd been pissed off. If I couldn't make her pay, then her boyfriend would do her time. But the more the idea sank, the more it made sense. Why face another embarrassment on this episode of Jilted? The wedding was in 3 days' time. All the preparations had been made and money spent. Not to mention that my grandfather had forced my hand to marry despite being vocal over the years that I had no interest in settling down. The family ranch I managed took up enough of my time. Yet you haven't thought once about how things are going there since Cameron ran off and River became your new partner? The elevator doors opened and River walked out. He wasn't wearing the new clothes I'd picked out for him for the event. I might work in the dirtiest and oldest jeans I had, but I enjoyed a nice designer get-up too, especially when attending events. But who cared about designer labels when River looked like he did in his too tight pants? His transparent black shirt shimmered, showing off the tattoos on his upper arms and how fit he was. Maybe this wedding wasn't such a bad thing after all. He might be of more use around the ranch than Cameron might have. He could put those flashy muscles of his to work instead of attracting women. And men. That one had taken me by surprise. I'd never have thought he had a thing for men. Not that it was any of my business. You're 20 minutes late. He scowled. Not all of us can throw on whatever and still manage to look hot. I grinned. He was amusing, I had to give him that. A burst of energy I hadn't had with anyone in a long time flashed through me, even if it was negative energy. You think I'm hot? He thrust his hands into his pocket. Hell's hot. No one wants to go there. God, but he was mouthy. I would have a year of training that mouth to my liking. Nope, not going there. You're not wearing the clothes I picked out." He stepped closer until his face was inches away from mine. How had I never noticed we were the same height? At 6 feet, I had barely an inch over him. His mouth was on the perfect level for kissing without me having to bend over to meet the shorter stature of the women I dated in the past. Wow. It was bad enough I'd caught us both off guard and kissed him this morning. No, not kissed. I'd pressed my lips to his. Kissing was different. Kissing required movement and being invested in it. I sure as hell wasn't invested in putting my tongue into his deceptive mouth. "Let's get something straight, Ford." He poked his finger into my chest. "Stop treating me like a child. You don't pick my clothes out for me. You don't order me around and tell me what to do. If I agree to this, I get some say." I tapped my watch. "You can tell me a little bit more about your say in the limo that's waiting outside. We're late." I turned on my heels and he fell into place. I liked that I didn't have to slow down for him to catch up with me. His legs were just as long. "It's a bachelor party," he said. "There's no late at those." "Party starts at 10. We'd insult our guests not to respect that." I ignored his groan and mumbling about me being such a bore. His opinion of me wasn't exactly classified. He didn't refrain from telling me every chance he got. The driver opened the door of the limousine. I gestured for River to get in. He opened his mouth to argue, I would bet, but one glare from me and he shut it. "Is a limo even necessary?" he grumbled. "Only the best for my darling." "Darling my ass." He scooted over to the other end of the seat. Shaking my head, I hit the button to erect the soundproofed privacy window between us and the driver. River had found the cooler with the champagne and the glasses. He poured himself a glass and downed it, then filled his glass again. "Are you going to spend our entire marriage being drunk?" I asked. "It's the only way I can think of to survive it, so why the hell not?" I took the bottle from him. "We should at least make a toast." He snorted. "To what? May our year be filled with misery and hatred?" I laughed and poured myself a glass of champagne. Leaning over to him, I clicked my glass against his. "I'll drink to that. But no more. You can't be drunk at the party, River. I won't have you ruining what should be a romantic, passionate affair between us." He choked on his drink. I pulled my handkerchief from my pocket and handed it to him in disgust. "Have you no gag reflex at all?" River grabbed the handkerchief from me and wiped at his shirt. "I'll have you know that I've never had anyone complain about my gag reflex before." "Don't even go there. River's not the one." He couldn't be. For years, I'd ignored this side of me, and this crass, infuriating man wasn't going to tempt me. "We need to talk about your role." "I know my role. I read over the contract you gave Cammy before she signed it." "Then you already know what's in it. When we get back to the hotel, I'll have you sign it." "Is that really necessary?" "Yes. I have Cameron's signature on the other one. This one will be our agreement." "Whatever." "No, not whatever, River. Cameron had done her part. She attended every function, dressed the way I approved of, and acted as the doting fiancé in public. I expect you to do the same." "But I'm not Cameron. To be honest, the way the two of you carried on was nothing short of embarrassing." "Don't worry. It's your turn to fawn all over me in public." "Yeah, not doing that." I caught his hand. "I'm serious, River. No one should be able to question our relationship, especially with the shock everyone's going to receive tonight when we make our announcement. They'll all be watching us to try and figure out whether what we say is true or not. That means you need to be the loving fiancé who adores me." "And you?" he snapped. "Can you play that part when you've made it clear how much you hate me? Will they even believe you? People weren't exactly clueless about the way you saw me." "People are romantic at heart. We'll just convince them that we acted like we hated each other because it camouflaged how we truly felt. It was the only way to hide our affair." He laughed and tugged his hand back. "Just don't blame me when this fails." "If you deliberately fuck this up, River, I won't. Don't work yourself up to a heart attack and die. Or do." I scowled at him, but then the limousine stopped. I'd been so caught up in River I hadn't noticed we'd arrived at the club. "Do I get a reward for being exceptionally good at this acting stuff?" he asked. "I'll give you anything you want." The words slipped out of my mouth before my brain could process them. "Then I want except a divorce, an annulment, or anything that has to do with dissolving our agreement." The driver opened the door and I got out. I didn't even wait for River. I'd had enough of his smart mouth. We weren't even engaged for a full day and he made me want to seek out a bar. "Ford!" Footsteps echoed behind me as I marched to the entrance of the club. A hand clamped on my shoulder and halted me. "Hear me out!" "What's there to hear, River? I already told you. Those options are off the table." "For God's sake, stop talking." He inhaled deeply and dropped his hand from my shoulder. "I'm not asking for those things. I know the contract requires me to stay married to you for a year. Then what is it you want? You have to promise me that you won't hurt Cameron." My stomach clenched. "You still care about her so much despite her duping both of us and leaving you behind?" "Yes. Promise me." I scanned his face, finding not a trace of humor there. He was really concerned about this woman who didn't deserve his devotion. "Fine. Even if she shows up tomorrow, I won't take action against her. But you have to do your part and play the besotted fool. Got it. Good. Stay as close to me as possible, but don't be too obvious until I make the announcement. Then you can start putting your hands all over me." He nodded. No witty remark this time? He wouldn't even look directly at me. "Let's go then." I opened the door and cheers and whistles erupted. Colorful confetti swirled down on us. "And the groom has arrived." Omar, my best friend and best man, thrust a glass of champagne in my hand. Funny-looking balloons bearing mustaches hung from the ceiling. Friends, family members, and even some of the ranch crew stood around cocktail tables with ice buckets full of wine. "Let's raise a toast to the groom." "Wait." Bentley shouldered his way toward me with a look on his face I knew all too well. Whatever was on that sash in his hand couldn't be a good thing. "Let's not forget this." I allowed him to drape the ridiculous thing across my shoulder and crisscross over my chest. We had a weird relationship steeped in sibling rivalry and some resentment over the years. Laughter rose, and I tried to read it from my angle. "Same vagina forever," River read from beside me, then whispered in my ear, "Your brother is real classy." Now that River stood so close, I seized the chance to place my arm around him and pull him against me. The room went silent. River gasped. I held my breath. Was he going to out us before I had a chance to convince them about this sham engagement? "I think you've offended my fiancée, brother." The plan had been to introduce River as my fiancée sometime later when everyone was half drunk enough not to question us. But the opportunity had presented itself. I couldn't waste it. "What the hell is this?" Bentley glanced from me to River. The early announcement was well worth it to see the shock on his face. River squirmed against me and I tightened my hold on him. "Now don't be shy, honey. We planned to tell them about our affair tonight, didn't we?" "Oh God, shoot me now." River buried his face into my neck, the scent of his shampoo teasing my nostrils. I lost my train of thought. How was it possible to dislike and desire someone at the same time? Of all the people I'd met, he baffled me the most. I forced a chuckle past my lips and addressed the silent crowd. How many would leave or not bother showing up at the wedding after this? It was too late to pull out now. "Listen up, everyone." I cupped the back of River's head, noticing the eyes that drifted to the spot where I touched him. "First of all, I want to say thanks to my best man, Omar, and everyone who has contributed to the party. I appreciate it. And if you choose to leave after what I'm about to say, I understand. And if you stay after, then I'll know our years of friendship were not in vain." "There's no way you're serious about this," Bentley said. "This is definitely a joke at our expense." "I assure you it's not." River brushed his lips against my neck. The fucker was deliberately trying to distract me. Did he realize I felt his dick pressed up against me through his skin-tight pants? It might be difficult to believe, but you all know River and Cameron were close. So we ended up spending a lot of time together. He licked at my pulse point and I swallowed hard. Two could play at this game. I dropped my hand to the generous curve of his ass. When he went rigid against me, I should have counted that as a victory, but my heart pounded in my chest. My hands on River's ass where everyone could see it. We didn't mean for it to happen, of course, and we might have fought it to avoid hurting Cameron. But can you win against fate when you unexpectedly find your soulmate? You're so full of it, River whispered. I shifted my hand higher to his waist. It was only marginally better. What's this supposed to mean? Ross, one of my frat brothers from college who'd made the trip from abroad where he now lived, looked confused. There's no need for a bachelor party? There will definitely still be a wedding, I said. But I'm marrying this beautiful man right next to me instead of Cameron. Right, love? I squeezed River's waist. This was his cue. Would he let me down? River raised his head. I hope no one's disappointed. I'm just so in love with this guy here. Look at him. Who can resist him? I say, who cares? Omar said. This is still a bachelor party and there's booze. To Ford and River. I could kiss Omar for accepting this so easily. My best friend genuinely didn't care and heartily agreed, while others mumbled their well wishes. You don't need the strippers then, Ford? Billy, one of the ranch hands, asked. You don't mind if I snag one, do you? Good old Billy, loyal to the end. Help yourself, Billy. I've got all I need right here. Laying it on too thick, aren't you? River whispered. Calm down or no one will believe you. I kissed his temple. They already do. Go mingle, but don't go too far. As River stalked off, I cornered Omar alone. Thanks, man. Appreciate that. I expect to learn all the details later, he said. How did you get him to agree to this? From over his shoulder, I caught River downing a glass of champagne and reaching for another. If he didn't slow down, he would be wasted in under an hour. He didn't have a choice. I'll have to make the rounds and answer some burning questions my friends no doubt have. Help me keep an eye on him, won't you? Thanks. Damn it, Ford. But I walked off toward a group of guys from college. Whether they'd stayed out of curiosity or I had amassed a quality group of friends, the crowd didn't look any thinner from when we'd arrived. River kept his distance from me, and I allowed it to give myself some time to catch up with old friends I hadn't seen in a few years. You sure caught me by surprise with that announcement, Ross said. Did you always know you were into men, or has he opened your eyes? Always, I answered truthfully. Fuck, there it was. The admission. I'd always had a thing for guys. Why didn't you ever say? You thought we would judge you for that? I shrugged. It was more of a personal journey. I had to figure it out for myself, and it never seemed the right time to acknowledge these feelings existed. With River, I couldn't ignore them anymore. Ross laughed. I've never seen you whipped over anyone before. You can't keep your eyes off him. He's good looking. I would have thought you'd go for a different type. What do you mean? Considering the gentle women you used to date, he's a bit on the rough side. I would have expected a more delicate-looking guy to catch your eye. Although I imagine a guy built like him would be better able to take a pounding. Am I right? My mouth fell open and Ross slapped my shoulder. What's the matter? Still not comfortable talking about the butt stuff? We used to chat about our women, so why should that change because you're with a man now? Damn, to think I would never have exposed myself as also being into men until this farce of a relationship. Somehow it felt easier to face the world now that I had spoken the truth out loud. The sight of my brother and River chatting and looking cozy didn't sit quite well with me. They were standing too close, and why did River scowl at me but smiled at my brother like he was Captain America? Whoa, why do you look upset? Ross followed my gaze. He's just talking to your brother, shit. Don't tell me he's transformed you into this possessive guy I don't recall. I'll see you around, Ross. I marched away, Ross singing T-Pain's I'm Sprung after me. He didn't get it. This had nothing to do with River, but everything with a 30-year-old brotherly grudge. If anyone suspected my relationship with River wasn't genuine, it would be Bentley. He'd never been interested in my relationship with Cameron, and never interfered. He never made the effort to get to know her either, so why was he canoodling up to River? What's so funny? I stopped behind River so his back bumped into my chest, placed an arm around him and rested my hand on his hard stomach. Still not satisfied, I slipped my hand under the hem of the sheer shirt he wore and brushed his naked skin. Bentley's laughter dried up. I'd never heard him laugh like that before, and I didn't like that River might have caused it. "I was just telling River stories about the things we competed in over the years," Bentley said. "He especially loved the ones where I walked away with your bride. Of course, that's all water under the bridge now. In fact, you might owe me one for this, Ford. After all, hadn't I taken her off your hands, you wouldn't have found your soulmate, you called him." "Didn't I hear you and Lily are going through counseling?" I asked. "Such a shame. I hope you two can work things out." Bentley scowled. "It's nothing serious." He walked away, mumbling under his breath something I didn't catch. Oh yes, I'd hit a nerve. "He's gone now. Will you stop that?" "Stop what?" "Stop touching me like that." My hand stilled on his stomach and my face heated. Had I been stroking him the whole time? River shoved my hand away and turned to face me. "Cameron told me about your rivalry with your brother. So it's not just me who hates your guts. Your brother can't stand you either." I clenched my teeth. "Is that why you were flirting with him? Looking to start a We Hate Ford club?" "Why not? I'm sure he'd act as my vice president." He set off, but I grabbed his wrist and hauled him back against me. "I don't want you talking to my brother when I'm not around." "Are you fucking kidding me? So I should just ignore him if he tries to talk to me?" "Yes, don't entertain him. He's not what he pretends to be." "So the Butler boys love to pretend. Interesting. River, you... Careful, people are staring at us." I glanced around. Damn, he was right. More than enough people were watching our little tiff. I tightened my hand on his wrist. "Kiss me." He raised his eyebrows. "What? No." "Our contract." "Fuck you and the contract." He grabbed me by the head and shoved his face closer to mine. Our noses bumped and he pulled back, but I angled my head and captured his lips with mine. Every neuron in my body set off. This kiss was nothing like this morning's attempt to rattle him. He wasn't taken off guard. We were in public this time, and he was responding. Boy, was he responding. River moaned, and for some inexplicable reason, my tongue took that as permission to enter his mouth. I shouldn't have accepted the invitation. Sparks ignited as his tongue slid alongside mine. "That's enough to be convincing. End it now." But his grip tightened in my hair, and not to be bested, I cradled his face with my hand. He tilted his head and deepened the kiss. My chest wasn't the only thing that had gone tight. My face wasn't the only part of me that burned. "Fuck, it's really true," someone said. My eyes flew open and so did River's. Shit, we weren't alone. He released my lips and inhaled deeply. The breath he inhaled hit my lips, and my heart raced inside my chest at the soft caress. River dropped his hand from my hair, leaned forward, and bit my bottom lip. "There," he whispered. "How's that for acting?" 5. River. My wedding day was nothing like I'd imagined it. Despite never finding the one or coming close to it, I'd thought about it. I'd always pictured something small and intimate, maybe a trip to City Hall followed by a private dinner with the people who mattered most to me in the world. My brother and Cameron. Now my brother was gone and Cammy had disappeared. I'd given up calling her phone. I never got much of an opportunity to dwell on could-have-beens, though. For some reason, Cammy had chosen to marry Ford at a popular ranch known for their elaborate barn weddings. A damn foolish idea, if you asked me. Ford's family owned one of the largest ranches in Virginia. They could have just as easily turned their barn into a wedding venue. Thankfully, they'd left a day between the bachelor party and the wedding. Yesterday should have been a relaxing day, but we'd had a steady stream of visitors from Ford's family who wanted to know just what the hell he was thinking. After the nth time a family member asked him if he was thinking straight, I'd slipped out of the hotel room and hadn't returned until late evening. Ford had scowled and demanded to know where I'd been. Although he'd given me back my phone and wallet, I'd left the former in my room, so I had an excuse if he was trying to get in touch with me. He'd seen right through my ruse, and I hadn't cared in the slightest. At least I'd made it through the dinner with his parents. Thankfully, Ford wasn't big on PDA around his parents, so there'd been no repeat of the kiss we'd shared at the bachelor party that I still couldn't stop thinking about. A straight man shouldn't know how to kiss another man so thoroughly. From the way Ford had avoided me for the rest of the party, I knew the kiss had bothered him. It had also given me an idea. If he ran after every kiss, then I'd just need to suffer through the kisses to put some distance between us. Ford was too much. His presence was big, and I couldn't ignore him when he was in the room. I could always feel his eyes on me, as if he were checking that I was behaving like a wealthy socialite. I hated the way he watched me, like he automatically assumed I was going to screw up. Who would have thought I'd actually find some relief on our wedding day? The wedding planner had insisted on the grooms not seeing each other. When I'd asked her if she really believed that mumbo-jumbo, she'd smiled and said she'd rather not put the theory to the test. I wanted to put the theory to the test, damn it. There was nothing more I wanted than something to ruin this wedding. Anything. Comet hurtling toward the Earth, there's no time like the present. I'd arrived at the ranch 4 hours ago. The plan was to take a nap since I'd spent a fitful night tossing on the couch in the hotel room to avoid sleeping in the same bed as Ford. But the moment I stepped inside, the wedding planner took me by the arm and talked me through the day. Cammy had gone all out, and since I'd taken her place, they'd subjected me to the full-body Swedish massage she'd booked. I'd enjoyed that a lot more than I thought I would, considering I'd never had a professional massage before. Next came the facial and mani-pedi. Just to fuck with Ford, I asked them to paint my nails. "You bite your nails," the nail tech said. "They're almost down to the skin. If you want, we can fix that with gel nail extensions. They're relatively safe and act like a protective layer over your own nails. What do you think?" I waggled my fingers. She was right. The bitten nails were shabby. Did I dare? Not something I'd ever thought about before. Would Ford be angry if his groom walked down the aisle with painted nails? Go for it, I smiled, and the nail tech blushed. In the middle of the procedure, I squirmed and almost pulled my hand back. I didn't have the patience for such a project, but I didn't want her to feel bad, so I'd endure it. "River?" A hand shook my shoulder, and I snapped my head up. "What?" "You fell asleep," she said. "God, I'm sorry." I yawned and covered my mouth with my hand. Wow. My nails were pretty, like Cammy always did hers. They weren't long like some people wore theirs, just enough for the bluish-pink color to shine. She'd even added a few rhinestones to the third finger of my left hand. Shit, no way Ford could miss the nails. He would slip the wedding band on exactly that finger. "You like it?" "Yes, you're very talented." I laughed self-consciously. I'm just not sure if they suit me. "You have nice hands, and the color is just right. It might take a while to get used to them, but I can totally see you rocking these nails on the regular. I'm pretty sure the groom will like it." Regularly? I didn't see that happening, but I was dying to see Ford's reaction. I can't wait. After the mani-pedi, Patricia, the wedding planner, collected me with a cocktail and led me back to the bedroom. "Someone will be with you shortly to help you get into your tux," she said. "Just sit and relax." I sipped the drink and frowned. Why didn't it have any alcohol in it? Had Ford asked them to hide the alcohol from me? He hated how much I drank, but what was the point of staying sober when all I wanted to do was forget? Still, the beverage tasted refreshing. I drained it and placed the glass on the table. I walked over to the portable garment rack and stroked my hand over my tux. The fabric was expensive, which wasn't surprising. I was marrying a wealthy man. My stomach flipped. Fuck. My soon-to-be husband's family was worth billions, while I'd stolen, bribed, and schemed my way through life, especially over the past 3 years. How unsuitable we were. We were worlds apart. As much as I gave Ford a hard time for this sham marriage, I knew deep down he would never cheat anyone in his life. This inheritance meant a lot to him for him to plot this. Approaching footsteps snapped me out of my thoughts. I turned with a smile, ready to play the excited groom. Bentley? Ford's brother walked toward me with a wry smile. He was already dressed in his tuxedo and favored his twins so much. Blonde hair, blue eyes, with that Owen Wilson look going on. But his expression was a dead giveaway that he wasn't Ford. It was funny that he had the same face, but I could tell them apart by their energy and demeanor. "You're good." Bentley stopped in front of me. "You're already able to tell us apart. I guess that foils my attempt to steal a kiss from the groom in the name of my brother." I cocked my head to the side. "You're also bi?" "I'll be anything it takes to piss my brother off." He smirked. "You wouldn't mind indulging me to get one up on him this time, would you?" "I don't want you talking to my brother when I'm not around." Who was Ford to tell me who I could or could not talk to? He'd been so upset last night that I dared to entertain his brother. Well, his brother was the only one among his family and friends who attempted to get to know me. The others were too polite to be rude, but they didn't seem ecstatic that Ford was marrying me. I didn't blame them a bit. Ford had thrust me upon them without warning. "You're one heck of a troublemaker, aren't you?" I asked. "Of course I can't let you steal a kiss. Your brother would kill me." He laughed. "I noticed how possessive he got when we were talking a couple of nights ago. He doesn't like the idea of sharing me with anyone." Pretending wasn't so hard after all. The lies rolled off my tongue like truths. "Does that mean he thinks there's a possibility you'd be open to sharing?" "Not a chance. I'm a one-man kind of guy." I checked the time on my phone. "Are you here to help me dress?" "Yes, of course. Why else? We should probably get to it now. We don't have much time before the wedding starts." "Then take off your robe." I shrugged off the robe, which left me in my boxers. "Sit. I'll help you put your socks on." "I can do this part." "Don't be stubborn. The groom's not supposed to lift a finger on his wedding day. I'm here to make things easier for you." He held me by the shoulders and pushed me to sit on the chair. "But you're already dressed." "So what if I get a little wrinkle in my shirt or dirt on my knees? I'm not the one everyone will look at today." He kneeled on the floor before me and held up one of the socks. When I lifted my foot, he glanced up. "Pink nails? This is what my brother likes?" I did it for me, because I'd get a kick out of him getting upset or embarrassed that his groom had painted his nails. Bentley slipped the socks on my feet. "What the hell's this?" "Ford." I jumped up and pushed the chair back away from Bentley, who rose to his feet at a less hurried pace. "Don't you know it's bad luck to see the groom before the wedding, brother?" Despite the pulsing vein in his forehead and the clenching of his jaw, Ford looked stunning. He wore a traditional tuxedo that had been tailored to perfection to his big frame. Someone had styled his hair back with a lock falling on his forehead. "You're not supposed to be here, Bentley. I'd like some privacy with my groom, please." "I was just helping him to get dressed," Bentley said. "Omar and Ross will be here shortly to do it. I don't recall asking you to assume that position." "Why are you so angry at me for getting to know my almost brother-in-law?" Bentley smirked. "You're not still upset about me and Lily, are you?" "Like I said, I need some privacy with my intended before the wedding begins. Please leave." Bentley held up his hands. "Okay, I'm going." He strolled out of the room and closed the door behind him. "I thought I made myself clear about you staying away from Bentley." I frowned. "I'm staying away from him. Is it my fault he came to my room? You're acting as if I sought him out." "You didn't exactly turn him away either." "This is ridiculous. He was helping me to get dressed." I stalked off, but my socked feet slid out from under me and I stumbled. Ford caught me around the waist and I clutched at his arms. You're reckless and walk right into danger, even if there's a sign to warn you from predators. You're 28 years old, River. It's time you acted smarter than this. My brother's playing you because he knows it bothers me every time you're alone with him. I pushed his arms away and scrambled to my feet. Why should it bother you? Our entire relationship is... You won't speak of this here. I inhaled deeply. None of this is genuine, so why are you angry your brother speaks to me? Since I was a child, my brother has always tried to get his hands on whatever is mine. As far as he and everyone else are concerned, you're mine. After we exchange those wedding vows, you'll be mine. My brother and I are not friends, River, and I expect you to be a dutiful husband and stay by my side. Of course, that was what all this boiled down to. I needed to be a dutiful husband to my lord while he watched over the fiefdom. You don't have to worry. I'll honor our arrangement. Stay away from him, River. This is my final warning. I rolled my eyes. Is that why you decided to doom our marriage by seeing me just before the wedding ceremony? I don't believe in that crap, and I came here to give you this. He removed a box from the inside of his tux and dropped it on the table. I hate waiting. Please don't let me have to escort you to the officiant myself. Ford stalked out of the room before I could say anything. Who did he think he was anyway? I fumed and eyed the box he'd thrown onto the table. Was that the way to give someone something? My phone rang and an unfamiliar number flashed across the screen. Hello? River. My legs almost gave out. Cammy? I know, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Cammy, where are you? I'll come get you. You can't. I need some time alone. I should have told you what I had planned, but if I had, you would have stopped me. You shouldn't have done that, Cammy. That's a lot of money you took. So we can move on with our lives. He can afford it, River. Still, it's way too much. Look, if you bring back his shit, he won't press charges. It's too late. I paid off all our debts to set us both free. But the money she'd taken surpassed what we owed. Cammy, where are you? I needed to see him, River. She sobbed. We left so quickly I didn't have the time to grieve for him. Please just give me the time alone. I clamped my eyes shut. She'd just given away her location, but I couldn't leave now. As much as I wanted to find and comfort her, I believed Ford. He would find us both if I jilted him today. The money he could forgive, but if I stood him up at the altar, he would make Cameron and me suffer. Please keep in touch, I said. I worry about you, and I promised Forrest that I would take care of you. Forrest shouldn't have made you promise him that, which is why I had to leave. You've been looking out for me for 3 years. How can you have a life of your own if you're always worried about mine? If only she knew the difficulty she'd put me in. But why should I make her feel any more guilty than she already did? Especially when she'd stolen the money from me. Partly anyway. I could give up a year of my life and stay with Ford for that, couldn't I? The time was far shorter than I could have come up with all the money to pay off our debt. You'll take care of yourself? I asked. I will. Will you? Yeah. I just wish you would have told me what you planned. You would have tried to stop me. Her sigh came loud over the phone. Is he really mad? Yeah, but he's calmed down now. Good. Have you moved on yet? I know you only stuck around for me. Not yet. I think I'll stick around for a while longer. He's not making things difficult for you, is he? Because you have nothing to do with this. You know he doesn't scare me, Cammy. I can handle Ford. She chuckled. Sometimes I couldn't tell if you really hated him or wanted to sleep with him. What? Are you crazy? I paced the length of the room, my face heating. You know I can't stand the man. He's too serious and unpleasant. Well, you're not obligated to stay there. I have to go, River. You can save this number. I love you. I love you too, Cammy. She hung up and I pinched the bridge of my nose. She was safe. For now, that would have to do. And if I ever had to leave this place, I knew where to find her. I should have thought about it the moment she disappeared, that she would go back to where this all started. I drifted over to the table and picked up the long purple velvet box. Why had he brought me a gift? I pried the top open and sucked in a deep breath. A platinum watch with matching cufflinks and tie clip lay on a bed of black velvet. I didn't need an appraiser to tell me how much the set cost. More money than I had in my bank account. It made little sense for him to buy me such an elaborate gift when my partner in crime had robbed him. What was he playing at? Ford hadn't stopped trying to change my appearance since I agreed to this wedding. First all the clothes and now expensive jewelry. Almost as if he was making me into the version of someone he could see himself married to. As if the river I was didn't live up to the expectations of a spouse for a man like him. That was fine, since I would never marry a pompous jackass like him if not forced. 6. River. Hey, what are you two talking about? I almost jumped out of my skin when a hand wrapped around my waist from behind and I was brought up against a muscular chest. Ford's muscular chest. As if it wasn't bad enough his front was plastered to my back, he kissed the side of my neck. How did he know that was my weak spot? I struggled not to shiver and remain upright. I'd slipped away from Ford minutes ago to get a breather. Since the moment I walked down the aisle to meet him, we'd been inseparable. We'd sat together, had our first dance together, taken photos together, fed each other, met family members of his together, and I hated how much this wedding felt real. But I hated it more that everything was perfect and Cameron had planned it this way for herself, not me. Ross laughed. I was trying to get your newly minted husband to dance with me. Not going to happen. Ford slipped both his arms around me. My God, didn't he realize he was overdoing it? He'd never played it up this much when he'd been fake dating Cammy. Ford, Ross said. How did I not know you're a possessive bastard? It's River, Ford said right into my ear. He makes me this way because I don't want to lose him. What a bunch of baloney. Our divorce papers were drawn up and ready for us to dissolve our marriage with just the addition of our signatures. I placed my hands over Ford's and tried to pry them away discreetly, but he held on too strong. He's kidding. He was telling me embarrassing stories about you in college. Ford groaned. They're all lies. He finally dropped his hands from my waist, but took my hand instead. We're going to make another turn on the dance floor before we take off. Take off? Ross asked. The reception has barely begun. Ford winked. Look at him. Can you blame me for wanting to get him alone? Who knew Ford could be this playful and a flirt to boot? The man definitely could put on a show. He hadn't been kidding about his acting skills. Damn, if I didn't know better, I would have believed every word coming from his lying lips. Could you be less stiff? He leaned in with an arm around my waist as he led our dance. People are watching. Yep, there it is. A reminder that our charade is all about fooling others into thinking I'm in love with him. He was playing a more convincing part than I was. I couldn't let that happen. I'd already swooned when he'd kissed me. Kissing after being pronounced husbands, I understood. The way his tongue had mastered my mouth and demanded surrender in a war I wanted no part of had been unexpected and unnecessary. I raised both my arms, locking them behind his head, and moved closer to him. Is this better? Much. You've been avoiding me for the past half an hour. If I noticed, I'm sure others have as well. I needed a break. We have an entire year, River. How can you need a break already on the first day? Because you're infuriating. Stop scowling and smile. Don't tell me how to rearrange my face. Do it. Ford, you... He pressed his lips to mine in a swift, bruising kiss. I said do it or I'm going to kiss you again. My chest expanded and I glared at him. That had been my plan, to kiss him so many times he would run away, but he turned the tables on me. I forced a smile. I couldn't stand another of his kisses. They were too confusing, infuriating, and had me all riled up, and not just in a bad way. That's much better, Ford said. It's our wedding day. You're supposed to look at me the same way I'm looking at you. You mean smug that you've won this round and now I have to spend the next year as your slave? Don't exaggerate. I meant for you to look at me with the same love, adoration, and excitement I get to spend the year with you. I searched his face for little signs he was lying, but he was too good. How did he look so sincere? Don't you think you're overacting? I asked. How so? I'm a man in love. He shook his head. No scowling at me. Remember your smile. I bared my teeth at him. I'm not in a beauty pageant. He laughed. How about this? We leave now so we can both take a rest from this whole tedious affair. Are we driving back to your home? We hadn't talked about our expectations after the marriage. In public, I had to be the adoring husband. But what about when we were behind closed doors? Was I allowed to show my disdain for him then? If I played nice 24/7 for a year, I would go out of my mind. Of course not. We're going on our honeymoon. My jaw dropped. Honeymoon? He was yanking my chain, wasn't he? The music changed and Ford ushered me from the dance floor. I clung to his hand, but he kept walking, and not wanting to cause a scene, I kept pace with him. Why had he booked us a honeymoon? Would he go that far to trick people into believing our romance was real? Ford, we halted in front of his parents. His mother was a tall, slender woman with chin-length red hair brushed with gray strands. Beside her, her husband was impeccably dressed in an expensive tuxedo with thinning blonde hair. Good. Maybe Ford's genes would have him go bald too when he got older. Too bad it didn't minimize his father's handsomeness in the least. With Ford's luck, he would become even more appealing to women. Uh-oh, I know that look. Warren, his father said, smiling. They're about to skip out on the party. My face burned and I shuffled my feet. Don't tease them, dear. Faith swatted her husband, then took my hands. We've had little time to get to know each other before my son sprang this beautiful surprise on us. But we'll catch up when you get back from your honeymoon. Mom, at least let me have him to myself for a while before your busybody ways send him running for the hills, Ford said. I'm afraid it's too late to run, but your son treats me right, so he has nothing to fear in that regard. That's right, dear. Her smile grew. My son can be rather hot-tempered and short with those he cares about, but his heart is full of love. Full of something, all right. Too bad she got the key ingredient wrong. It took longer than I'd thought to get away from the reception. Not that I was in any haste. Before we hit the road with Ford behind the wheel of his Jag, I sat next to him with my arms folded and stared out the window. You haven't asked where we're going, he said. I shrugged. Doesn't matter where. When it's with you, the destination is the same. H-E-L-L. It doesn't have to be. Consider it a vacation away from... Oh, that's right, you don't actually work. You swindle people for a living. What does that say about you? That you married a swindler? That shut him up. For a few minutes. How did you get started swindling people anyway? Did you wake up one morning and decide it's easier to help yourself to people's money? Shut up, you don't know anything. That's why I'm asking. Can't you take a hint? I don't want to talk about it. I reclined the seat into a comfortable position. Wake me up when we get there. This wedding stuff has made me exhausted. That's probably for the best. Wouldn't want you too tired for later. I scowled but didn't respond. He would only goad me into another argument, and so far he'd been winning them all. That rubbed me the wrong way. I was exhausted from the stress of the past 3 days. I jumped from single and not husband material to engaged and married in that short time. That had to be the reason for all the lapses in judgment, for thinking too much about his lips on mine, and how he touched me as if I was really his. River? We're here. Is that you, devil? I grumbled. A low, throaty chuckle filled my ear. You should be so lucky. I didn't move when the car door opened and slammed shut. I was jerked awake by hands releasing my seatbelt. What are you doing? I pushed at Ford's hands. Why so jumpy? Since you weren't moving on your own, I thought you wanted me to carry you over the threshold. I shoved at his shoulders. Move, asshole! He sighed and stepped back. I climbed out of the car and stretched to get the kinks out of my body, ignoring him. It was already late evening and the weather was cool. I guess I'm living out of your suitcase since this honeymoon took me by surprise. The historic-looking building stood on a lush green lawn. Rolling mountains loomed in the distance. Where are we? Why does it look like a place where a body could be dumped and not be found? A bark of laughter left Ford. What's the fun in killing you? Torturing you for a year is much better. If only I could slap the pleased look from his face. He'd always been so surly and bad-tempered, but ever since I'd agreed to marry him, he'd changed. Was he amused that someone who hated him had no option but to marry him? What else could it be? Two can play at this game, darling, I said. Don't forget that. What are you going to do? Refuse to put out? I sucked in a deep breath and averted my eyes. I'd slept with my fair share of people, including a handful of men. Nothing about sex embarrassed me, yet he'd caught me off guard and uncomfortably aware of him in the past 3 days. Where are we, Ford? Meadows of Dan. Cammy had booked us a honeymoon mountain cabin. Let me check us in and find a guide to take us there. I was all too happy to stay behind and put some distance between us. Right, this was supposed to be Cammy's honeymoon. So many times I'd wanted to ask her if she'd slept with Ford, but I'd always been afraid of the answer. Had she chosen such a breathtaking honeymoon destination because she had hoped to sleep with him? It was none of my business what the two of them had done. Their relationship might have been based on a contract, but people had believed in their whirlwind romance. Cammy and Ford had amazing chemistry. At times, I'd been sure they'd fallen in love with each other. Now that Cammy had stolen from him before she left town, I knew it had all been a ruse. But how far had she taken it? We'd always drawn the line at her sleeping with anyone for money, even though that was how my brother and I had found her. She'd slept with him, then tried to steal his wallet while he was out cold. He'd given her a way out of that life by joining our duo. At first, I'd resented her, but then we'd all become so close. When my brother died, we'd continued with the two of us. Ford returned with a young man in his early 30s, Colby, his name tag said, and was gushing about how I was the only man who made him think about getting married. I struggled not to roll my eyes at his bullshit. If someone got suspicious or found out we were faking, it would be because the dumbass kept overplaying his role. No one was that sappy for real. Although he would be kind of adorable if he was. But he was only acting, so that didn't matter. Follow me and I'll guide you to your cabin. It was a short drive up to the mountain cabin, which stood secluded from the rest of the accommodations. No wonder they reserved it mostly for honeymoons. The 2-story tobacco barn-style cottage didn't seem big enough for Ford and me. Here you go, Colby said. You're home for the next 3 days. There's warm water, but it might run out quickly. At the restaurant in the main building, we serve a buffet-style breakfast from 8 until 10. You can dine at the restaurant or choose to eat in town. Tomorrow, we'll have guided equestrian activities and nature trails. Feel free to join us or wander around on your own. Lots to see and do. Thank you. My husband and I will talk it over, Ford said. I'll leave you then. If there's anything you need, call us. And congratulations again on the nuptials. I hope you have a long and rich marriage. I held in my snort. Barely. 7. Ford. I clenched and unclenched my fingers and gave only a half-listening ear to the groomsmen chattering while indulging in a glass of champagne. It was almost time to head over to the garden where the wedding would take place. Following the ceremony, we would hold the reception in the rustic barn setting. When Cammy had made the preparations, I had cared little about them. My one goal was to make sure that at the end of the day, someone took my last name. She'd chosen well. The location was perfect, idyllic, romantic, and just half an hour from the city. Although we could have used our ranch, this venue was much better. We wouldn't have to deal with the preparations and remove everything once the ceremony was over. Bentley was chatting to Ross, and my nostrils flared. He was up to something. I could feel it. If the bastard ruined my wedding, I wouldn't forgive him. For too long I put up with his condescending attitude and jealousy. It was one thing to be competitive as a kid, but to do so as an adult with malicious intent was another. Seeing him on his knees in front of River had almost given me a heart attack. I thought he was blowing River until River got to his feet. Relief had washed over me, but the feeling hadn't lasted. Every time images of my fiancé in his undressed state so close to my brother popped into my head. As far as I knew, Bentley wasn't into men, but that wouldn't stop him if he thought he could make a fool of me and gain the upper hand. The interest he'd taken in River unnerved me. He'd never made a play for Cameron, at least not that I knew of. That didn't rule out the possibility he'd done the same with Cameron in secret, but my brother was the kind of guy to do these things in public. Without an audience, preferably me, it wasn't worth it to him. "Hey." Omar surfaced next to me, took the still full glass of champagne from my hand and downed it. "I needed that after running your errands these past few days." "Is he ready?" He nodded. "I don't think he'll back out of the agreement. He seems resigned to his fate." "Why sound so ominous?" "Because you're entering a year of loveless marriage to someone you can't tolerate. Or..." I leveled my gaze at him. "Or what? Or was it all a pretense and you actually like him? What are you implying?" "I think you know. Even when you were engaged to Cameron, you seemed more interested in River's whereabouts." "Simply because I knew he didn't approve of the marriage and might ruin my plans. Luckily, he got caught in his own trap." "You really think he colluded with Cameron? Why would he stay behind?" "I have no idea, but I have a year to find out the full truth." Since I first met the pair, something about them had piqued my interest. And it wasn't just that she had distracted me while he had effortlessly picked my wallet. If I hadn't seen the two of them talking some minutes before, I wouldn't have figured they knew each other, and they would have gotten away with their crime that day. "Places, everyone!" The wedding planner breezed into the room, straightening ties and nodding in approval as we followed her out to the garden. A beautiful rectangular arch constructed from rustic wood, draped with a dusty rose-pink chiffon, and decorated with flowers and greenery, was the perfect ceremony backdrop. Almost all the original guests had shown up, which was great. Everyone had come to terms with me having a different fiancé. My parents sat chatting with the other family members who'd shown up, waiting to be told to assume their position. River and I had had dinner with them, but they hadn't pried. Just let me know they were looking forward to the wedding. I wasn't the only member of my family who wasn't straight, so I'd hoped they would be accepting, tolerant at worst, and so far they had been marvelous about it. They already knew River from his close relationship with Cameron. I sensed my mother had questions, which I expected to come when the ceremony was over. I peeked at my watch. Where was River? We were already 10 minutes late. "Are you sure he won't run?" I asked Omar. He shrugged. "He can, but I don't think he will." The wedding planner announced that everyone should settle down as we were about to begin. My stomach knotted. Hopefully I wouldn't throw up. 5 years ago, when I'd attempted this for the first time, I'd had to deal with the humiliation of calling off the wedding because my slick brother had stolen my girl. My Uncle Timothy was our officiant, and he took his place under the arch. Arm in arm, still looking at each other with so much love, my parents followed, and then it was my turn to step forward. My cousin Sylvia's 5-year-old twin carried the rings, while the other scattered the flowers. Cameron had opted for the traditional wedding march, yet when it sounded, my heart skipped a beat. Would he show? The seated guests stood, and I turned fully to where River came into view. He glanced around, his eyes wide open like a scared rabbit. If he ran, I would go after him in a flash, but he walked down the aisle, a little too fast. "Someone's eager," Uncle Timothy said, and a few people chuckled, but I couldn't appreciate his humor. River cleaned up nicely. He was a handsome guy, but polished up, my groom was one of the better-looking men present. When he stopped in front of me, I held out a hand, palm up. He met my gaze, then carefully placed his hand in mine as though afraid to touch me. I frowned at the unexpected pink nails. He narrowed his eyes in a silent challenge. "Say something, I dare you." I barely withheld my chuckle. "We are gathered here today," Uncle Timothy started. River's hand felt strong in mine, not rough, although he had a few calluses, but not soft either. I peeked at his nails again as Uncle Timothy droned on. They were certainly pretty, not something I'd expected River to go for. Uncle Timothy asked if anyone knew why we shouldn't get married, and River looked at me sideways. I squeezed his hand. Whether he took it as a reminder of the consequences of going back on our agreement or reassurance was up to him, as long as he didn't ruin the wedding. "If no one has any objections," Uncle Timothy said, "we'll move on to the vows." River and I shifted to face each other, and I took his other hand. He rattled off his vows quickly, way too quickly. "Ford," Uncle Timothy prompted. Shit, had I missed my cue? "I take you, River Lake, to be my husband." I made the mistake of looking him directly in the eyes. No matter how much I tried, I couldn't look away. "To have and to hold from this day forward, for better, for worse, for richer, for poorer, in sickness and in health, to love and to cherish until we are parted by death. This is my solemn vow." "The wedding rings, please." Omar stepped forward and handed over the rings. "These rings are a symbol of your love and the vows that you've made today. May you wear them with pride during the good and bad times. River." River took the plain platinum band and slipped it on my third finger. "With this ring I thee wed, and with it I bestow upon thee all the treasures of my mind, heart, and hands." That was everything I'd wanted for my first wedding, but that was back then, when I'd been foolish to think true love lasted and people were less superficial. "Your turn, Ford." I slipped the ring on River's finger. He had really nice hands. Did he know that? The nail polish highlighted his slender fingers, something I'd never noticed before. How strange. "And now, I pronounce you partners for life. You may seal your vows with a kiss." Fuck, we'd forgotten to talk about this part. I glanced from River to the crowd, waiting in anticipation. What the heck? We needed to do this for an entire year anyway. We might as well give it our best shot. River was quiet, swallowing hard. Was he nervous about me kissing him in front of everyone? It only made me bolder. What was it about this man that made me want to push and push until the walls crumbled and he allowed me to see him? "You're just a little too far." I placed a hand on his hip and took a step forward so we were lined up perfectly. "That's good enough," he said. I smiled. "Not yet." I rested my other hand on his lower back and teased his lips with mine, coaxing him to let me in. When his mouth opened, I dove in and sucked on his tongue. His lips were soft and pliant, responding to every hard press of mine to his. Ah, there it was. He clutched the front of my jacket and sank into me. Wolf whistles intruded on the moment. River stiffened and I opened my eyes. He was blushing. It made me want to kiss him again, but the deep desire to do just that rooted me to the spot. "It's with great joy that I present to you the newlyweds." River withdrew, but I held on to his hand. The deed was done, but we still had our duties to fulfill. We had to convince everyone we were madly in love and couldn't keep our hands off each other. 8. Ford. The cabin was cozy and romantic, with a well-polished cedar floor and a fireplace I couldn't wait to light. It had an old-fashioned charm that appealed to me right away. Downstairs comprised a deck where I anticipated relaxing later tonight, a hot tub, a dining area, a living room with a comfy-looking couch and a flat-screen TV mounted on the wall, and a kitchen. River opened the fridge. "Nice, I call dibs on the wine." He took out a bottle of wine in a transparent plastic container with 4 pieces of strawberry cheesecake bites, compliments of the resort. I believe the wine is meant to be shared. I popped the lid from the container, lifted a piece, and took a bite. Damn, this is good. Try it. I held out the rest of the cheesecake, but he took a piece from the container. Nope, that wasn't disappointment in my gut. He shoved the whole thing into his mouth, his cheeks bulging. He looked adorable. Where had that thought come from? He was crass and confrontational. Nothing about River Lake Butler was adorable. Maybe the way he looked at the crumbs on his upper lip was. The quick flicks of his tongue made breathing difficult. When he opened the top cabinets, I inhaled and exhaled deeply to get my bearings back. He reached for the top shelf, his shirt stretching across his muscular back. His black dress pants cupped his full ass to perfection. Ford. Huh? Geez, we're not even married for half a day and your attention is already gone. I schooled my features. If you want my attention, all you have to do is ask. Now why on earth would I want to do that? He handed me 2 wine glasses and popped the cork. He poured the wine into both glasses, then downed his glass in one gulp. I scowled. Not even a toast. What's there to toast? Haven't you had enough already of people toasting us at the wedding? The face he made showed me how distasteful he'd found the whole affair. What are we supposed to do on this honeymoon? Practice being together and getting to know each other, so when we return home we can act like lovers instead of strangers. You mean enemies? I don't see you as my enemy. He laughed and topped up his glass. You could have fooled me. I know you asked Cameron to cut ties with me, that you were afraid I would ruin your marriage. Can you blame me? You did it anyway. I know you talked her out of marrying me. Well, excuse me for not wanting to see her throw away a year of her life with someone who was just using her. And what are you complaining about? You still got someone to marry you, didn't you? Although I can now see why your fiancé dumped you, and why you needed to bribe someone to marry you. I clenched my teeth and my vision went black for a few seconds. When I blinked, River's white face came into focus. Ford, I smacked his hand away. Don't. For as long as this marriage lasts, there's one topic that's off limits, and that's my ex. Got that? He swallowed. Yeah, I'm going to change, then go for a walk. And what do I do in the meantime? I don't care. I put the glass down and stalked out of the kitchen. Both of our suitcases stood in the hall. For a moment, I contemplated grabbing just mine, but damn it, I couldn't. I carried both up the stairs to the bedroom and slammed the door shut. Within 10 minutes, I was back downstairs. I passed the living room, catching a glimpse of River's miserable face with the bottle of wine in hand. He ditched the glass and drank straight from the bottle. With any luck, he would be drunk and passed out by the time I returned. Only when it was dark did I return. I parked the car in the driveway. God, I was a tool for being gone so long. Yes, he'd ticked me off with his comment about my first failed attempt to get married, but I shouldn't have left him alone for hours. After all, I dragged him into this. Was he hungry? Other than the wine and the strawberry cheesecake, nothing else had been in the fridge. Is this any way to treat your husband, son? My father's voice echoed in my head, chastising me. With a groan, I unbuckled my seatbelt and grabbed the bag of food I'd gotten from the restaurant. A peace offering. If we were going to spend a year in hell with each other, we should at least find a way to be comfortable around one another. All this bickering would make the year seem longer. River was in the living room watching an action movie I'd seen a few times before and loved. He glanced up. You're back. I wasn't sure if you'd left without me. Where would I go? You're here, aren't you? Exactly. He followed me into the kitchen. Look, I owe you an apology. I glanced up to find the clothes he'd changed into were mine. He must have gone into the wrong suitcase, and since he'd left me alone to quickly source him new clothes for our honeymoon, he had no idea which set of clothes were his. The shirt was a little too big for him, but he looked good in it. It's not needed. Damn it, Ford! He braced his hands on the counter. I'm trying to apologize for mentioning... I don't want to talk about her or what happened. I'm not a complete asshole, you know. I lashed out because I was angry. It's a coping mechanism I've learned since... Since what? This was the closest we'd come to having a heart-to-heart. Nothing. It's none of your business. I slid the bag across the counter toward him. I brought you something to eat. It's my turn to apologize for leaving you for so long. I honestly thought you'd left and weren't coming back. We have a deal, River. 1 year. You may drive me crazy, but if I walk away, it's to cool off. I'll always come back. Because if you don't do the year, you won't get your inheritance. Exactly. I nodded at the food. Aren't you going to eat? I'm going to take a shower and then go to bed. It's been an exhausting day. Actually, I'm more tired than hungry. I'll put this in the fridge for tomorrow. I shrugged. Suit yourself. About the one-bed situation. What about it? Where am I supposed to sleep? The bedroom. Where else? Oh, okay. Thank you. What was he thanking me for? Did he think I was going to kick him out of bed? It was big enough for the two of us. Besides, we would have to share a bed for the year anyway. I wanted to leave no room for someone to discover our marriage was not real. I climbed the stairs and went straight to the bathroom. Bearing in mind what Colby had told us, I kept the shower short to save some of the hot water for River in case he hadn't showered. As tempted as I was to let the high-powered shower head beat the stress from my shoulders, I turned the water off, toweled my body dry, brushed my teeth, and entered the bedroom. River stood next to the bedside table, popping something into his mouth. "What's that?" I asked. "What's what?" "That you're eating." I hadn't noticed the gift basket, which was overflowing with goodies. "Is that from the resort?" "None of your business. You left me alone, so technically they're mine." He picked out what looked like all the chocolate and stuffed them into his jeans pockets. I placed my hands on my hips. "I'm sharing the bed with you and you can't share one chocolate?" "Sharing the bed?" His mouth fell open. "You told me I could sleep in the bed." "Yes, next to me." I quirked an eyebrow. "Is there a problem?" "Damn it, I thought you'd take the couch downstairs," he muttered. "Do you see the size of me?" His gaze dropped below my waist. He swung his eyes up, but it was too late. I'd seen where his attention had gone. "So you expect us to sleep together for the next 3 days?" "Yes, the bed is big enough for 2 grown men." He fell silent, stared at me as though waiting for me to cry prank. I'd never been more serious. If I slept on the couch, I'd be stiff tomorrow, and I was looking forward to horseback riding. River glowered. "Next, you'll tell me you expect me to put out to make this a proper honeymoon." Why was his irritated face so sexy? How far did I dare to tease him? "Would that bother you?" I held in my grin. We're 2 men sharing a bed. It'd anger all the sex gods known to man if it didn't happen. "Will you be serious and stop fucking around?" River's face was all flushed again, like after every time I'd kissed him. He made it so easy to mess with him. "Who says I'm not being serious? You'd love it if I fucked you." His nostrils flared and he narrowed his eyes. Without a word, he turned his back to me and rummaged through the gift basket. I snickered quietly. I never expected him to back down so quickly. Hands clenched, River walked past me. No, not past me. He stopped right in front of me and slapped the items against my bare chest. "All right, then. You're on. After I take my shower, you can show me how much I will not enjoy you fucking me. My dear straight husband." He opened his hand and the items tumbled to the floor. I stood frozen. A tube of lube and a condom lay at my feet. "Just what I thought." He walked away, a smirk on his face. Oh, he was so cocky, so sure I would be the one to back down from having sex with him. Several minutes passed and I stood rooted to the spot, eyeing the lube and condom. It made sense the resort would add these to the basket of goodies. We were married after all. Was I going to let him win this round and admit defeat? Fuck no. In the bathroom, the shower turned on. He would be naked, water running down his body. Why wait until he got in bed? It would be much easier to do this outside of it. I picked up the lube and condom and swore. It wouldn't fit, but that shouldn't matter. Even though we hadn't planned to sleep together, we'd both done an STD test. Unless he'd had sex with someone in the last 3 days, which I highly doubted, we were both safe. That was it then. I was doing this. I inhaled deeply and marched to the bathroom, walked in and closed the door behind me. Motherfucker practically used up all the hot water, he muttered. Don't worry, I'm here to make it up to you. He spun around so fast his foot slipped and he wobbled. Only a quick grab of the glass door prevented him from falling to the tiled floor. I walked toward him completely naked, my hard cock jutting out. I slid the door open, stepped in, and closed it. I'll keep you warm. Fuck, the cold water hit my skin like icy needles. I almost felt bad for him, especially since I'd thought I'd taken a quick shower. Almost. What are you doing? River wiped the water from his eyes and turned off the shower. I'm taking you up on your offer. I made a show of uncapping the lube and slathering enough in my hand to stroke up and down my cock. We have a problem, though. The condom they packed won't fit. But that shouldn't be an issue, right? We're both safe, and I'm kind of turned on by the thought of fucking you raw. River blinked several times and clenched his jaw, eyes blazing. Ford, you... What's the matter, River? You're not backing down, are you? It's not that. His Adam's apple bobbed in his throat as he dropped his gaze to where I idly stroked my length. I've never... That's too big. I'm not going to let you wreck me. So you're backing down? I can put on the official record that River... You talk too fucking much. River widened his stance, and it was my turn to check out his half-hard junk. You want to put that thing up my ass? The least you can do is suck me off first. He batted his eyelashes at me. A boy likes a little foreplay, too. And don't forget to tell him he's pretty. Fuck. He'd won and he knew it. That annoying, knowing smirk. I got down on my knees and cupped the base of his cock. Can't say I've done this before, but there's a first time for everything, right? Ford, you... Fuck! I took that as a good sign I didn't completely flop at sucking my husband's cock. What the fuck was I doing? Wasn't this going too far to prove a point? What was even the point anymore? Sucking cock was nothing like I'd ever not imagined. I'd thought of being sucked off by guys before, but never the other way around. It changed my entire perspective. I'd gotten hundreds of blowjobs, and every time I fucked a woman's mouth, she'd called the shots. But on my knees before River, the length of his cock stretching along my tongue, growing harder in my mouth, I was the one in control, especially when he swore under his breath and canted his hips. Fuck, Ford. My head bobbed as I mimicked what I liked, a slow, steady suck with lots of tongue and lip action around the head. River's hand slipped into my hair and he panted. He fucking loved it. And I loved how much I made him love it. Being worked over by the man he couldn't stand. Even if I found the experience unpleasant, I would have continued sucking him off just for that. Why are you so good at that? He pushed my head away and stumbled back into the wall. His chest heaved and his eyes looked wild and feral. A powerful urge swept over me to tame him, to mount him and have him come apart just for me. Show him who was the boss. Show him not to play games he had no chance of winning. Because I had no intention of backing down now. I wanted a complete victory. I wanted him to wake up tomorrow morning blushing every time he remembered how he'd moaned for me. I got to my feet, ran a hand over his wet, muscled chest, and stubbed his nipple with my finger. Turn around. I gripped his shoulders and pushed his face to the wall. But, wait! I kissed a little freckle on his neck. Wait on what? Aren't you burning, River? I took hold of my cock and shoved it between his ass cheeks. Isn't this where you want it? Right here in this tiny little hole? I'm not sure I can. It's too much. You can take it. You're a big boy. I squirted the lube onto my fingers and shoved two right up inside him. Jesus Christ! He grabbed my wrist. Go slow, man. Nah, something tells me you like the burn. I bit his shoulder as I plunged my fingers in and out of his tight ass. He moaned. Oh yes, he loved it rough. Fuck, I can't believe I'm doing this. I was taking it too far, but I wasn't done yet. I could stretch him, then walk away, couldn't I? Leave him wondering how it would have felt to be fucked by me. You know nothing about me, he gasped. I know enough. that he was fucking himself on my fingers without my help. Who knew my darling husband was such a needy slut for my cock? Still talking too much, Ford? You want this too, you asshole? I feel how hard you are. Yeah? How about this? I'm going to fuck you until you come, and then I'm going to pull out, walk away, and go to sleep as if nothing happened. I fucking dare you, Ford Butler. Hands above your head on the wall. Screw you, I don't take orders from you. I grabbed his right arm and locked it into position over his head, then snagged the other one in place. Another moan and more pushing back. He did like to be restrained. I must remember I can't trust anything out of my husband's pretty mouth. With my right hand, I guided the head of my cock to his hole. Ford! I shoved a few inches inside him. My toes curled and my throat went dry. I should have thought more about doing something so reckless. I would never have if I had known how tight he would clench around me, or how the side of my cock disappearing into his hole almost made me nut inside him. But I had a bet to win. You want more, don't you, sweetheart? Fuck, I'd meant that to come out mocking. All you do is talk, he panted each word. You got a big dick, but you know how to use it? Seriously? He was still challenging me, even though I'd proved to him I wouldn't ever back down? He still hadn't learned his lesson. I pulled out to the tip, then slammed back in again. Apparently, he wasn't the only one with a lesson to learn. A shiver ran down my spine. I was up to my balls in River's ass, and I couldn't recall anything else ever feeling this good. Still not moving, he taunted. You can just say it, I forced out from dry lips. You're a slut for it. I'm a slut for any cock, Ford. He laughed softly. You'd have been special hadn't I let you fuck me, but now... I clenched my teeth. How did he dare to bring up other men when I was inside him? I slid a leg between his and shoved his thighs farther apart. I might have twisted his arm a little as I moved against him, fucking him without mercy when I would have gone slow before. My pelvis smacked into his ass over and over, each thrust easier as his muscles relaxed. Fuck! River strained against me. Ford, you bastard! I released his arms and caught his hips, fixing him into place. That's right. I bit his ear. This fucking bastard is inside you, and you're loving every inch. I don't. I fucking hate it. I hate you. Why, River? You fucking hate it so much you're grinding on my dick? Moaning for me? I don't mean it. He tried to stifle the next moan, but didn't succeed, and I chuckled. Too late. I own you now. Every fucking gorgeous inch of you. I was talking too much. Who knew River's ass would have the power to make my tongue so loose? River bent, and the angle was pure art. The muscles in his back deserved a shrine. The curve of his ass should be named after a deity. How did a man become so beautiful? Fuck, Ford. I need a break, he barked out. I pulled out and applied more lube. He collapsed against the wall, breathing hard, rubbing his hole gently. He scowled at me over his shoulder. I still need to walk tomorrow, yeah? Now who's talking too much? Bend over. You can at least use some flowery words. Bend over, River. Nobody has won the bet yet. He groaned but did what I asked, prying his cheeks apart. I sucked in a deep breath and surged into him with one quick thrust. So much pleasure, sweet torture in nirvana. I clamped my hands to his shoulders, eyes fixated on the side of him stretching and contracting around my cock. His cries grew louder, his moans lustier, alluring, addicting. There was something special about making a man moan. There was something special about making River moan and bounce back on my cock. Such a fucking slut for it. I stopped moving, but he rocked back on my cock and I laughed in delight. That's it. Take all you want. Show me how hungry you are for it. How slutty you are. Fuck you, Ford. Don't want it. Yeah, do that. Show me how much you don't want it. Fuck me like that, River. Jesus, your ass is perfect. I just wanna... I smacked it hard and he rode me harder. I knew you'd like that. Smack, smack. Keep going. You're close, aren't you? He wasn't the only one. If he kept this up, I'd be spilling my seed before him. I reached around him and took his cock in my hand, then jerked him off while I pounded into him. Fuck, Ford! He was simultaneously pushing at my hips and pulling them back. His indecisiveness over whether he could take it and how much he craved it was so hot. My husband, River Lake Butler, was fucking hot. A loud cry tore from his lips and he came all over my hand and the wall. Yes, I won. All I had to do now was pull out, walk away, go to bed and pretend like this wasn't the best goddamn fuck of my life. The kind of fucking that won Pornhub awards. The kind of fucking that sent porn viewers to search who the actors were so they could devour all the content they put out. The kind of fucking I couldn't walk away from. River Lake Butler was, after all, one smoking sexy man, who was my husband. Maybe it wouldn't be so bad to lose this bet. I was high on endorphins as if my feet had left the floor, and I was levitating. I dug my fingernails into River's hips, keeping him with me. I grunted and plunged into him a couple more times, then plastered him against the wall with my pelvis shoved up against his butt cheeks and nutted inside him as far as humanly possible. Well, fuck, that was unexpected. I pulled out of River and he hissed. Slowly. I slipped out of him, and a streak of cum dripped from his ass. I stared at it. My throat constricted and my heart beat hard inside my chest. Never would I have thought to see River like this, his hole slack from the rough fuck and cum leaking out of it. A flutter danced in my insides. I wanted to wash him and wrap him up in a towel. I reached for the bar of soap to do just that. River pressed his back against the glass. He shoved his wet hair off his face and grinned. I think that's your cum I feel running out of me, isn't it, Ford? So much for walking away. Damn him. He just had to open his mouth and ruin the moment. I slapped the soap into his hand. You should wash up. Don't want you getting cum stains all over the sheets. I wobbled out of the bathroom as fast as my shaky legs allowed, banged the door closed behind me, and leaned heavily against it. Ford, you dumb son of a bitch. What can of worms did you just open? 9. River. Again? Fuck, Ford was insatiable. He kissed the back of my neck, and I automatically spread my legs for him like the slut he'd accused me of being. I was too weak to say no to him. I didn't want to say no when I knew what awaited me. Pure, unadulterated bliss. Having won that round in the bathroom, I had nothing left to prove. I should be contented with gloating that he had obviously found pleasure in fucking me. It had taken a while to wash all the cum out. Most of it, anyway. Some hours ago, after crawling awkwardly in bed next to him and falling asleep, I'd woken up to Ford settling behind me and pushing his right leg forward. I should have shoved him away, but I'd moaned and clutched at his hips while he fucked me into another orgasm. The second time, intense but gentler, had lasted even longer than in the bathroom. How could he get it up again? Somehow he did. He straddled the back of my thighs, and the thickness of his long cock rubbed in the groove of my ass. He rutted between my cheeks, and given how sore I was, it should have been enough. But my hole clenched tight with need. You should really use a condom, I said. I already have 2 loads inside me. If he had his way, I'd be dripping cum all day tomorrow. Why was that image so hot? This was Ford. I didn't even like him, but the sex was incredible. I wouldn't deprive myself because of a little thing called hate. He shoved his hand into my hair and gripped the strands tight, fastening his lips on my neck. I'll fuck you any way I want, and you won't stop me. Do you know why? I clamped my lips shut. We both did. I was shameless for the way he used his cock. I hadn't been kidding earlier when I told him I didn't want him to wreck me. I'd always steered clear of guys who were well hung. Some men craved that kind of package, but not me. I wasn't so green as to think the bigger the better. As long as a man knew how to fuck, the size didn't matter. Then along came Ford to test that theory. Not only was he hung, but he knew how to use it. He'd left me sore but still craving it. Already full but still thirsty for more. "That's right," he said. "You love it too much. Now you've had a taste of it, you can't let it go. Can you, sweetheart?" His sweetheart rubbed me the wrong way. He had said it without sincerity, mocking. "You're a fine one to talk," I gasped, but then he filled me up with one thrust, and I lost my train of thought. For a second, my soul separated from my body. I swore. He didn't take his time, and I should complain, but I liked it. Liked how he wanted to be inside me so much he was impatient about it. "You obviously got your first taste of fucking a man, and now you can't stop. Can you, sweetheart?" I threw his words back at him. Damn it, twice was apparently not enough. Ford should have been humiliated that his plan in the bathroom had backfired. He should have stayed away from me, knowing I would always call his bluff. I couldn't have been more wrong. At this ungodly hour, it was pitch black in the bedroom, but sight was overrated anyway. All I needed was to feel him, hear him, smell the scent of sex that hung in the air. I angled my hips and threw my ass back into each of his stabbing thrusts. Fuck! I clutched the bedsheet, bit it, ground it between my teeth to stifle my whimpers and cries. I didn't want to give him the satisfaction of how well he railed me into the mattress. I hissed. He'd fucked me raw twice already, but each thrust hit my prostate head on, and I couldn't have asked him to stop if my skin were on fire. "River." He groaned my name and pressed his face to the back of my neck. "Why do you feel even better the third time? Does it hurt?" "Yes, you prick. Hurry up and finish." "I want to go harder. Can you take it?" "I can take anything you throw at me." 5 minutes later, I wished I hadn't told him that. But I had my pride, and he would never accuse me of being the one to bow out. Not even biting the sheets was enough. I let out the cries along with a stream of curses at him for using me like this, and at myself for allowing it and even craving it. While he pounded into me, I lay there with my ass in the air and hung on for the ride, whimpering because I couldn't do better. No other man had ever owned me the way Ford did. He had me practically sobbing on his dick. My thighs went stiff, and a moan I could only describe as pitiful left me. My hole contracted as I came, just a little trickle of cum, which did nothing to undermine how my body shook under him with the force of it. The merciless bastard didn't even give me a second to recover. He hammered inside my tender body until his coarse cry overshadowed my pathetic whimpers. I'd only ever felt this wasted when I was drunk, never from a good fucking. I couldn't move, could barely breathe, since Ford had collapsed on top of me. Yet it was oddly comforting to feel his enormous body bracketing me like this. A soft kiss landed on my shoulder and I stiffened. "Get off me, you horny bastard," I groaned. He laughed, but the sound was breathless. Good. I wasn't the only one having a devil of a time recovering from what had just happened. What if he'd been the one bottoming? Not that I was into topping other men. "Aren't you going to move?" he asked. "You're in the middle of the bed." "Fuck you. I earned this spot." Not to mention I was dead weight. I just wanted to slip into a coma for the rest of this honeymoon and wake up forgetting that a bastard like Ford could make me feel so good. When I woke up, my body screamed in pain. My shoulders, my thighs, and my ass hurt. I groaned and gingerly tried to turn over, only to be halted by the arm around my waist. It seemed I hadn't budged all night. I was still sprawled in the center of the bed with Ford up against me. I popped one eye open and stared at his stubbled face. With him sleeping, I didn't need to put my guard up so early. Was it early? My stomach grumbled, reminding me I hadn't eaten in a long time. After the sex marathon last night, I needed something filling. And to relieve my bladder. I reached back, raised Ford's arm, and inched out from under it, taking great care not to wake him as I replaced his hand on the bed. I needed some time alone to think before he woke up. After sex in the shower, we'd barely been able to look at each other. but it was worse now that we'd done it 2 more times. The first time we could have convinced ourselves it had been a mistake, and that it had solely happened because of our bet. 3 times made our actions deliberate. We'd tested the waters the first time and loved it so much we'd returned for seconds and thirds. Technically, he was the one who'd started all 3 sexual contacts. But you didn't exactly turn him down, did you? No, you begged and writhed and spread your legs for him. I closed the bathroom door behind me and clamped my eyes shut. The memories of last night were still too vivid in my mind. How was I supposed to take a shower without thinking about how I'd bent over for him? Damn you, Ford. Damn your magic dick and foolish reserve to fuck a man, even though you're straight. Unless he wasn't so straight after all, and he tricked me into believing it. That would explain the ease with which he'd gone down on his knees and sucked me off. Or the way he hadn't hesitated at all to fuck me, even though he'd claimed he'd never done it before. How else could he have been so comfortable about what had happened? Most straight guys would have had at least a mini freak-out about their identity, but he seemed like a man who'd already accepted that he enjoyed being with a same-sex partner. You sly bastard. I took an angry piss, my ass clenching as I let loose the stream. He must have had a field day laughing at me. I would never have challenged him had I known he was into men. I'd felt comfortable doing it because I told myself that as a straight man, he would never win that bet. The bastard had let me think that way and fed my ego that I was right. Although it was my fault for instigating the bet in the first place, I hated being misled. That Ford had a self-righteous way about him that made me feel inferior when he was just as bad rubbed me the wrong way. Did he think that because he had a family with origins he could probably trace back to the Mayflower, it made him better than me? Fuck. I was dripping cum. His cum. Humiliated, I stepped into the shower and tried my best to get it all out. Screw Ford Butler. If he thought he was coming near me ever again, he had another thing coming. After a long shower in which I used up all the hot water, I brushed my teeth and combed my hair, then returned to the bedroom. Ford hadn't moved an inch. Was he really sleeping or pretending? I wouldn't take anything for granted with him anymore. I rifled through the suitcase for some clothes, making as much noise as possible. Nothing. He didn't even wake up when I threw the suitcase back into the closet and it landed with a loud thud. Who slept that deeply? He had to be pretending to avoid facing me. He probably realized I'd figured him out. Ford was gay or bi, and he'd likely sucked a cock before, despite him saying what my greedy little heart had wanted to hear last night. That's right, River. You ain't anything special for him, so don't go getting your feelings all involved. Just 1 fucking year, I muttered under my breath. I should throw a glass of water at him. That should wake him up. His car keys winked at me from the bedside table. If I left now, I would be just in time to have breakfast. I snagged the car keys, my phone, and my wallet and headed for the stairs. When I got in the car, a sliver of guilt rolled through me, but the twinge in my ass quickly dispelled that feeling. As controversial as it might sound, I might never have let Ford fuck me had I known he was into men. 10. Ford. Sweat and the odor of 2 men fucking throughout the night lingered on the bed sheets. Heavenly scents. I reached a hand across the bed for River and patted a cold spot instead. I snapped my eyes open and looked around the room. River? It was our honeymoon. What was the point of being on one if my spouse left me alone in bed? Now that the whole sordid affair of a less than honorable wedding was behind me, I could relax. Pop could get off my case about being the only unmarried grandchild and dropping innuendos he'd cut my share in his will, since I had no family of my own to take care of. The money wasn't what I was after, but the family land. Growing up, I'd always expected the ranch would be passed down to me, until Pop told me a single man didn't need all that land. If I didn't marry, he would leave it to my brother instead. If he'd threatened to pass it on to any of my cousins, I wouldn't have minded so much. But Bentley? He had no passion for the land, and would only convince everyone it was better to sell it for a hefty profit, which would make everyone rich. Some things were worth more than money. I flung the sheets back and crawled out of bed, groaning as I stretched the kinks out of my body. My abs burned and my thighs ached. I hadn't fucked anyone the way I'd done River last night since... never. I'd always been a gentle lover with the women I got involved with. And even if the sex got a little rougher, I'd always held back, mindful of their smaller stature and more delicate disposition. Damn, River was the opposite of everything I admired in a woman. But he could sure take an ass-pounding. My cock twitched at the memory of the man laying under me, taking everything I'd given him. He'd been stunning. Where the hell was he? "River, are you there?" I walked over to the bathroom and knocked. A peek inside showed it was empty. I took care of my bladder, then went in search of him. Downstairs, I checked the kitchen and living room. Finally, I stopped in the hall and listened to the silence. He was gone. I glanced up at the clock mounted on the wall. Damn, it was later than I'd thought. Almost 2 in the afternoon. Maybe he got tired of waiting for me and went out. I ran up the stairs and grabbed my phone, but the battery was dead. Shit. I plugged it in and hurried to the bathroom to shower. When I returned to the bedroom, I called River. No answer. Son of a bitch. I called him twice more but got his voicemail. Was he avoiding me after what we'd done last night? Hell if I would let him. After last night, I had no idea how to go forward, but we couldn't ignore the chemistry between us, could we? I would be a fool to dismiss the way River and I'd combusted when we came together. That had been extraordinary. We could at least spend these 3 days fucking in bliss before returning to the real world. The car was gone. No surprise there. I walked back into the cabin and rang the number Colby had given us. They assured me someone would pick me up right away. Sue me if I didn't want to walk too far on my honeymoon. My husband liked it rough, so I should conserve my energy. A car drove up and a pretty brunette with her hair up in a ponytail got out. For the short drive over to the restaurant, she told me her name was Tammy, and Colby was her husband. She didn't stop talking about the resort and all the activities we could take part in.
It's completely understandable if you and your husband would rather spend the time alone. There are lots of hiking trails.
Thank you. I climbed out of the car. We haven't decided yet, but now I have a fairly good idea about my options. She laughed.
I didn't mean to talk your ears off. If you want to ride back to the cabin, just ring and I'll come running. Well, driving.
Thank you, or I may change my mind and walk back. Before I tried to find River, I needed something to eat. After last night's rigorous activities, I was famished. I shoved my hands into my pockets and entered the restaurant, which looked like a recent addition to the main building. A hostess seated me and handed me a menu. The restaurant was buzzing with families and couples laughing and chattering, but no River. Where the hell was my husband? A man shouldn't have to eat alone the day after he got married. The food was delicious, but I couldn't quite enjoy it. I called River several more times, but he didn't answer. All the calls went straight to voicemail. Had he deliberately turned off his phone to avoid me? Was he embarrassed about sleeping with me? We'd both wanted it, and if he was embarrassed, he should know we were in the same boat. River had disliked me from the moment I'd caught him stealing from me, as if it was my fault he'd been clumsy about it. When I asked Cameron out, he'd hated me, which had turned to loathing the longer we were together. By the time I proposed my marriage arrangement to her, he hadn't been able to stand the sight of me. All that was now water under the bridge as far as I was concerned, but maybe now that he'd slept with me, he abhorred me. I need to find him and explain. Where to look? I wandered through the restaurant, the lobby, and all the other public spaces, but I couldn't find River. I couldn't possibly search the entire property for him. The resort was spread over thousands of acres. He could be anywhere. Was he back at the cabin? I'd better wait for him there. He would have to come back eventually, wouldn't he? I set off on foot back to our honeymoon love nest, but the car wasn't parked in the driveway. God damn you, River. I entered the house and slammed the door behind me. Where the hell was he? Even if he didn't want to be near me, the least he could have done was tell me where he was going. Didn't he expect me to worry? He's probably ditched you, just like Cameron. But if he intended to leave me, why bother to go through with the wedding at all? Unless last night had pushed him out the door. My chest tightened at the thought of River disappearing on me. Despite my threats, I would never have forced him to marry me if he'd said no. There's something about how we fit together last night. Last night had been real. The first time he'd allowed me to see parts of him he'd never shown when he was with Cameron. And it hadn't been just the sex, but the raw, honest way he'd shared his emotions when I was inside him. How could he disappear after that? I paced the cabin like a madman, going nuts with worry. Again, I tried River. Again, he didn't answer his cell phone. At my wit's end, I called Omar. "Hey, man," he said. "What are you doing calling me from your honeymoon? Aren't you having fun?" Oh, I'd had fun last night. So much fun I'd forgotten the purpose of this marriage was to keep my inheritance, and not to see how far up River's ass I could make it before he moaned. River left me. "What? It's been less than 24 hours since you got married." He laughed. "How can you lose your husband already?" "I'm serious, Omar. He's gone." "How long ago?" "I don't know. I slept in. Didn't wake until after 2, and I think he might have been up long before me. It's now almost 4, and he still isn't back." "You tried calling him?" "Of course I have. It's off." "Shit. If it's off, then I can't track it." "We have to find him, Omar." I wanted him back. River had given my life an interesting turn, and I wasn't about to abandon this road without reaching our destination. "Don't worry. I won't let another one get away with swindling you. I'll keep tabs on his girlfriend's phone in case he calls her. Then maybe we'll get some answers there." My heart skipped a beat. After last night, would he really go running to her? Was he feeling guilty he'd slept with me when he was in love with her? "Call me if you hear anything." "You too. If he returns, let me know." "You think he will?" "I know it seems like forever, but he hasn't been gone that long, Ford. Maybe he needed a break from all the bickering you two do." "Or a break from all the fucking." "Did something happen?" "No," I answered too quickly. Omar chuckled. "I read you loud and clear. If I hear anything, I'll let you know. In the meantime, go enjoy your honeymoon. Heard that place is really pretty." I ended the call, poured myself a glass of what River had left of the wine, and sat on the small porch. Tires crunching on gravel woke me up from my doze. River. I checked the time on my phone. It was after 5. He'd spent the whole day away from me. He couldn't have left a clearer message. The relief that had coursed through me at the sight of him bubbled into anger. He got out of the car. The clothes he wore weren't the ones I'd bought for him. Even his shoes were different. Had he gone shopping? "Where the hell have you been?" I got to my feet. River stomped his way past me. "Out." I grabbed his arm. "Out where?" "I went for breakfast, met some guys who invited me to hang out with them, so I did." "So you did? It never occurred to you to let me know?" "Let you know? What are you now, my keeper?" "Yes, I am for a whole fucking year. Or have you forgotten already?" He yanked his arm out of my grip and shoved me in the chest. "We might have fucked last night, Ford, but that doesn't give you the right to keep tabs on me. I agreed to be your husband in name only. Not your prisoner, and sure as hell not your fucking sex slave." "A sex slave doesn't have a choice." "Do I?" "You better not be fucking saying what I think you are, River. Are you? Are you claiming what happened between us wasn't consensual? Because you're the one who handed me the lube and condom." River's face turned red. "I'm not saying that. Obviously, I went temporarily insane because you fucked my brains out. But it was under false pretenses." "What does that mean?" "It means I wouldn't have challenged you had I known you were fucking gay or bi or whatever the hell you identify as." I opened my mouth, then shut it again. I'd never said the words aloud to anyone before, and I sure as hell didn't want to do it in a fit of anger. "What? Now you have nothing to say? So what are you, Ford? Are you straight, gay, bi? Or is there a category I don't know about that translates as just love to fuck with River? How does that fit among the letters?" "I'm bi." "And you never thought to share that with me?" His eyes flashed with so much anger that mine dissipated. He was really upset I hadn't told him. It wasn't important then.
Why are you so angry about that? I'm angry because I wouldn't have slept with you had I known you'd been with other men.
That doesn't even make sense, River. You slept with me when you thought I was straight, but you wouldn't have otherwise? He smacked his fist into his palm.
The thing is, I never planned to sleep with you. But when I thought you were straight, it felt better, spontaneous. I could pretend it just happened out of the blue. Now I can't help wondering if I walked right into your trap. That all the time I was so sure that nothing would happen between us, you were laughing to yourself. Did you plan this?
Of course not. I didn't plan to lay a finger on you until you challenged me. I only meant to call your bluff to a certain point, but then I touched you.
And what, Ford?
I couldn't stop. I wasn't lying to you when I said I never had sex with another man.
You just said you were bi.
And I am. For as long as I can remember, I've had feelings for other men, but I've never acted on them. I thought it would be less complicated and less messy to stick with women.
That's the stupidest bullshit I've ever heard.
Maybe, but that's it. I scowled. I've never touched another man that way.
Don't worry. You won't touch me that way again either.
He stomped into the house and I followed him. Everything was spiraling out of control. He hadn't left me. I should have focused on that instead of where he'd been. He would have been less confrontational. But as always, around River, I lost self-control. I got heated for the slightest things.
River, wait.
What for? He marched up the stairs and I went after him.
I'm trying to talk to you. Well, maybe I don't want to talk.
At the top of the stairs, he glared over his shoulder.
And I don't want to do that again either, so get it out of your head.
I'm trying to apologize. My stomach flipped and my mouth went dry. River was stripping off his clothes, every stitch. I still wanted every gorgeous inch of him.
I'm listening. Do we have to do this with you naked?
He shrugged and walked to the bathroom.
Wait.
Damn it, he'd spent all day away from me, worrying me, and now I was the one apologizing? I'm sorry if you feel I misrepresented myself to you, but I'm being honest. I've never been with another man, and I didn't plan what happened last night like some nefarious scheme. After a few seconds, he nodded.
Okay.
He opened the door. What about you? Don't you have anything to apologize for?
I can't think of anything.
Damn it, River, I was worried about you. You didn't leave any messages, wouldn't answer your phone, and I had no idea where you were. He glanced over his shoulder, the muscles stretching over his broad back, and... Nope, I wouldn't focus on that ass that got me into trouble last night. Better to keep my eyes straight ahead and focus on that back.
You were... worried?
Yes.
Then I guess I'm sorry for that. I didn't imagine you'd be.
Of course I'd be. We came here together.
A honeymoon for a marriage that's in name only.
In name only? How could it still be that after last night? I bit my tongue to stop any foolish words from spewing out of my mouth. Just let me know where you'll be, so I don't have to worry.
Fair enough. The guys I hung out with today invited me for dinner.
You're going? My chest constricted as if he'd dumped a boulder on me. He was leaving again so soon? Did he despise me so much that he couldn't even spare me an hour on our honeymoon?
Of course. Unless there's a reason I shouldn't.
I racked my brain to find one, but the only thing I could come up with was I want to have dinner with you. But I could already hear his laughter if I ever said that.
No.
No reason at all, I strangled out.
Like I thought.
He pushed the bathroom door open. Just be discreet about it. The door closed behind him, and I couldn't tell if he'd heard me or not.
11. River.
Just be discreet?
Ford's words echoed in my head as I took a swig of my beer. What the hell had he meant by that? I'd pretended as if I hadn't heard it, and when I came out of the bathroom, he hadn't said anything. Did he think that after last night I would jump into bed with a couple of dudes I just met? Goes to show what he thinks about me. Hey, River, want to dance with us? I'd run into Alexander and his husband Kao in the buffet line this morning. They'd both been friendly and asked me to sit with them. When they asked me to spend the day with them, I'd accepted their offer. Anything was better than thinking about Ford. We'd gone rowing, and when I'd stumbled into the lake, they offered me a fresh change of clothes since their cabin was closer and within walking distance. Go on without me, I forced a smile. Probably later. Kao shook his head. I've never seen someone look so sad on their honeymoon. If you don't want to join us, perhaps you should make up with your husband. He smiled at his spouse. The making up part is super fun. They wandered off to the small dance floor of the gay nightclub we'd found. The hour drive away from Ford had seemed like a good idea. Damn it, River, I was worried about you. You didn't leave any message, wouldn't answer your phone, and I had no idea where you were. Had he said that to manipulate me because he knew how angry I had been? Why would he have been worried about me? More likely he had thought I'd skipped out on him. How dared Ford come at me when I'd returned to the cabin? He'd been mad, but I'd thought it was about me having the car all day. I'd even been prepared to apologize for that, but he'd seemed upset I'd gone out without him. Did he expect me to be miserable in this marriage? I was locked in this fake relationship with him for a year. So when the opportunity knocked, I had been determined to enjoy myself. And Alexander and Kao had been great to hang out with. Then why didn't you go dancing with them? Because I was a fool, not to mention miserable, anxious, and itchy to get out of this bar and return to the cabin. Ford hadn't offered me one good reason not to go out with my new friends. I'd given him enough signals to ask me to stay, to explain what last night had meant to him, which from his lack of response, apparently nothing. I was so stupid thinking 3 rounds of some of the best fucking I'd ever experienced meant anything more than just sex. He's never touching me again, the asshole. Maybe if he groveled a lot, I would consider it. Hey, cutie, you here alone? Before the man could slide into the booth, I raised my left hand, showing him my ring. Sorry, had to try. I ignored him and twisted the ring around my finger. When had I started seeing it as a man repellent? In the past, I would have flirted, even if it led nowhere. But here I was turning down a man because of a fake marriage. A good screw really could mess with your brain. Ford's dick should have come with a warning label attached. Might lead to obsessive pining and delusions. If you notice any of these symptoms, hop off immediately. I removed my ring and peered inside. They'd engraved the date of our wedding, along with the initials F and C. Not F and R, but fucking F and C. How the hell did Cameron's initial end up in my wedding band? Ford had told me he had gotten new bands fitted for us. Another reminder none of this was real. The wedding and honeymoon had been meant for my best friend, not me. My stomach cramped and bile rose in my throat. I rushed to the bathroom, but only dry heaved. I splashed water on my face and grabbed a paper towel to dry off. The bathroom door opened and Kao entered, followed by Alexander. You okay? Kao asked. I nodded. I should go, though. I've been out all day. No problem. We'll take you back. They insisted on adding my tab to theirs and paying for it. We invited you out, Alexander said, so it's our treat. You guys are the best. That's how we wound up together. Kao kissed his husband, and envy filled my chest. Ford and I had kissed several times, always to convince others we were lovers. But not once had we kissed while we were getting all nasty. That summed up everything I needed to know about how Ford truly felt about me. I think I made the biggest mistake of my life coming here, I mumbled. What's that, hun? Kao asked. Nothing. Just talking to myself. On the drive back, I dozed off until the car slowed down and continued on a gravelly road, then stopped. I jerked up and peered out the window. We're here. Kao turned off the engine. Thanks. I really appreciate tonight. Appreciate having the perfect excuse to run from my feelings instead of confronting them. I slipped out of the car, as did Kao and Alexander. Come on, then. Let's get inside, Alexander said. Huh. This wasn't my ordinary cabin, but a treehouse. Where are we? Was this the treehouse they'd brought me earlier? It looked different in the night. The Golden Eagle treehouse we showed you earlier. This is where we stay every time we come here. Oh, but isn't this far from my cabin? Why were they leaving me here instead of bringing me back to where I was staying? Don't worry about that, Karo said. We'll bring you back when we're finished with you. Finished with me? Oh, damn. Did they think I wanted to be a part of a threesome? I think there's a miscommunication here. I meant to go back to my cabin. Well, since we're here, why don't we have a little fun? You've been avoiding your husband all day and spending time with us. We get the hints. No, you're mistaken. There were no hints. Come on, don't be a cock tease. You knew we were interested in you. And I just told you I wasn't into sharing. Yet you accepted our invitation to dinner and to go clubbing with us. I'm sorry for wasting your time. I spun on my heels and marched off. I didn't have a clue where I was, but I'd rather find my own way than stay with them a minute longer. When I was a good distance away from the treehouse, I stopped and plucked my phone from my pocket. Earlier today, I turned it off to avoid Ford's calls, not having a clue about what to say to him after last night's sex marathon. It was one thing for him to call me a slut in the heat of the moment, but if he'd looked at me like I was this morning, I would have clobbered him real good. Cum-drenched River was gullible, but a sober River wouldn't have a man he disliked talking about him that way. The second my phone registered on the network, messages flooded my phone, and 39 missed calls, 38 from Ford and 1 from Cammy. Had he really been worried about me? He had to have been to call me so many times. Not giving myself time to second-guess myself, I punched redial. It was some minutes after midnight, but River, are you okay? I sucked in a deep breath and closed my eyes. Why did the concern in his voice make my heart ache so much? I'm fine, but I'm not sure where I am or how to get back to the cabin. Silence stretched. Fabric rustled. Look around and try to identify something I can use to find you. I see a few tree houses, but no names or numbers or anything. Hang on, I'm coming. Ford. But he'd ended the call. I stared at all the missed calls, then slipped my phone back into my pocket. Now that I wasn't thinking about myself and my selfish needs, I could acknowledge how my actions earlier had been inconsiderate, and had made him worry. Ford might dislike me as much as I did him, but he wasn't a bad person. Of course he would have wanted to know I was okay. Stupid. When had everything between us gotten so complicated? We had so much to talk about, to get a better understanding of each other. But how did we accomplish that when I couldn't go 5 minutes without calling him an asshole? Headlights appeared and I waved my arms. The car stopped next to me and I climbed in. Thank you. Ford grunted. How did you end up all the way over here? It was on the tip of my tongue to tell him it was none of his business, but I'd made a promise to myself to do better. Damn, but habits were hard to break. The men I hung out with are staying in a treehouse near here. And they couldn't bring you back to the cabin? I clamped my mouth shut and didn't reply. No way would I tell him what had happened. Ford didn't ask, and that bothered me. I was used to him pushing, and then I would argue and we would escalate a small thing into an epic fight. Damn, that sounded like we were two silly kids instead of grown men. At the cabin, Ford turned the ignition off. I got out of the car and slammed the door shut. He stomped inside. Aren't you going to say anything? I hurried after him and closed the door behind me. Nope. Like you said, it's none of my business, right? I'm going back to bed. Except because I'd called him to get me, it kinda was his business. Why didn't he want to know what had happened? It was like he'd already decided what I'd done, and his silent treatment was my punishment. While he undressed, I brushed my teeth. When I walked into the bedroom, he lay in bed with his back to me. I stripped and climbed under the sheets, wearing nothing but my boxers. I, too, curled up on my side of the bed and ignored him. Tried to ignore him. Was he sleeping? He didn't so much as twitch while I lay there so unnaturally rigid I started shaking. If that wasn't bad enough, the heat from his body drifted to me, teasing my nostrils. Sighing, I turned onto my other side. I reached out a hand but pulled it back. Ford, are you awake? He grunted. I'm sorry about earlier, for taking the car and not letting you know where I was. I'm sorry for turning my phone off because I didn't know what to say to you after last night. I had to deal with it too, you know. You've really never slept with another man before? What's the point in answering that again when it's clear you don't trust me? That goes both ways. You were thinking I ran off today, weren't you? What else could I think? There, we don't trust each other. Go to sleep. A few tense seconds passed. I swallowed the self-doubt and laid my hand on his shoulder. Will you let me explain about tonight? I don't want to hear about the men you sleep with, River. I didn't sleep with them. He stiffened. Them? Yeah, a married couple I met today. I thought it was safe hanging out with them. I just wanted to get away from you to think. I didn't know they would bring me back to their cabin. Okay, now go to sleep. Just okay? Didn't he hear a word I just said? If I didn't care, I wouldn't be explaining all this to him. I can't sleep. Ford groaned. Why the hell not? My heart pounded. Because I'm waiting on you to fuck me. I held my breath, but he said nothing. I exhaled with a deep sigh. Was he sleeping? Ford, did you hear what I just said? Go to sleep, River. So you're not going to? No. Is this your way of punishing me? Find something I fucking like, then withhold it from me? Because it's childish as fuck. I flung the sheets back and sat up. Don't worry, my hand works perfectly fine. Hands grabbed me and tugged me, so I lay on my back. Ford came down on top of me and shoved my legs apart. I'm jealous. I sucked in a deep breath. What? You spent all fucking day with them. Are you sure they didn't touch you? They didn't, I panted. Didn't even dance with them when they asked. Why not? I shrugged. No way could I tell him the truth. Why does that matter anyway? This is a fake marriage. I don't care if it's fake, River. I know what it feels like to fuck you raw, and I'm not going to use a condom now or in the future, so I need to know you won't be fucking around with anyone else. What if I use a condom with others? I asked tongue-in-cheek. If he could just come out and say what was on his mind, I wouldn't have to resort to these cheap tricks. Ford slipped his hand around my neck, brushing his thumb over my Adam's apple. No one else, River. You're mine for a year, and I won't share you. Happy sparks went off inside me, and I had to bite back my grin to hide how smug I felt. I scowled instead. Were you always this possessive? No, only with you. If you hadn't wanted me to behave like this, River, you shouldn't have introduced me to your fine ass. Oh, God, it only got better. A love confession this wasn't. Not that I needed one. This kind of talk was more addicting, more seductive, and my cock was so fucking hard. Are you still sore? He asked. Not as much. I was a little, but I wanted this cock and would have said anything to get it. Good. I'm going to fuck you until you scream there won't be anyone else but me. Ha, in your dreams. Ford released my neck and slipped 2 fingers into my mouth, almost choking me with how far he thrust them down my throat. That mouth of yours is what got you into this mess in the first place. Now look at you, shamelessly begging to be nailed. He tugged my boxers down. Are you going to be my slut tonight, River Lake Butler? I raised my hips and helped him to get rid of my boxers. Say it. No. He removed his fingers and slammed his lips to mine. Fucking finally. I kept my mouth shut and made him work for it. He bit my bottom lip, but I didn't give in until his lips gentled and I couldn't hold out anymore. I let him in, and he slipped his tongue into my mouth, deepening the kiss and spreading my legs even wider. He ran his hands up my sides to my chest and kneaded my muscles. I caught the bottom of his pajamas and pushed them off his hips. When his cock was free, I lined it up against mine and moved. Fuck. He tore his lips away from mine, and I grinned up at him. There's so much you still don't know, straight boy. Not straight. He strangled out and moved his hips in time to mine. Can we come like this? Yes, but you're not allowed to. I released him and pushed at his chest. Let me turn over so you can fuck me. No, I want you facing me like this. Don't make it weird, Ford. Weird to want to see you while you come. Don't move. He hopped off the bed, marched to the bathroom, and returned with the lube completely naked. I should turn over. Let him take me on all fours, but I stayed where I was. He slathered a generous helping of lube, which I was grateful for, then climbed back between my spread legs. A hand on my hard stomach, he shoved his dick against my hole and slowly entered me. My sigh of pleasure and contentment morphed into a moan of pain when he bottomed out. You like that? He watched my face intently. I squirmed, but I couldn't look away. Say it. Yes, I hissed. I've never been stretched like this before. Let me tell you, being inside you like this feels amazing. He crouched over me on the bed, shoving my knees back to my chest. Ford slipped both hands behind my head and gripped my hair. His lips fastened to mine as he moved in that fast rocking motion with his hips I'd become obsessed with. Every time his pelvis rammed into my ass, I grunted. I clutched my legs, holding them back, and peered up at him. Drops of sweat trickled down his temple, and I opened my mouth to catch them. Jesus, River, he groaned. I released one of my legs and braced it against his stomach. Slower. He complied and ground at a more leisurely pace, feeding me every inch of him. Fuck. I dropped my hand to where we joined and felt around my hole how widely stretched I was. Do you want me to stop? He asked. No. You need to finish what you start. Every single time. It might take me a while. We have all night. I know what you need. What do you... Ford pulled out and scooted down the bed. Hands around my waist, he held me still and covered my hole with his lips. Ford! I'd never expected. Fuck! A deep, sensual kiss with his tongue fucking my hole left me shaking. I gripped his hair and stroked my cock. So close. I'd always been particular to having my ass rimmed, and now that it was Ford's tongue filling my ass, I blew. Cum spewed all over my stomach and landed on my face. Holding my trembling legs apart, Ford settled back between my thighs and entered me. He was quick but careful enough not to give me all his length this time. He fucked just inside my hole with the head of his dick, the movements of his hips shallow. Sweat dripped from his forehead onto his cheeks and chin, but he looked beautiful. He couldn't avert his gaze from where he was fucking into me. I clenched around him and he hissed. River, you. Fuck. He drove all the way inside and stiffened. I gasped. His eyes snapped to mine, staring right into my soul. Seconds ticked by, and then he released my legs and fell on his arms over me, his chest heaving. We need a shower, he said, but neither of us moved. His soft cock slipped out of my hole, and I squeezed my ass cheeks to keep his cum inside me. Let me up, then. Instead of moving, he dropped a kiss on my lips. My face grew hot. I pushed at his arms. Ford, don't be a dick. If we ruin this sheet too, you'll have to ask them for a new one tomorrow. I'm afraid it's too late, but I don't mind asking. You think I'm ashamed of what we're doing? You should be, I scowled. It took me years to accept that I was bi. I've had years to work through this. I was just waiting for the right time, the right man to come along. Right man, my ass. I slapped him hard in the chest and he grunted, but moved so I could scramble off the bed and rush to the bathroom and escape where this conversation was going. This was sex only, and being married to the guy I was sleeping with didn't change that.
12. Ford. This was it. I walked out of the reception area feeling refreshed and nostalgic, although we hadn't left yet. Our honeymoon had been officially over 2 days ago, but when I'd suggested booking 2 more days, River had shrugged. He hadn't fooled me with his nonchalant response, though. I'd been able to tell he was pleased. In the time we'd been here, I'd learned a lot about my husband, but still knew so little. He loved sex, had no interest in topping, didn't like to talk about his feelings, but was very touchy-feely, even though he did everything in his power not to show it. I'd become quite good at reading his tells, though. The blushes when I kissed him, the glow in his eye when I copped a feel as I walked by him. There was a lot more to River than I'd initially thought. While we were out here isolated, he'd let his guard down somewhat. But which River would I get when we returned home? Whatever version he would present to me hopefully didn't dull his sassy personality. I liked that best about him, how he challenged me and disagreed just to be querulous. Smiling, I walked toward the car where I'd left River and froze. He was talking to 2 men who, from the way they held hands, were the couple who'd invited him for a threesome. Although they hadn't succeeded, it did nothing to squash my jealousy. Why was River even talking to them? I lengthened my stride and crept up behind River. When I was close enough, the 2 men looked right at me, and River half turned. Too late. I wrapped my arms around his waist and bit his neck playfully. "Ouch, Ford, you can't just bite me like that." He rubbed at the spot. "I can make it better." I shoved his hand away and licked the area. "There, all better. I thought you wanted to stay in the car until I checked us out." "Yeah, but Alexander and Cow wanted to apologize for coming on so strong the other night." "Coming on strong?" I snapped. "They left you stranded because you wouldn't sleep with them." I took River's hand. "Let's go." "It's not like that. We can explain." Ignoring the men, I opened the door, pushed River inside, slammed the door shut, and got in the driver's seat. "Well, that was rude," River said when I drove away. "Good. Why were you even talking to them? They're clearly trying to persuade you to change your mind." "We weren't likely to see each other again," he shrugged. "So what did it hurt just hearing them out?" "Some people you don't give the time of day, River." "If I hadn't done that to you, we wouldn't be in this position now." "That's different. You didn't have a choice." He grunted and reclined the seat. "I'm going to take a nap. Wake me up when we get there, will you?" "Tired?" I smirked. "You know damn well I am. If you need to take a nap too, just pull over and wake me up. I'll drive the rest of the way." "I'm good. The work at the ranch keeps me up for long hours. Sleep. Your services may be required tonight." "No, Ford. No. I need a few days to recover from that fuckfest of a honeymoon." Chuckling, I reached across the seat and kneaded his thigh. Poor baby. He pulled a face. Yeah, he hated endearments. But the more he showed his distaste, the more I wanted to find one that made him smile. I had a year to work on it. I let him sleep, peeking at him every now and then to make sure he wasn't slumped over at too much of an unnatural angle. He would wake up with a crick in his neck. Since when do you care? Ah, shut up. Halfway home, I laid my hand on River's thigh. "River? Want to stop and get something to eat? I can hear your stomach grumbling." He stretched. "That's because you made us miss breakfast." "I'm trying to make it up to you. Would you have to be so cranky all the time?" "My stomach's empty, my ass feels like a cherry bomb erupted inside me, and you won't let me sleep." A smidge of guilt streaked through me. Was he really hurting that bad, or was he being River and exaggerating? I had no experience of taking dick up the ass, so I wouldn't know. "Why did you let me keep at it if it was that uncomfortable for you, "Because in the moment, the pleasure overshadows the discomfort. But now I'm all achy and sore." "Should I look for a drive-thru then?" "Nah, I'd like to stretch my legs." "Okay. You can sit in the jacuzzi when we get home." At a popular restaurant chain, I turned off and parked. I held the door open for him. He shuffled inside, his movements slower than I'd seen from him before. My neck grew hot. Fuck, I really had ridden him too hard. I gestured to a booth, and he gingerly sat, sliding over on the bench. "What's with you?" he asked. "What do you mean?" "Your face is all red." "Because you're walking funny. I'm sorry." Now his face was turning red.
Just stop drawing attention to it and let's eat.
He snagged a menu and unfolded it. I took the other one. River? I know you don't want to talk about it, but next time just tell me if I want it too much. I rubbed the back of my neck. This is a new area for me.
Relax, if I can't handle you, I'll tell you.
Would he, though? He was so damn competitive and always had to prove he could manage anything I did to him. What had made him that way? Will you tell your family about our marriage?
No.
Just no? What if they find out? Would they be upset?
Nope.
The waiter appeared at our table and took our order. We both got burgers. He asked them to hold the onions and pickles, something for me to remember. He laced his fingers on the table. What happened to your wedding ring?
It's in my pocket.
Why? Put it back on. I didn't like seeing his bare finger. How would other men and women know that he was already taken? For just a year, but still very much taken.
I don't feel like wearing it.
Why the hell not? I'm wearing mine. He snorted and slid out of the booth.
I'm going to use the bathroom.
River? But he walked away, his hands thrust in the pockets of his hoodie. How long had he not been wearing his ring? I hadn't noticed until then. My irritation with him was mounting again, and I hated it. I wanted us to get along. Our relationship would be easier, but he was pulling away from me and we weren't even home yet. Was I suffocating him? Maybe I needed to step back and give him space. He took a long time to return. He swaggered to our table, looking so damn fine he turned a few heads. That first day we met, he'd been the one who had caught my attention. I'd stared at him so long and hard that I'd recognized him and the woman he'd been with when they'd tried to rob me blind. That felt like a lifetime ago. So much had happened since. We ate in silence, but I'd lost my appetite. All I could focus on was his naked finger. Why did that bother me so much? I put down my half-eaten burger and pushed my plate away. He was quick to grab it and wolf it down.
You're creeping me out with all the staring,
he mumbled around a mouthful.
I know I have a pretty face, but damn.
I shot him a glare when I fished my phone out of my pocket. I'm sending you the pics we took during our honeymoon. Post a few to your social media, will you?
That's why you took those pictures?
Yeah, we have to make this marriage look convincing. I tried to tag you but couldn't find you.
Because I'm not on social media.
Why not?
Think about what I do for a living.
I frowned. What you did. I don't expect you to do that anymore now that we're married. I'll buy you clothes and feed you.
As long as I'm your obedient little bitch.
What the fuck, River? He shrugged.
Say it ain't so.
It's not. What's with the attitude today?
Nothing. Let's just go.
But something was wrong. I could sense it. He didn't even wait for me to pay our bill, but stalked out of the restaurant. I thanked the waiter for the excellent service, both in word and cash, then followed River. He leaned against the car, looking at something in his hand. What's going on with you? I walked right up to him and grabbed the front of his hoodie. Haven't we got along over the past 2 days? Why are you back to your surly behavior?
Because when I'm not on your dick, I can think clearly again.
He held out his hand.
Take it back. I don't want it.
Want what? I opened my hand and he dropped his wedding band into my palm. My stomach roiled. No, you're stuck with me for a year.
I know that. But why'd you have to give me a ring with her initials in it? You're a fucking unfeeling bastard. You got new rings for us, so why'd you have to put her initials in them deliberately, huh? To remind me she's the one who was supposed to wear it?
What are you talking about?
Like you don't fucking know.
I don't know. I held the ring up and read the inscription. Shit, River, I didn't know. They must have made a mistake at the jeweler's and used the same initials as were on the previous rings. Mine doesn't have it.
I don't believe you.
Look. I slipped the wedding ring from my finger. He took it from me and stared at the R and F.
It's different from mine.
Yeah, like I said, I didn't realize. Why didn't you say something earlier? He shrugged and handed me back the ring. I slid it on. You're so bad at communicating, you know that?
I'm not used to talking to you all friendly like, okay?
From now on, you tell me when something is bothering you.
Yeah, I can't promise that.
He stared over my shoulder, those damn shutters coming down over his features.
River, we can make this a pleasant year, but you gotta talk to me, babe.
He inhaled sharply and I cocked my head. Babe, that was what he responded to. He shook his head.
I can't explain it. It's just hard. I've been on my own for so long, you know? Sometimes I need space to work out the shit in my head.
He kicked at a tire.
We should go. Do you want me to drive?
Sure, why not? I didn't mind driving all the way, but he seemed restless, like he was about to bolt, so I handed over the car keys. Before he could walk around me, I caught his arm and kissed him. His lips opened up under mine, and as I'd come to expect, he turned fully into me, so eager for the physical aspect of our relationship. He wasn't the only one. My cock rubbed against his fly. River pulled away from me.
Why are you always so horny?
Have you seen my husband? He's kinda hot. It's hard to keep my hands off him. He pulled a disgusted face, but he didn't fool me. Those eyes of his were a dead giveaway of how pleased he was. I would have to compliment him more often. An hour later, River pulled up at my house. It was late in the afternoon, and the sky had grown overcast. When he got to the front door, the heavens opened.
Impeccable timing, River said.
Yeah, we need the rain for the crops, so this is good. I unlocked the door, but before River could take a step, I swooped down and picked him up.
What's wrong? Fucking hell, Ford put me down.
He wasn't a lightweight, not by a long stretch, but I was bulkier and fucking pleased I could carry my husband without pulling a D. And now all I wanted to do was pin him to the wall in the hall and fuck him like that with his legs around my waist. Some other time, I'd give him a break for the rest of the week.
Ford?
I set him on his feet and he slapped me in the chest. What? It's tradition to carry the bride across the threshold. Why can't we do the same?
Are you going to start that bride crap again?
You're so hot when you're irritable. He nodded.
So that's why you keep pissing me off.
I knocked my shoulder into his. Admit you love it.
I can't. It'd be a lie.
Nah. When we argue, you get all mad and horny, and then we end up you-know-where. He rolled his eyes and walked off. He'd been here before with Cameron, but he peered around like it was his first time. When the rain stops, I'll get the suitcases, I said. He glanced over his shoulder.
What about my things from the apartment I've been sharing with Cammy?
I had someone bring your stuff over. He groaned.
Couldn't even wait for me to pack my shit.
You have a very capable husband. You don't have to do anything but be pretty.
So I'm a trophy husband.
Does that bother you?
People will think I married you for the money.
Well, didn't you?
No. I married you so you wouldn't go after Cammy.
Because he was so damn protective of her. Damn him. I'll still pay you what I agreed on with her every month for the next year. He spun around.
You'd still do that even after what she did?
You didn't know what she was up to, did you?
No.
Then why should you pay for the consequences of her actions? He cleared his throat.
Like me having to marry you?
That's different. I needed a husband. Sensing an argument brewing, I made a beeline for the kitchen, River hot on my heels.
You really believe your grandfather would cut you out of his will just because you're not married?
Believe me, he would.
Rich people are so weird. Must be a lot of money involved if you needed to go to this extreme.
What about your family? I opened the fridge and smiled at the covered dishes. Great, Mom came through. She loaded our fridge with food.
That's nice. You're very close.
I took 2 cans of beer and passed him one. It hadn't escaped me he hadn't answered my question about his family. We are, despite everything.
Despite?
My brother and I have a weird relationship.
Fucking strange considering you're identical twins, but I'd have been pissed too given what he did.
Stealing my ex was just the tip of the iceberg. When we grew up, we competed in everything. It was fun until it turned malicious.
It's nice you have such a large family. I didn't expect them to be so understanding about our marriage. They worked the shock out of their system when my Uncle Ralph came out like a decade ago. So why did you take so long to acknowledge your bi? I just didn't think it was worth the trouble since I didn't have a problem dating women. Yet you married me out of spite. It wasn't out of spite. What then? I needed a spouse. You were available, and I knew you wouldn't say no because you'd wanted to save Cameron's ass. What hold does she have over you? I took a long gulp from my beer. You wouldn't understand. My stomach clenched. I knew better than to bring her up. Now his lips had gone all tight on me again. I know nothing about your family, I said. Should have thought about that before you married me. Show me to my room, will ya? Sighing, I downed my beer, threw the can into the recycling bin, and led him up the stairs. At the end of the hall, I opened the door to the master bedroom and stepped aside. When he brushed by me, I had to curl my hands into fists so as not to reach for him. I loved touching him as much as he loved being touched. This is nice, but why are your things in here? Because you're sleeping in my bedroom. You can still fuck me in a room down the hall, you know? And as we both know damn well from yesterday in the cabin, we don't even need a bedroom. You don't need to send me up here. I'll be just as comfortable sleeping in a guest room. You're not a guest, you're my husband. For only you're my husband, River, you sleep with me. He shrugged. Fine. Don't say I didn't warn you that I might mess with your perfect system. I'll manage. I could survive any disaster he could wreak on the bedroom, but I was slowly coming to the conclusion that I might not survive River being away from me. He was so eager to get away from me, though. Was I overwhelming him? Maybe I should go slower and give him more time to accept the shift in our relationship. 13. River. It had taken exactly 8 days for my darling husband to tire of me, and for his routine to annoy me to no end. We never got to spend any time together. He got up at the ass crack of dawn and drove over to his folks' property, but he made no effort to come home early. All day I was on my own, and with Cammy gone, I had no friends in this godforsaken town of Grove Springs. When the alarm sounded, I was tempted to turn it off. Would it be too much to ask to wake up and have breakfast together for a change? He didn't even take days off where he lingered in bed. Not that being in bed made a difference, since we hadn't had sex since returning from our honeymoon. At first I'd thought he was giving me a break just like I'd asked, but by day 5 that didn't seem to be the reason anymore. Ford. I shook his shoulder. Not even the blaring sirens roused him. The man slept like the dead. Normally, I sucked it up, but not this morning. I was a second away from throwing his phone against the wall. Ford, get up. I shook him harder. You're going to be late if you don't hit the shower now. Damn this man. Suit himself. He couldn't say I hadn't tried. I climbed out of bed and shuffled to the bathroom, my eyes burning. I'd been too pissed at him last night to go to bed at the same time he did, so I'd stayed up late and watched a movie. Did he get the hint that he should come down and order me to sleep with him? Nope. His snores drifted down from the bedroom. The last time I was the one who'd begged him to sleep with me. I didn't want to beg him again. He was sure as hell not shy about going after what he wanted. So if he wasn't even giving me a kiss, that meant he was officially tired of me, right? After using the bathroom, I was too awake to go back to sleep. He still hadn't stirred, so I turned his alarm off. If he was that tired, then he deserved to sleep in for one morning, didn't he? I pulled on a pair of sweatpants, not caring who it belonged to. A perk of being married to a man who wasn't that much bigger than me. His clothes hung on my frame, but they were all right to wear. And they always smelled nice, not of cologne, but his earthy, natural body scent. I held his sweatpants to my face while I jerked off, which I'd done yesterday. I'd fished his underwear he changed before going to work out of the hamper and beat my cock to the heady scent of him. He'd never know my dirty little secret. In the kitchen, the extravagant kitchen, I dumped cereal into a bowl and opened the fridge. Damn, we were out of milk. I scribbled it onto the list on the fridge. It was getting longer, and he hadn't mentioned anything about going grocery shopping. Did he want me to do it alone? I had no idea what he ate. I'd been living off the food his mother had left us in the fridge, but I'd eaten the last casserole yesterday. I'd have to cook or order something later. I dimmed the light in the kitchen and sat in the rocking chair on the wide porch. The sun wasn't up yet, and there was a bite in the crisp morning air. Would Ford be angry when he woke up and discovered I turned off his alarm? What did I care? I munched on the dry cereal and placed the empty bowl on the floor. With my foot propped up on the balustrade, I tipped my head back and gazed at the stars twinkling in the dark sky. It was peaceful. No neighbor close by, no birds chirping, no rodents squirreling for food. River! I bolted upright, rocking the chair, and almost fell out. My feet hit the floor and I winced. Damn, the sun had risen. That explains him bellowing my name. River! The front door banged open and Ford, dressed in his customary jeans and plaid shirt hanging open over a dark blue t-shirt, stomped out. His hair was still damp from his shower and his eyes were blazing. Now don't start with me. I held up my hand. You were tired and wouldn't wake up, so I turned the stupid alarm off. It was that or throw it against the wall. Forget the alarm. What are you doing out here? I looked everywhere for you. I thought you'd... I folded my arms across my chest. You thought I'd what? Left? I promised you a year, didn't I? As much as I don't want to be here, I made that promise and I won't break it, so you can relax. You've got yourself a model husband for the year. But can I trust you? He stepped in front of me. You have no other option. Like I said, I gave you my word. I'll stay here even if you treat me badly. I treat you badly? He raised his eyebrows as if he was seriously surprised by my answer. Is that what you think? Why you've been sulking all week? Heat crept up my cheeks. Who's sulking? Even now you are. It's sort of adorable. I lashed a foot out and kicked him. Take that back. I don't sulk over any man. I'm not that kind of guy. Ford only grinned like it was word opposite day. If you're not mad, then kiss me. Why would I want to do that? Come on, River, I'm going to work. Do you know the accidents that can happen on a ranch? Maybe this will be the last time you're seeing me. I wanted to say good riddance. I really did. But the words refused to come out of my mouth. Ford placed his hands on the arms of the chair and leaned forward. Open up, River. It's been a while since I've had that sweet mouth of yours. And whose fault is that? It's been 8 days. Ford barked out a laugh. You've been counting? I'm insulted you haven't. It looked like you had completely forgotten I exist. I didn't. I was trying not to be a horny bastard like you accused me of. And you couldn't even kiss me? Babe, if I'd kissed you, we would have ended up in bed. I'd have fucked you silly, but your body needed a break. So I thought it best to keep my hands off you. When I touch you, I'm not going to stop until we at least go a few rounds. Nobody likes a braggart. Not bragging, babe. You know from experience that it's nothing but the truth. He leaned even closer and teased my lips with his. Open up, River. I bit his lip hard, but instead of pushing me away, he moaned. When I released his lip, his mouth came down on mine, gentle but firm. I pushed my hands against his chest, intending to shove him away, but my hands gathered up fistfuls of his shirt and I hung on, allowing him to plunder away at his will. Kissing him felt so good. He hadn't shaved this morning, probably from being late, and his scratchy beard pricked at my skin. Even that was more pleasant than I cared to admit. River, he sighed. I know what you need. Why'd it take you 8 days to give it to me, huh? Let me make it up to you. He grasped the waistband of my sweatpants and peeled them and my boxers down my legs. Ford, anyone driving by can see. Who? Our closest neighbors live half a mile away. And if they do, let them. What are they going to do? Report me for making love to my husband on my porch? Groaning, I grabbed the back of his head and pulled him down so I could kiss him again. You have work. I'm already late. You're going to be later. I'm the boss. Shouldn't the boss be responsible and... River? Please shut up. Well, since you asked politely. I tugged his head lower still so his mouth was hovering over my hard cock. Suck me off. Say please. No. Then I'll just walk away. I dare you. Ford, please. He smiled and went down on his knees. Being nice will get you everything from me, River. Anything you want. Except my freedom for the next year. He caught my cock in his mouth and sucked all the way down to the root. Fuck, what freedom? What was freedom when I could have this? Lounging back, I tossed both my legs over the arms of the chair and ran one hand through his hair. With the other, I teased my sensitive nipples. Fuck, Ford. I thrust up into his mouth and he slurped his way back to the tip. Ford wrapped his hand around my cock and stroked me while spitting on my hole. With his right hand, he stroked my hole and hissed. There it is. That fuckhole I've been dying to get into all week. What's stopping you now? I wanted to be fed. I'd never been as desperate for cock before as I was for Ford's. But he didn't give me his cock. He slipped 2 fingers inside me and slowly worked them in and out of my body, hitting my prostate from this angle. He engulfed my cock again, sucking me off at the same pace his fingers opened me up. It was sweet torture, and I squirmed in the chair, panting and straining. A hoarse cry tore from my lips, and I white-knuckled the arms. My head spun like I was falling. Ford sucked harder, and I cracked an eye open. He licked a bubble of my cum from the corner of his lips. When he released my cock and removed his fingers, I moaned and slumped in the chair, boneless and sated. Ford looked satisfied with himself as he got to his feet. That should do it until later. He winked. Don't move. I want to see you like this in the rearview mirror of my truck, all sprawled out with your legs spread and your hole still quivering from me fingering you. You're a sight for sore eyes, River Lake Butler. He pressed a kiss to my lips and strode from the porch. My heart thumped inside my chest. I shouldn't do what he'd asked. He'd already thought he could use sex to mellow and control me. I just needed to close my legs and pull my sweatpants up. Instead, I lay draped in that chair watching the man I was sure I hated drive away in his truck, taking his last fill of the slut he'd turned me into.
14. Ford. The image of River sprawled out in the chair stayed with me for the whole damn day. Tagging 50 new cattle that arrived on the ranch didn't dispel the alluring picture, and when I finally finished for the day and drove back to my parents' house to shower and eat, it was right there, front and center in my mind again. I ate with the other men like I usually did in the newly renovated barn a few yards away from the house. Our operation had grown exponentially over the years, and we'd built several barns on the property. I'd reserved the smallest one for a dining hall. It had always been my family's tradition that no worker went home with an empty stomach unless they chose to. We paid our employees an above-average salary and offered them additional benefits. In return, we expected them to work hard, and the investment had paid off. The ranch flourished, and the workers were comfortable and happy to work for us. If more companies treated their employees like partners instead of slaves, they would fare so much better. People thrived in a positive working environment. Chatter and laughter filled the barn as we unwound from a grueling day. It might not have been the right time to get married, given all the work that needed to be done on the ranch. Once we got all our new livestock settled, I could take it easier. In a couple of weeks, things would slow down a bit so I could give River more of my attention. My husband. With River, I'd gotten way more than I'd bargained for. We had a long way to go. He was still prickly, but that might never change. I could live with it. If only he wasn't so tight-lipped. I would have loved to know more about him and his background to understand him more.
I don't know how you do it, man,
Billy said from across the table.
You just got married and you're here eating with us. Shouldn't you be rushing home to your husband? Perhaps he regrets marrying a man after all,
someone said, too far down the table for me to know who it was. My husband and I are fine. I got to my feet and grabbed my plate. He understands I'm busy at the ranch this time of the year. Did he, though? This morning I teased him for sulking, but what if he'd meant it when he said I mistreated him? I'd ignored his grumbling because I really didn't. But maybe he'd meant the lack of attention. River didn't want my attention, did he? He always pushed me away or claimed he wanted space, so I'd been giving him that. Oh yeah, he craved the sex stuff, but he was recuperating from our honeymoon, and I hadn't thought he was keen to see my face. He seemed eager to have sex, but had no interest in communicating and building a relationship with me. After dropping my plate off on the counter, I walked back to the house and headed for the downstairs shower. 15 minutes later, I was fresh again for my husband. In the kitchen, Mom was helping with the dishes, although we hired help for that.
"Hello, dear."
Mom wiped her hands on a towel. She'd cropped her long hair, and I was still getting used to it, but it looked good on her.
"Are you heading out?"
"Yes, just came to say goodnight." She smiled and patted my cheek.
"You're still such a good boy. If only I saw Bentley as much as I do you. Let me walk you to your truck."
"You don't have to do that, Mom."
"Hush, you're a married man now, so I can't see you off anymore."
"What does one have to do with the other?"
"I noticed the changes."
We stopped at my truck, and she placed a hand on my shoulder.
"Changes in all the wrong things, dear."
"What do you mean?"
"Do you really have to take a shower before you go home in the evenings?"
My face burned. "Mom, please."
"You have your reasons to want to smell fresh as a daisy when you go home to your husband. And I'm not saying that's a bad thing, but you're obsessed with it. People talk, you know."
I frowned. "Talk about what?"
"Your husband not liking you working on the ranch, which is why you change before you go home every evening, and why he hasn't been here yet, even though you've been back from your honeymoon for over a week now."
"Mom, it's not that. We haven't had much time to talk about anything. We never talked. It was all sex, but how long could that last? I'd given him a break, and now he'd gotten the wrong idea."
"No one expects you to spend so much time on the ranch, honey," she said. "You didn't even take a week off for your honeymoon. Come in late, go home early. Spend some time with your husband."
Well, this was rich. My mother scolding me about my marriage. "River and I are fine, Mom." I interjected more confidence in my voice than I felt. "I'll take him to Sunday brunch soon. We're just trying to find our footing with each other."
"I understand. If you need to talk, you know I'm here. Being married to your father for 35 years hasn't been easy, but I'd like to think we navigate things pretty well."
"Thanks, Mom." I hugged her, then got into my truck and drove away with a honk of the horn. When I glanced in the rearview mirror, it wasn't her I saw, but River, thoroughly orgasmed out in the chair on the porch. Not that I didn't want to spend more time with him. I did, but it left me uneasy, too. What if he wanted nothing more from me but my cock? I didn't want to make a fool of myself by saying something crazy to him. Like, why not rip the contract up and see where this marriage would lead? River wasn't too good at communicating. Hell, I wasn't any better. He bottled everything up, and I had no clue what he thought. If he'd given me even the tiniest sign. But so far, River was only interested in me making him come. He shut down for everything else. What if I made the first move? I could take a day off. We still needed to go to the jewelry store to get his ring sorted out, but he hadn't mentioned it again. Did that mean he didn't want to wear a ring at all? He seemed just as happy without one, while I couldn't even take mine off. What did that say about me? I was in deep shit. I parked the truck and inhaled deeply. I would ask him about the ring. His reaction could give me a clue about how he felt. If this was just sexual attraction for him or if he sensed more. After I closed the door behind me, I put my shoes away and walked along the hall. Funny quivers in my stomach. Were those butterflies? They fluttered every evening when I came home to him. My husband. Laughter followed by mumbling came from the living room. Frowning, I opened the door. River reclined on the couch, his back to me and his feet propped up over the arm. He'd muted the television, and he looked so comfortable I smiled. I enjoyed seeing him like this, like him looking happy and relaxed in my house. Rarely was he this tense-free around me unless we were making out and having sex. Even then, he would swear at me and deny how good it was between us.
I'm just glad you're happy, Cammy. I miss you.
I froze, my heart slowing down painfully at his words. Was he talking to her? Was that the reason he looked so comfortable? Damn, I was a fool for thinking he was becoming at ease in my home, seeing it as his. If he felt at home, maybe he would want to stay.
Yeah, don't worry about me. I'm okay for now. But as soon as I can, I'll come and get you. Just promise you'll wait on me.
Wait on him? My muscles clenched and my nostrils flared. How dared he make plans to be with her while he was still together with me? Fuck him. I turned away and stormed up the stairs to our bedroom. But it only became worse. I stared at the bed where he lay next to me every night. He might not know this, but every time I woke up to use the bathroom at night, he was curled up against me. Sometimes I'd put my arms around him and savor the moment of peace when I got the chance to touch him without him going off on me.
Ford? River entered the bedroom. I didn't hear you come in.
I ignored him and walked into the bathroom. Raising my shirt, I sprayed on deodorant and then brushed my teeth. When I returned to the bedroom, River got up from the bed.
Did something happen? He asked. You look upset. Someone didn't find out our marriage is fake, did they?
Fake? I hated the word. We'd both signed the marriage certificate. The marriage was legal. We'd both said vows and consummated the marriage over and over and over on our honeymoon. How could it still be fake? You'd love that, wouldn't you? I glared at him. Regardless of who finds out or not about us, you've agreed to a year.
But if it's no longer relevant...
A fucking year, River. A year to make him forget about her. Was a year enough to make him fall in love with me instead?
What the hell's your problem?
River roared. Who were you talking to just now on the phone? His red face only made me madder.
I wanted to know how she was doing. I was home alone all day since somebody doesn't like being around me. So yes, I called her and we had a nice little chat.
Let me guess. You had a nice little chat about poor, stupid Ford, who she jilted 3 days before the wedding. What's the most hilarious part? Where she robbed me?
Actually, we didn't talk about you at all.
That only made it worse. Was I so insignificant to him that he didn't think of me at all? I stalked over to the closet and grabbed a jacket. I had made room for him, but he still hadn't hung his clothes on the hangers. What was I supposed to make of that? He was just waiting for the opportunity to leave me.
Where are you going? River asked. You can't be seriously going out right now. What about...
What about what? I snapped. My promise to fuck you this morning when I get home? River poked his finger in my chest.
Fuck you. Go, see if I care. You're the one always going on about communication, and now you're running off because you can't handle me talking to her.
I need to cool off before I say things I might regret. Don't wait up.
You're a lousy husband, Ford.
His words stabbed me in the heart as I clattered down the stairs and out of the house, slamming the front door shut. I got into my truck and sat there taking deep breaths. I needed to calm down. When I was certain I had curbed my anger enough not to smash my foot to the pedal, I drove away, without having a destination in mind. A bar was out. I'd drink too much. Tomorrow was another work day, and I couldn't afford to lie in bed with a hangover. I ended up at Omar's place. His car was in the half-open garage. I punched in his number.
Hey, that you parked in my driveway? He answered the call.
I should have known the fucker missed nothing. That was the reason his security firm had taken off. The man had a mental acuity for safety. Yeah, you got company?
No, come on in. I unlocked the door. I'm making dinner.
I hung up, got out of the truck, and strode into the house. Omar was in the kitchen removing a roasted chicken from the oven. A whole damn chicken. I never get why you bother. I gestured to all the food laid out on the table. When I lived alone, I never cooked.
Because your mama fed you. Mine lives out of state, and she taught me there's no meal like a home-cooked one. Want some?
No, I'm not hungry.
You're not here for food. Then...
I scowled. Can't I drop by unannounced?
Yes, but from the sour look on your face, there's more to it than that. Grab a beer from the fridge.
Thanks. He'd found these flavored beers in an ethnic store, and I'd grown fond of the taste, especially the apple one.
I gulped down half the content. I don't get why he still talks to her. She ran out on him, left him to face the consequences of her actions. I take it this is about River and Cameron? Who else? I never got why the two of them together bothered you so much. I always assumed you were jealous of the relationship between them and wanted Cameron all to yourself, but your arrangement was strictly business. Or did you sleep with her? I didn't. She wanted to, but I turned her down. Ouch. No wonder she ran out on you. She's a beautiful woman. But I hadn't been attracted to her. Fess up, Ford. What's going on between you and River? On the night of the bachelor party, I could sense this tension between you more than usual. I exhaled slowly. We slept together. What? He stopped fixing the salad. I groaned and dropped into a chair. It was a stupid thing, but it happened on our honeymoon. So you slept with him once? Or a dozen times. Fuck, Ford. I know. I wanted to keep it all business, but he makes it difficult. He does it for me, Omar. Fuck knows why. I swear half the time I want to smack him. Well, don't. That's abuse. I'm not going to do it. Pretty sure he feels the same way about me, too. We irritate each other. Then why the fuck are you so tense if you're getting some? Because he still keeps talking about ending our marriage. It rubs me the wrong way. It's all sex for him and nothing else. And it's more for you. I guess. You guess? I'm still figuring shit out, okay? Him talking to her and planning to hook up after our marriage ends makes me so fucking angry. Do you love him? I don't know him well enough to love him, but I want him, Omar. I want him to be mine. I want him to stop talking about the divorce and how fake our relationship is. I want him to open up and talk to me. Tell me how he's feeling, about his family, his life before me. And I assume you do the same? You talk to him about your feelings? I fell silent. Whose side was he on anyway? How can I talk to him? I don't even know where to begin. Don't you think it's hypocritical to expect him to open up to you when you don't do the same? Damn it. Why did I have friends who were honest instead of ones who stroked my ego and told me I was right? 15. River. It wasn't just the sex. Why didn't he get that? I punched my pillow into shape and turned onto my side. It was what the sex represented, us spending time together. When we had sex, our relationship didn't feel so uncomfortable. Then it didn't matter that my heart beat fast. It made sense I longed to touch and kiss him. These things were expected when having sex, but how could I sit in his lap without making things awkward? How could I straddle him and kiss him just for kissing's sake, or slip into the bathroom just to shower with him? After he just emptied a load inside me, he didn't bat an eye when we took a shower together. But he would have questions if I did that at random. I fucking hate him. I clamped my eyes shut, pretending the tears burning behind my eyelids weren't there. Why did he have to go off at me because I'd been talking to Cammy? She was the only person I had to talk to, the only connection I had to my past and my brother. Did he expect me to give that up so he wouldn't be reminded of Cammy running off with his money? She'd had a good reason for doing it, even though it had been wrong. How could I tell him all that when just mentioning her name seemed to set him off? 1 sheep, 2 sheep, 3 sheep. Where the hell was he anyway? Although I told him I wouldn't wait up for him, I had stayed up as long as I dared. It had to be close to midnight now. 4 sheep, 5 sheep, 6 sheep. Counting sheep didn't help. I was at 64 when his truck drove up to the house. 82 when his footsteps came up the stairs. He wasn't particularly loud, but at this time of night, everything was so quiet I couldn't help hearing every little peep. I turned onto my side and threw my arm over my face to hide the fact that I wasn't sleeping. My heart beat too fast, and I tried to even out my breathing. Here I was, a grown man pretending to sleep to avoid his husband. How pathetic. But what could I say to him after our stupid argument? The bedroom door opened and closed, rustling of clothes being removed. Then Ford walked over to my side of the bed. A second later, his hand was in my hair. River. I breathed in deeply and let out the breath slowly.
I know you're not sleeping.
Fuck.
Talk to me, please. Everything's so fucked up, and I have no idea what you're thinking.
You're an ass.
What?
You wanted to know what I'm thinking? That's it. You're an ass. He sat on the floor with his back to the bed.
You can sometimes be one too, you know.
We're not talking about me right now. We're talking about you being an ass, being upset over nothing and storming out.
I honestly don't know what to say. I'm trying to find the words. Talking to other people is never this difficult for me. Why is it near impossible with you? I never can say what I mean, and the only time we get along is when we...
When what? Ford scrambled up, crawled onto the bed, rolled me onto my back, and straddled me.
When I do this. This is the only way we seem to communicate well, River.
His lips came down on mine in a soft kiss that made me groan. We should talk before we do this again. I gasped as his lips wandered down my neck. Ford. Jesus, why did he know all the right places to kiss me?
Yes, babe.
Fuck. I hated when he called me that. Hated it so much I wanted him to say it every time. But we really needed to talk, damn it. Ford, stop that. I pushed him away half-heartedly, but still clung to his hand. I didn't want him to stop. He'd caught the waistband of my shorts and was pulling it down. My hips rose for him of their own volition, and he chuckled.
Say whatever you want, River, but you can't stop this any more than I can.
I'm still so fucking pissed at you for earlier.
I know, and I'm sorry, but I'm trying to make you like me again.
His hand closed over my erection and my hips involuntarily bucked. I never liked you.
How about now?
He sucked my cock into his mouth. I don't like it, I don't like it. Fuck. I loved it. I gripped Ford's hair and fucked up into his mouth, hitting the back of his throat and smirking at his horrible gag reflex. But I liked that. Liked that he choked on my cock, even though I'd never sucked his dick before. It was always him gagging on me, and it seemed like a fair trade. He sucked me off, and he got to fuck me all he wanted. Ford slapped my thigh, and I let go. He gasped and wiped his face with the back of his hand.
You choked me on purpose.
It's hard hearing you gag. It's no different from you loving to hear me scream in pain. He moved away from me, shucked off his clothes, then opened the drawer and returned to me.
That's because you love it rough.
And you don't enjoy gagging on my cock?
We're at a stalemate, then.
I raised my legs and hooked my arms around them to hold myself open for him. The lamp illuminated the room enough for us to see each other without me feeling too exposed.
I need one of your hands, he said.
What for?
I want to watch you get yourself ready for me.
He squeezed the lube into my hand and I rubbed it around my hole, then shoved 2 fingers in. I kept my eyes on Ford. He watched me hungrily as I opened myself up. He stroked his cock slowly, practically drooling. I'm ready. His eyes shifted to my face.
Are you sure? You hardly spent any time.
Ford, I said I'm ready. Besides, he was right. I loved when it burned a little before it got good.
On your side, he said.
I rolled over and he shifted behind me. I raised my right leg and he guided his cock to my hole and slowly pushed in. All the way in.
But you're still so fucking tight. Don't want to hurt you.
Ford, just fucking trust me already. He pulled out and snapped his hips forward, driving his cock deep inside me. His pelvis slapped my ass. Yes. I ground back onto the cock, pounding into me. Fuck me. Fuck my hole. He grabbed my face and turned my head to him. I leaned into his kiss, the muscles in my back and neck straining. At this angle, he hit my spot every single time. I gave him my tongue and he sucked on it, then plastered his lips to mine. He slid his hand down my neck and over my torso, rubbing down my body and touching everywhere he could. Jesus, Ford, I gasped. Talk dirty to me. If only I could tell him everything I wanted outside of bed this easily.
You like it when I call you my slut?
He asked. Mm-hmm. I can't hear you, River. Yes, I love being your slut. He smacked my ass. Then show me how hungry you are for it. He pulled out and lay on his back with his hands behind his head. Get on it and fuck yourself. Face me so I can see that beautiful cock flopping up and down. What the fuck had we been fighting about earlier again? None of it mattered. I straddled Ford's lap, grasped his cock, and sat on it. I wriggled my hips, only claiming a few inches and fucking the tip. The smirk on his face disappeared and he fisted the pillow. Why had I never ridden him before? That's all you can manage? He taunted me. Just a couple of inches. A greedy slut can take it all. I smacked my ass down into his pelvis and gasped as he stuffed me full. Bracing my hands on the bed on either side of his thighs, I balanced and rode his cock hard. That's it, Ford hissed. Look how hungry for it you are. Did you miss it that much? You know I did. Weren't you trying to avoid it the first time? What'd you say? It was too big for you to handle? But look at you, bouncing up and down my cock like you can't get enough. That's because I can't. I was rushing to reach the end of the race, knowing when I got there I would only want to go again. Come here. Ford crooked a finger and I leaned forward and kissed him. He planted his feet on the bed and punched up over and over. Ford! I grabbed the headboard with one hand and the other I pressed into his neck. So full, so fucking full I couldn't take anymore. Fuck! I moved forward, letting his dick slide out of me to give my ass relief. Where do you think you're going? Ford rolled me onto my back and climbed on top of me. We're not finished yet. You're not giving up, are you, River? Like hell I am. I bent my knees up to my chest, sweat trickling down my temple. Ford locked his arms behind my head and with one thrust almost made me black the fuck out. Was that me screaming? What the fuck was I saying? I wasn't making any sense, begging him to stop and begging him to fuck me at the same time. When did I learn to speak another language? River. He hissed my name repeatedly. Fuck, River. I don't want to ever not have this with you. You're so fucking hot. I can hardly stand it. How deep am I, baby? So fucking deep. Should I stop? Do you want me to stop? No. Don't you fucking dare. I'm so close. Ford, you asshole, you better be a good husband and make me come. That's what you want in a husband? Someone to take care of that hole right and proper? Yes, just like you're doing now. Just don't stop. Please, Ford. Oh, God, Ford. I need it so much. I sank my nails into the muscles of his upper back. The world tilted and I was falling. My grip on Ford gave me the safety, the freedom to let go and just feel. When I came to, Ford was grinding the last of his orgasm into me, grunting with each half-hearted thrust. I felt thoroughly used and oddly at peace with what had just happened. It was always like this with Ford. Sex fixed everything. Temporarily. Why are we so fucking horrible at everything else except this? I asked. Ford chuckled. I guess we couldn't be bad at everything. Something has to give. I'm glad it's this. Ford kissed down my body, licked at the cum that soaked into my abs, and spread my legs apart. What are you doing? I stroked his hair. This is undignified. What? Eating cum from your ass? Eating your own cum from my ass. I'll feed it to you then. I unclenched and let him have it, a hand over my face but peeking at him, licking at my hole and smiling. He was so in for everything sexy that it was hard to believe I was his first. I want to be his last, his only. Ford climbed up my body. I laughed and shook my head. Nope, I don't want it. You're a dirty man, Ford. He narrowed his eyes and pinned me to the bed, holding my arms. Ford, I don't want it. I turned my head, shaking with laughter. After tussling with me, he finally plastered his lips to mine and emptied his cum into my mouth. I spat it back into his before he could move away. I'd never done anything like this with anyone, swapping spit and cum. He pushed his tongue inside and played with the load in my mouth. I opened my eyes and found him watching me intently. My heart raced and warmth spread through my body. "Swallow for me," he whispered and nibbled on my bottom lip. I swallowed and he smiled. "Good boy." My face flamed. I felt too exposed, too vulnerable, so I did the only thing I could rely on to drive a wedge between us. "Gross," I mumbled. "We're not doing that again." Ford kissed my nose. What was wrong with him? He was honestly so confusing. 1 minute all cold and unfeeling, and another warm and affectionate. Which was the real man I'd married? He rolled off me and grabbed my arm. "Come on, let's take a shower." "Carry me." "River, don't be a pain. Come." "What? It's a reasonable request. You ruined me. I can't walk. A good husband would—" "Will you shut up about what a good husband would and wouldn't do?" He scooped me up off the bed in a fireman's carry. "Ford, that's not what I meant. This isn't romantic." He shook his head and headed to the bathroom. Maybe I'm not a bad husband, but my husband's just too damn hard to please. He kind of had a point there. 16. Ford. I scratched the back of my head. The island in the kitchen was laden with an assortment of fruits: orange juice, coffee, blueberry waffles, donuts, potato hash, nuts, yogurt, muffins, and breakfast burritos. This was way too much. I hadn't known what River liked to eat, so I'd gotten some of everything, but I'd gone a bit overboard. He was going to look at me as if I were insane, and maybe I was. After last night, I'd wanted to do better. I meant the breakfast as a peace offering, but now I was sure I came off as an over-eager, lovesick fool. "Ford, what are you still doing here?" I held in my groan and turned to face River. The dark blue shirt he wore was mine, and underneath he only had on a pair of boxers, which cupped his cock too temptingly. I looked away. I'd always found men attractive, but the way River pulled at my senses was extreme. "I wanted to get you breakfast." My face burned as he surveyed the island. "That's a whole lot of food." He opened the box with donuts and took out one coated in sugar. I shouldn't be surprised. River had a sweet tooth. That much I'd seen. "Are you staying for breakfast?" He took a bite of the donut. Sugar clung to his bottom lip and he licked it off. "Ford?" "I asked if you're staying for breakfast. You're usually already at work by now." I returned my attention to his face. When our eyes clashed, he glanced away. "Interesting." "Do you want me to stay?" I asked. He shrugged. "It's your house." I caught his wrist before he could take another bite. "Do you want me to stay? Be honest." A few seconds ticked by, but I waited. He nodded. "We haven't had many meals together since we've been married." I smiled, the tightness in my stomach loosening. "Then I'll stay. Let's sit. If anything went wrong, they could always call me." We sat opposite each other and helped ourselves to the food. I wanted to make breakfast, but I found we had little groceries. That's when I saw the list you've been keeping on the fridge. "I wasn't sure if you wanted me to get the groceries." He buttered a bagel. "In fact, I'm not sure about a lot of things." "What do you mean?" "My role here. What do you want me to do besides sharing your bed? I made dinner a couple of times. Clearly, I'm not an expert, but when you didn't eat it after you got home from work, I figured you didn't want to eat it because I made it." "What's that supposed to mean?" "You don't trust me. Maybe you thought I'd poisoned the food or something." "River." I reached for his hand. "He actually thought that? I never once thought that." "Then how come you never eat what I cook?" "Because I always leave in the morning before you make breakfast, and I have dinner at my parents' house every evening after I finish work, just like I've been doing since I started working on the ranch." "Oh." "Yeah, we provide meals for our workers after a long workday, and I've always joined them. This helps them to see me as more than just their boss. I didn't want to change that after I got married." "I see." I squeezed his hand, then released it. "I also don't want you to think you have to cook for me if you don't want to.
I didn't marry you to make you a maid, River.
But a sex slave? He smirked.
I grinned. As long as you don't have a problem with it. I haven't heard any complaints from you yet in that department.
What about you avoiding me all this time?
I swallowed the piece of donut I'd bitten off. How to answer this question without plunging us into another argument? You're right, I have. I thought you'd prefer being left alone, since we always argue so much. I didn't want you to get sick of this marriage too soon. I'll try to be home earlier.
You don't have to.
He took a sip of his coffee.
I was just curious.
But his tone said otherwise. I stifled my smile. Just a few minutes with him without arguing, and I was already understanding him a bit. River didn't know how to ask for things. That's right. He's used to taking what he wants. It was up to me to help change that and anticipate his needs more. We can go grocery shopping when I get back from work this evening, I said. Maybe we can have dinner somewhere first?
I know you're busy. If you add what you want to the list, I can get the groceries while you're at work.
My way is more fun. Plus, I need to learn what you like, so going together makes sense.
Suit yourself. Just let me know when, so I'm ready.
Will you be on time if I do? He raised his eyebrows, an amused look on his face.
Are you saying my ass isn't worth the wait?
More than he could ever understand. It is. I'm sure that you... My phone vibrated and I glanced at the screen. Damn, what horrible timing. I have to go. I forgot a veterinary inspector would be coming this morning. The shutters came down again.
Later then? Call me if anything changes. Like I said, I can do the shopping alone.
No, we'll do it together. I walked around the island, took the cup of coffee out of his hand, and placed it on the surface.
Ford, why?
I cupped his face in my hands and kissed him. His body went rigid after I feathered a hand down the strong, graceful column of his neck. His mouth opened and he leaned into me, one of his hands circling my wrist and holding me against him. I nibbled at the corner of his mouth.
Ford, the inspection.
Damn it. I let him go with a sigh. Try not to get too bored while I'm away.
I'm actually thinking about finding a job.
Why? You know you don't need to work. We're married.
Ah, so you want to make me a kept man, dependent on you?
Shit. Why did I have to open my mouth and make things difficult between us again? River chuckled.
I'm just joking. Don't look so serious. Go on. You have work, and I still need to polish off this breakfast. Did you forget it was just the two of us?
I didn't want to get something you didn't like.
I'm not picky. I've had too many days of being hungry to be picky about food.
He took up the last donut and handed it to me.
One for the road.
I took the donut from him. Did he know that was the first piece of information he'd voluntarily shared about himself? Thank you. When I returned home from work, River was ready, which I was pleased about.
Are we going right away, or do you want to take a nap first?
He got up from the couch and followed me up the stairs to the bedroom.
Aren't you tired?
Not so much today. Let me change my shirt and we can go. Can you pick something out for me?
Like what?
Any shirt will do, River.
Okay. But don't say anything if it's a crappy choice.
It was different between us. A good kind of different. The banter was still there, but without the insults. He seemed to have taken the cue and responded positively to my efforts to keep it more friendly between us. I should have tried this sooner. In the bathroom, I brushed my teeth and sprayed on deodorant, then returned to the bedroom. When we get back, I need to shave.
Nah, it makes you look sexy.
You think I'm sexy? He walked over to me and pushed his shirt against my chest.
Don't make me say it again.
I kissed his nose, couldn't resist, and his scowl was worth it. He wasn't fooling me one bit. River loved my attention and me touching him, but he acted the opposite. Want to shave me later? I asked.
You sure you want to trust me with a sharp object in your neck?
Yes, I trust you. He swallowed hard, confusion in his eyes, then stepped back.
I'll wait for you downstairs. I waited until he had disappeared before I let loose my chuckle. Behind that prickly exterior, he hid a shyness that was as unexpected as it was adorable. We'd already made such progress in one day. If we kept this up for the year we'd agreed on, maybe he wouldn't even want a divorce. I put on the shirt he had chosen, grabbed my car keys, wallet, and phone, and went downstairs. This was our first time out as a married couple. I wanted to take him somewhere classy, but not to endanger our tenuous relationship. A decent steakhouse would be the best option. River was waiting for me by the door. "Want to drive?" I asked. He shrugged. "Sure." I tossed him the car keys and he widened his eyes. "Your Jag? I thought you meant your truck." "The truck is for work. Plus, you already drove the Jag back from our honeymoon." "That was because you were tired." I plucked the keys out of his hand. "I guess you don't want to." "Ford, quit fucking around. Of course I want to." "Kiss me first." He frowned. "What's with you today?" "I'm happy." Huh. Where did that come from? But I'd spoken the truth. I was happy. River made me happy despite everything. Wasn't that the reason I didn't want our marriage to end in a divorce? The scorching sex aside. "I like you better the way you were before." He huffed a breath and gave me a quick kiss. "You didn't say how long the kiss has to be." "It's good enough." I handed over the keys and he crowed in delight. Maybe I could entice him to stay with me by giving him a Jag of his own. I didn't even know when his birthday was. He drove us to GL Steakhouse and sighed happily when he parked. "I could drive this car for hours." "You can use it while I'm at the ranch." "Yeah, I don't know if I owned this car, I would trust me with it." "Why not? You're my husband. Whatever I have is yours." We got out and walked to the entrance. "If our marriage was real, yeah." "Our marriage is real." I had to bite my tongue to keep from blurting out the words. Didn't he spread his legs for me? Didn't we go to bed together and wake up next to each other? Weren't we about to have dinner together and then shop for groceries? Instead, I placed a hand on the small of his back and opened the door for him. He jerked his head up, but he didn't move away from my touch, so I left my hand there. Patience. That was all I needed with River, and we would be fine. The restaurant was a typical steakhouse, jam-packed with families in a relaxed atmosphere. People were enjoying each other's company and the food. At the bar, a few men were eating and watching a football game. "Want to eat at the bar or find a booth?" I asked him when his eyes lingered in that direction. "No, the booth is fine." We followed the hostess who handed us our menus. "A waiter will be with you shortly. Enjoy." "Thanks." River smiled at the young woman, and she smiled right back at him, then left us. When he saw me watching him, he raised his eyebrows. "What? She's pretty." My stomach dropped, but how could I tell him I didn't appreciate him admiring a woman in front of me? Anyone, for that matter. "Do you lean more toward a particular gender?" I asked. He tapped his fingers on the table. "I've never really given it much thought before, but I've been with mostly women." "Why?" "Just wondering." "What's it like for you? You said you always knew but chose to date women?" "Yeah. I wasn't keen on relationships anyway." He grinned. "I'd have never guessed you were a player." "I wasn't. Okay, maybe a little when I was in college." "Man, I didn't even graduate from high school. It wasn't until years after that I got my GED. I'm so beneath your status. It's a wonder people believe our marriage story." I frowned. "You're not beneath me." "Come on, Ford, it's true. Your family is old money. You all have a reputation in this state." "Everyone comes from different circumstances. It doesn't mean anyone is lesser." He grunted. "Well, you sure made me feel that way when you were engaged to Cammy." His expression grew strained. "Sorry, I didn't mean to bring her up." "It's okay. The situation with Cameron is complicated." "How so?" "You resented me the moment I proposed my deal to her." "It's been just the two of us for a while. I've always taken care of her, and then you came along with your ridiculous proposal. Of course I resented you." He opened the menu. "It's all water under the bridge now. For what it's worth, I really had no idea she would do what she did. But she's a good person, most of the time.
We took a few minutes to read through the menu. When the waiter appeared with a basket of bread and asked to take our order, we were ready. He left and River helped himself to one of the rolls. "You don't want to fill up on those," I said. "The steak here is decent."
"I won't."
He ate the roll and went for another.
"Your family's pretty strange."
"What do you mean?"
"You don't act rich and entitled."
I chuckled. "Really? Because I recall you telling Cameron not to marry someone who looks down his nose at you."
"I wasn't talking about your money. Mostly not. I was referring to the way you acted all sanctimoniously. Given how we met, you can understand why I felt that way."
"I guess."
"Can I ask you a question?"
"Sure."
"Did you and Cammy ever... Fuck, it isn't any of my business."
"Did we sleep together? Would it bother you if we did?"
"I don't know. It shouldn't."
"Well, the answer is no. We didn't." The look of relief made my chest ache. Did he love her that much? How could he be so open with me in bed while he loved another? "But if you ask my opinion," I said, "you could do better than someone who ran off and left you behind to handle the consequences of her actions."
"You don't understand."
"What's there to understand? She treated you poorly."
"It doesn't matter. I promised my brother I would take care of her."
He scrubbed a hand over his face.
"And I've done nothing but fail him over and over. She shouldn't have had to resort to marrying someone she didn't love for money. That's why I was so pissed about it."
"Your brother? You have a brother?"
"Had. He passed away. He took care of Cammy and me for so long until he got sick. She was devastated when we had to bury him. They'd planned to get married and have 2 kids.
"Wait, what? Your brother and Cameron were together?"
"Yeah. They were together for 6 years before he died."
"Fuck. I'd been wrong. How could I have gotten everything so wrong? I thought you were in love with her." River frowned.
"Whatever gave you that idea?"
"The way you two were so close, inseparable. You were possessive of her."
"Wait a minute."
River blew out a huff of breath.
"That's why you didn't like me? You thought I was in love with the woman you were marrying?"
I nodded.
"Does this mean you were actually falling for Cammy? Was that the reason you hated me for being that close to her?"
My heart skipped a beat and galloped in my chest. Omar had said I should be honest with him. But what if he didn't feel the same? Maybe it didn't matter. Maybe all that mattered was me telling him how I felt. "No." I held his gaze. "I resented how close she was to you." Silence stretched between us, broken only by the waiter arriving with our meal. But when he retreated, neither of us made an attempt to touch the food.
"Ford,"
River finally said,
"what are you saying?"
"I'm saying that I figured out you and Cameron weren't the strangers you'd pretended to be when I ran into her that day, because I'd seen you two together just half an hour before. I was tempted to leave things there, but we had too many misunderstandings between us, misplaced resentments from our refusal to communicate. For once, I wanted to get it right. The first time I saw you, you were alone, and I couldn't stop staring at you. Then she met up with you and you hugged. Do you want to know the thoughts that ran through my mind then, River?"
"What?"
he asked softly. I reached across the table and touched his fingers with mine. If only the smile you gave her that day was directed at me.
"Ford."
I shook my head. "No, you don't need to say anything. Let's eat. It's good we're finally getting things out in the open and we're actually talking. We've cleared up so much already."
"But there's something I want to say."
Did I want to hear it? I changed the rules by confessing I'd liked him from the first time I'd seen him.
"Ford, don't you want to know?"
He smiled, his eyes mischievous, and I relaxed. "I'm not sure."
"Coward."
He picked up his knife.
"I guess I won't tell you then that I was jealous you'd asked Cammy to marry you when I wanted it to be me. Since you don't want to know."
He cut a piece of his steak and popped it into his mouth while I gaped at him.
This is good steak. You should try it. 17. River. A week after our dinner date, I sat in the kitchen staring at a recipe but not seeing the words as I replayed our conversation in my head. I often did that these days, thinking about the night that changed our perspective of each other. Who would have thought that open communication could solve so many issues? Since that night, Ford and I had become closer. It wasn't all roses and candy. We still had arguments, but we talked about them when we were calm enough. They were usually easily solved, although I was still learning how to compromise. Half our problems were probably my fault, but Ford never blamed me. Half the time I provoked him too, because of the sex. Angry sex with Ford was addictive, and if he'd noticed we ended up in bed after or during every fight, he hadn't said anything. I smiled. Just yesterday we'd argued about football, and when I told him to stick to ranching because he clearly knew nothing about the sport, he'd fucked me right here bent over the island. After, we'd relaxed in the hot tub, and I'd explained to him why he'd been wrong. I squirmed in my chair. Too bad the intensity had worn off. My body was getting used to how rough Ford could be. But as much as I loved the sex, I was craving more. He spooned me in bed now, and he held me against his chest. He often fell asleep before I did, exhausted from working on the ranch. And sometimes I would lie in the circle of his arms and imagine us lying like that when we were old and gray. We talked about a myriad of topics, but still hadn't discussed our marriage and what we would do about it. Best not to worry about it. I tapped the screen of my tablet, expanded it, and read the recipe. Again. We should have the ingredients I needed to make a nice chicken piccata. Before Ford left this morning, I told him I'd make dinner, so he should come straight home after he'd finished working. My phone rang and I smiled at Ford's name. "Hey, are you slacking off the day job?" I asked.
I wish. Been a tough day. 3 cows gave birth at the same time.
That sounds like quite the experience, though.
Pushing her hands inside a cow to turn a breech calf? Remind me to take you with me the next time it happens.
You're on.
Listen, I called to let you know my nosy mom's about to stop by.
What? I jerked up. What do I do?
He laughed. Nothing. It's just in her nature to pry. She's held off long enough to give us privacy as newlyweds, but I knew it would only be a matter of time before she was coming over to get to know you.
But without you here?
That's how she operates, divide and conquer. I've endured my fair share of grilling for the last 3 weeks.
What should I do?
Don't worry, she won't badger you too much. Just try not to let the truth about us slip out.
The truth? Of why we married, or that our relationship had an expiration date? Ford might be attracted to me, but that didn't change my past. He might not want to stay married to someone with my reputation.
River, are you still there?
Yeah, don't worry. I won't say anything to make her suspicious. After all, I got you to like me, didn't I? If I can do that, I can endear anyone to me.
If you need anything, call me. I have to get back to work. I'm looking forward to dinner with you tonight. Can't wait to eat.
His laughter just before he ended the call was telling. He wasn't talking about food. But when had I ever denied Ford the chance of eating me out? Some of the best times we had were him rimming me with his cum in my ass. I could go for hours, satisfied with just Ford's tongue fucking me. I swirled through the house like a tornado, cleaning every surface and tidying the mess. The last thing I wanted was to give Ford's mom the wrong impression. She seemed like a genuinely nice person, and she was Ford's mother. Hell, I wanted her to like me. When the doorbell rang, my stomach churned and my palms were sweaty. If we stayed married, this woman who Ford adored would be in my life forever. I opened the door and she gave me a wide smile and a hug. "River, I hope you don't mind me barging in on you. How are you, my dear?" "I'm fine, thank you. Come on in." I'd planned to lead her to the living room, but she was carrying several dishes, so we headed into the kitchen instead. "Would you like something to drink, Mrs. Butler?" I asked. "Just some water, please, and call me Faith. I brought you some meatloaf and banana pudding." That sounds amazing. I stored the food away in the fridge, then grabbed a bottle of water. She pointed to the chicken I had thawing in the sink. Are you cooking, dear? I scratched behind my ear and laughed self-consciously. Trying. I told Ford I'd make us dinner tonight. Good. I swear he's a man of habit just like his father, but I've been reminding him that he's married now and can't eat with the rest of the ranch hands every evening like before. He's been mostly home for dinner this week. 2 nights we had gone out, and once we'd ordered pizza and eaten in front of the television while watching wrestling. Good. I won't beat around the bush. I didn't just drop in to bring over food. Your marriage to Ford was so sudden that we never had a chance to talk. I wanted to correct that. I understand. Do you want to sit in the living room? Actually, here's fine. And if you don't mind, I can help you with dinner if you tell me what you're preparing. Oh, no, I couldn't ask you to do that. You're a guest. Nonsense. I've used this kitchen more times than Ford has. Please let me help. We can talk, and this way things feel more natural. I hate barging in like this, but Ford hasn't even brought you to our family brunch on Sundays. That's my fault. I needed some time to adjust, and Ford's been indulging me. Understandable, dear. Faith was a tremendous help, and I appreciated that she didn't do it for me but guided me along. She had been right about our conversation feeling much more natural this way, too. It didn't feel weird at all talking to her while we worked side by side. River, there's something that's been bothering me. She put down the knife she used to cut the lemons. Ford proposed to your friend, but then suddenly changed his mind and married you instead. It makes me wonder if the marriage to Cameron was supposed to be platonic and hide the fact that you were in a relationship with Ford. I can't stand the idea that Ford even thought he had to conceal the true nature of your relationship for fear we wouldn't accept him. I hate to think I failed him as a mother. Don't think that, I blurted out. Even if that had been Ford's intention, and I'm not saying it was, I'm certain he knew you wouldn't treat him differently. The world's another matter, though. Things have changed so much over the years, but sometimes it seems like we're going backward and losing our rights again. I suppose that's true. But I assure you that he didn't plan to marry Cammy as a cover-up. I hated lying to her, but I didn't have a choice. He genuinely thought she was the one, and the way we felt about each other was unexpected. We tried to fight it, but we couldn't anymore. We knew we would end up hurting her, but it wouldn't be right for Ford to still marry her just to avoid doing so. Of course not. I hope your friend wasn't too badly hurt. She skipped town without attending the wedding. She's okay with it now. I added a little pepper to the chicken. Ford and I haven't known each other long, but it felt right between us. Since the wedding preparations were already in place, he asked me to take a leap of faith and marry him. There's still so much we don't know about each other. Living together was rocky at first, but I think we're finding our footing now. I'm so happy to hear that. I worried things moved a little too fast, but for any marriage to last, the two people involved have to work at it. I've been married for decades, and we still have our fair share of arguments, but we talk them through every time. As long as you two love each other and take care of each other, you'll be fine. I smiled. Thank you. Her words gave me an odd sense of comfort despite our deceit. No need to thank me, dear. You're a butler now, so you're a part of the family. She chuckled. Be prepared for the unsolicited advice, good and bad. As you can see, I'm quite frank, and I care deeply about my family, which now includes you. A lump formed in my throat, making it difficult for me to speak. Are you okay, River? She put a hand on my arm. I rubbed my eyes with the back of my hands. Yes, I'm fine. I'm glad we had this talk. After a while, Ford's mother left, extracting a promise out of me that I would attend the next Sunday brunch. I finished the chicken piccata, then headed upstairs to clean up for Ford. I probably had another hour before he would get home. I walked into the bedroom, rubbing my hair with a towel, and halted. Ford, you're home early. He grinned and my heart skipped a beat. I'd say I came home right on time. "Fuck me," I muttered. "I know that look." "Then you know what to do. On the bed, River. I want you on your hands and knees." After we'd fucked, Ford flopped over onto his back. I shuffled closer to his side and tossed an arm and leg over him, clenching my ass to keep him inside me. He trailed a hand down my back and over my ass and squeezed. "That was supposed to be dessert." I kissed his neck. He chuckled. "We still have the pudding Mom brought." "You saw that, did you?" As well as the dinner you made. Looks great." "Your mother helped." "She didn't annoy you then?" I laughed. "Of course not. She's amazing. I wish I didn't have to lie to her so much. She's going to hate me when all this ends." Ford fell silent. Was he thinking about the end of our marriage too? I promised her we would come over for brunch this Sunday. "All right. We can go if you feel comfortable about it." "Before I wouldn't be. But having talked to your mother today, I say yes. Her cooking's great too, so that's a plus." I sighed. "What's wrong?" "Nothing." "River, we've been doing so much better since we started talking about things. Tell me." "She made me think about my mother a lot today." "Yeah?" I nodded. I was 13 when she died. My brother looked after me as best he could since, but he was only 19. What did he know about taking care of a kid? "I'm sorry you lost your mother. Do you remember much about her?" "Enough." I brushed my fingertip over his collarbone. But some things especially stayed with me. How she used to read to me at night and help me with my homework. She was an amazing mother. And if she were alive... Yes? I shook my head and closed my eyes against the tears that burned. My chest hurt, and I had to force the words out. I kept thinking that your mother wouldn't like me this much if she knew about my past. Then it got me really considering that maybe it's for the best that my mother passed away. She'd be ashamed of the man I've grown up to be. River. The tears I desperately not wanted to cry trickled out. I pushed away from him, but he wrapped both arms around me, hauled me into his chest, and tucked my face into his neck. "No, don't leave. I don't want you to see me cry. For fuck's sake, River, cry if you want to. You miss your mother. There's no shame in that. It was a long time ago. I'm 28. What does that have to do with anything? If I lost my mother, I'd likely never get over it. I'm so sorry you had to experience that loss. No one deserves to lose a parent they love, and I'm sure she wouldn't be humiliated by you. She would understand that you did what you did to survive." I clutched Ford's shoulder, sobs racking me. I hated crying. I hadn't even cried when I buried my brother. Perhaps that was the reason that once I started, I couldn't stop. Or that Ford's arms felt like my safe space, where I could be vulnerable without feeling embarrassed for my moment of weakness. 18. Ford. You're not worried, are you? I shut off the ignition and turned to River, who'd been way too silent on the ride over to my parents' house. My mom has called you every single day since she stopped by. You know you have nothing to worry about. Your mom's nice. I look forward to her calls. Yesterday she walked me through making that beef pumpkin soup. Then why do you look so nervous? Because it's not just your mom. I'll be meeting your father too. And you said your grandfather will be here as well, right? Everyone will love you. Don't overthink it. You've met most of my family at our wedding except for my grandfather because he was under the weather then. He sighed. I know. I just don't want to do or say anything that gives us away. I caught his chin and kissed him. I'll be with you the whole time. If anyone pries too much, I'll set them straight. Brunch on Sundays after my parents had gone to church was something they'd started when Bentley and I went off to college. Since he'd gone in-state just over an hour away from home, they'd insisted on us visiting on Sundays.
Mom would do our laundry and send us back with food to last the week so we could concentrate on our studies. I took River's hand and guided him along the courtyard. His hand trembled in mine, and his gaze flitted to his surroundings. The 11-bedroom mansion stood on a sprawling property with several silos and barns. Our land stretched out as far as the eye could see.
I forgot how big this place was, River mumbled. Half the time you don't act like you're rich.
Half the time I do.
Yeah, when you're bossing me around and giving me ultimatums.
But aren't you happy that I gave you those ultimatums?
I'll tell you in a few weeks.
River. I shook my head and led us inside without knocking. Based on the cars parked in the courtyard, my aunt, cousin, and grandfather were already here. Thankfully, no Bentley. I knew Mom worried about him and wished she could see more of him, but everything was so much more relaxed when he wasn't around. The low hum of chatter floated into the hall, and I touched his arm to get us to join the others, but the family portraits on the side table had caught his attention. He gazed at a picture of Bentley and me dressed up like young royals.
Wow, look at you two. How old were you then? He asked.
13. His gaze darted between me and the photo.
You were all arms and legs back then. Look at you now.
Much more handsome, right?
Like you need me to feed your already big ego.
If not you, who will do it? I came up behind him and playfully nuzzled his neck. I hadn't felt so carefree with anyone in a long time. Being with River reminded me how much I'd changed after my brother married Lily. How serious I'd become, hell-bent on not losing the ranch to him too. I'd never had time for personal relationships outside of one-night stands. Footsteps approached. Mom walked toward us, her face softening into a smile.
River, you finally came for brunch. I can't wait to show you off to everyone.
Ouch, Mom. I clutched at my heart. No greeting for your favorite son? She dismissed me with a wave of her hand and hugged River.
I see you every day, Ford. Now that I have a new son-in-law, I have to treat him especially well so he'll come around often. Faith, you continue to ply me with food and you just say when and I'll be here.
And who will cook for me? I lamented.
I'm sure you can fend for yourself, River said. Your mom likes me now, so you'd better treat me right all the time or I'm moving in with her instead.
I raised my eyebrows. You think I wouldn't come for you and bring you back home?
I'd make you grovel.
Mom laughed.
Oh my God, you two just had to get married. You already sound like an old married couple.
She patted River's cheek.
And you're such a handsome young man.
She eyed me with a mischievous look.
You have good taste, just like your father. Is he a sweet talker too, River? Come on, let me introduce you to everyone, and then you can tell me everything.
I groaned and followed them. Not everything.
Everything.
River shot a grin over his shoulder. The rest of the family members were in the living room drinking and chatting. Mom interrupted their conversations to introduce her favorite son-in-law. I stood off to the side and watched in amusement as she made a big fuss over River. It warmed me inside to see the two of them getting along so well. I'd thought her incessant calls to River every day would have annoyed him, but he enjoyed having a mother to check up on him. Not that he'd said those exact words to me, but I'd been able to deduce that from what he told me about his mother's passing.
Ford,
Grandfather gestured me over.
I'd like to meet this young man who caused you to lose your senses.
A hush fell over the room. River bit his lip, but I nodded reassuringly. People not used to my grandfather could easily take offense by what he said, but growing up around him, we'd gotten used to him. He'd become even blunter since he lost the sight in his eyes. My Aunt Amy and her husband took care of him, but he could move around on his own with the help of his trusted cane. His hair was snowy white. When I was a boy, he'd been larger than life, towering over me, but now he'd shrunken and looked almost fragile. River whispered something to my mother, then came over and slipped his hand into mine. Grandfather, this is my husband, River. Grandfather shifted in his chair and held out his hand. River frowned. He wants to feel you. He touched River's hand and patted his body and face.
Mr. Butler,
River said.
I'm pleased to meet you. I'm sorry you couldn't attend our wedding. Maybe it's for the best. I didn't expect Ford to marry another man. With Uncle Ralph, it certainly wasn't a surprise. But Ford? He dropped his hand. I hadn't seen this coming. Dad, none of that matters, my father said. Ford's happy with his choice, and we've always supported same-sex relationships in our family. But how will he produce children to carry on the family's legacy? Grandfather asked. I'm not against him being with the man he loves, but if he'd married the young woman, he'd at least had a chance to have an heir. I squeezed River's hand, showing him my support. That's not... Well, Mr. Butler, River beat me to it. There are many ways for a gay couple to have children, and I'm sure Ford will be open to choosing one when the time is right. Kids with River? I'd never thought that far ahead. Our marriage was supposed to last for 1 year. If we had a child, it would have to be much later when we were more settled and stable as a couple. When we didn't fight over small things and had learned how to fully open up to each other about our insecurities and doubts. At least you're bold enough to speak up, Grandfather said. I admire that in a young man. It tells me you won't stand aside and allow people to take advantage of you. He felt alongside his chair and picked up his probing cane. I could do with a walk outside to gain some fresh air. You, young man who's married to my grandson, walk with me. Perhaps you can tell me more about your and Ford's plan to have children and help me not to be so ignorant. River gave me a panicked look. Grandfather, maybe I should go with you. I was aware of everyone watching us. I've spoken to you all my life, Ford. Let me get to know your husband. I watched them walk out of the room together, helpless to do anything about it. Ford, don't look so worried. Aunt Amy put a hand on my arm. Sure, he's crotchety, but he has your best interests at heart. Except it hadn't felt like that when he'd informed me he would expect me to get married and settle down within the year, or he would leave the bulk of my share of the family's inheritance to Bentley. I'd meant to walk away when he gave me his ultimatum, but when he mentioned my brother, I knew I would do anything to meet his conditions. Amy is right, Ford. Mom patted the sofa next to her. Come and have a seat. They'll be back soon enough. I cast one last lingering look at the door River and Grandfather had gone through. If he says something to offend River, Mom, I'm leaving and taking him home and not coming back again when Grandfather is here. I sat on the couch. River's already been through too much. He doesn't need to marry into a family who doesn't accept us. I get it you're feeling protective of him, dear, but I assure you we're all supportive of him. Right, hon? Your mother's right, Dad said. We're with you and your husband 100%. 19. River. Ford's grandfather and I had been sitting next to each other on the patio for over 10 minutes, and he still hadn't said a word to me. Was he expecting me to break the ice? I'd been nervous about meeting him. After all, Ford had rushed off to marry a complete stranger because of him. In my head, he had to be someone mean and scary. He didn't look mean and scary. Instead, he seemed fragile. I didn't want to say anything to offend him and make Ford upset, so I kept my mouth shut. He was the one who'd wanted to talk. Young man, you are young, aren't you? How old are you? I'm 28. A wonderful age to get married. He tapped his fingers on his cane. River is what Ford said your name is? Yes, sir. River. I sensed I've offended you. Deny, be courteous and just let it go. To be honest, you kind of did. Sounds like you aren't so sure. Have I offended you or not? Damn, I never expected him to be so blunt. You have, I said, clearer this time. You're making things difficult for Ford and me because we're both men. That's a bit prejudiced, don't you think? I don't have a problem with whom my grandson loves. I'm being practical. How so? He fell silent, then cleared his throat. My fondest memories of him are when he used to run after me, eager to learn everything about the ranch. He was just a tiny boy, but he wanted to be involved in everything. Even at such a young age, he had a love for the animals and the land, and that didn't change when he grew up. It took me a long time to retire, way longer than it should have. But after all the sweat, blood, and tears my great-great-grandfather had put into this land when he started, I needed to ensure our family's legacy would live on for generations to come.
Wow, I can't even imagine what that would have been like for you. I only knew my mother, and not really much about her parents.
Family is important.
He stomped his cane on the ground.
Legacy is important. It doesn't matter if it's a little or a lot. It should be carefully handed down to each generation, guarded and shaped for future generations. I see that responsibility in Ford. He's passionate about the land. Unlike his brother, who would do anything to move on. They came from the same womb, identical to boot, but so different.
Then why had he threatened to hand over Ford's legacy to his brother if he preferred Ford? Had he been bluffing?
I can't say I helped much in how their fraternal relationship unfolded. I didn't mean to have a favorite or to show it, but it was impossible where Ford was concerned. We might be wealthy, but we learned to work with our hands, to be involved, and not just to delegate responsibilities. Even when he was young, Ford seemed to understand that. It's natural that I would bond more with him than I did with his brother.
Yikes. No wonder his twin had turned so competitive if they've been compared so much instead of appreciated for their differences. I felt for Bentley. My mother might not have had much, but she treated me and my brother equally. Together we'd gone without, and together we had gained.
But the land isn't enough, he said. He's wasted so many years pining for that woman that I couldn't take it anymore. So I gave him an ultimatum. To marry or lose out on his inheritance.
Isn't that a bit controlling?
It is. But some people have to be pushed to get out of their comfort zone. Working had become Ford's comfort zone.
I stared over at the rolling hills and mountains. I'd grown up in the city and had lived there for most of my life. When Cameron and I had come here, we'd hoped that this was the last place anyone would look for us. It's beautiful here, I said.
It is.
The man turned his head, and although his eyes were unseeing, it was almost as if he was looking directly at me.
I told you all this to ask you, River. Are you with my grandson because he wants to keep his inheritance, or do you actually care about him?
I care about him, more than I could ever have imagined. I hadn't allowed myself to get this close to anyone in a long time. Hell, maybe never. I had nothing to offer someone, ever.
That's good enough for me. When will we meet your family, River?
I don't have any family.
No family?
No.
Then you're in the right place.
The side door opened and Ford and his aunt walked out. Ford looked so serious I smiled to reassure him.
Ford, you needn't have worried about him. He handled himself rather well,
his grandfather said. He must have known Ford would be anxious and join us soon. I hope grandfather didn't badger you too much. Ford stopped next to me. He means well.
Off with you two, then. I'll sit here and rest for a moment.
Before I could bid him a proper farewell, Ford took my hand and practically dragged me away. Where are we going? He stopped and cupped my face in his hands. What'd he say to you? I shrugged. Nothing much. He rambled on about the importance of family, the feud with your brother, and your inheritance. And? I think he might have suspected you only married me to get your inheritance. Shit. Not to worry. I convinced him that our relationship was real. You did? I nodded. I could just kiss you. He planted his lips on mine and did just that. Closing my eyes, I opened my mouth for him.
Shit, his aunt could see us. I peeked over Ford's shoulders. Sure enough, she was watching us, and by the way her lips were moving, she must have been telling his grandfather we were kissing. Come. As if he sensed how uncomfortable I was having our makeout session turn into a play-by-play, Ford took my hand and led us out of their sight. After sharing a brief look, we followed a well-used trail. "Where are you taking me?" I asked. "Don't forget you still need me for 11 more months." Ford chuckled. "Don't worry. You're too valuable to get rid of you." He winked. "Just yet. I'm taking you to one of the ponds. Can we swim in it?" "No, it's too shallow, and you wouldn't want to swim with the fish now, would you?" "Won't it be rude of us to abandon the rest of your family?" "No, Mom said I should show you around, which is what I'm doing." "Okay." The pond was indeed too small for wading, but someone had constructed a small bridge to cross over to the other side. We stood next to each other on the bridge and watched the water. Big yellow fishes swam close to the surface and seemed to peer right back at us. "What do you think of my grandfather?" he asked. "He's sharp, but he's not so bad." Ford placed a hand on my waist. Lately, he touched me more often. Had he noticed? I never drew his attention to it in case that would result in him touching me less. I swear the older he gets, the more controlling he becomes. Ford pulled me a little closer. We humor him because we know it's difficult for him to let go and hand the reins to others. I guess that's understandable. I placed my hand over his and caressed the skin. "Ford?" He kissed my hair and I hesitated. I didn't want to ruin the stability we'd found. "What is it?" "Tell me about you and your brother. You said you two were competitive as children, but I can't understand how two people sharing the same DNA could have such a horrible relationship." "You'd have had to grow up with us to fully understand. The competitiveness was okay, but it got unhealthy when he would take things too far, be unscrupulous, do anything to come out the winner. Boundaries were crossed." "Like him marrying your fiancée?" "That's one example, yes." "Do you resent him for it?" "I do. That was the last straw. I could tolerate and look beyond everything until that point, because we were brothers, twins. I thought I could forgive him anything, but I've never been able to forgive him for that. That was such a low blow." "You don't think he loves her?" "I don't know. He shouldn't have let a woman come between us." "It seems that before she came into the picture, there was already a lot of baggage between you two." "Yeah, but they were petty things." "I really should shut up. What if he resented me for what I was about to say, or worse, think that I was defending Bentley?" "Not just that. Based on what your grandfather told me, it seems your family favored you." "What?" "I'm just saying that I had nothing to do with how they treated me, River. Or him, for that matter. Are you saying I'm the reason we can't get along?" "No, I firmly believe you when you said he took things too far. I'm just thinking that maybe he did that because your family seemed to have made a big fuss about you wanting to stay and work the land, be like your ancestors. But because Bentley was different, and he wasn't interested in the ranch the same way you were, they didn't consider him as important as you. Is that possible?" Ford fell silent and his body tensed. When seconds passed and he didn't say anything, I touched his arm. "Ford, don't pay me any mind. Obviously, I don't know shit about your family. I just met them today." No, you may have a point." He caught my hand. "I kind of resented Bentley for not choosing to work on the ranch with me. He probably feels the same way since I came back after college, becoming even closer to my family. They treat everything I do as superior, and I might have even seen it that way too, because I deal with the day-to-day operation and work closely with the crew. But the truth is that he represents our brand well on the market. He's good at what he does." "Have you ever told him that?" "No." "Don't you think you should?" Ford's face softened and my heart raced. What? Why are you looking at me like that? You're smart, you know that? Though I suppose you would have to be to pull off the heists you and Cameron did. I dropped my hand. Don't call them heists, they weren't that big. I started to walk away, but he caught my shoulder and stopped me. I didn't mean negatively, River. Believe me. I searched his face for the truth, and he seemed sincere. It's okay. We should go back before they send out a search party. That's it? I frowned. What? You're not going to get angry and shove me in the pond for bringing up your past? If I push you in, you'll likely contaminate the water and kill the poor fish. I was behaving for their sake, not yours. Ford narrowed his eyes. Uh-oh. Laughing, I took off and sprinted over the bridge. Come back here, River. You'll have to catch me first. Ford gave chase. Shit, I should have known the fucker would be fast. I dodged him twice before he tackled me to the ground. Before I could catch my breath and scramble to my feet, he was on top of me, grabbing both my hands and pinning them above my head. I was laughing and wheezing too hard to shake him off. Tisk, tisk. He clicked his tongue. To think we were doing so well with communication. No one yelled, no one walked away, and no one got angry. But you had to be a brat, didn't you, River? I spat out a few blades of grass and grinned over my shoulder. You get off on bratty. Then I pushed back my hips into his. River, he strangled out. What are you doing? Yet he ground his cock against my ass, holding me down to the ground and thrusting over and over. What are you doing? I gasped. Someone might see. He tightened his grip on my hands and nuzzled my neck, kissing and sucking on the skin. Let them. It's your fault for being so irresistible. I can't keep my hands off you, River. Fuck. Your ass feels good even like this. Hearing his groans and feeling his hot, shallow breaths on my nape shouldn't turn me on so much. We were in broad daylight with Ford rutting against my ass like an out-of-control buck. But instead of insisting that he stop and let me up, I pushed back my ass to provide him with more buffer. His moans made my heart swell. You're so fucking sexy, River. He grunted and stilled on top of me. Holy shit. Had Ford just come in his pants from dry humping my ass? What the hell was hotter than that? He rolled us over onto his back with me on top of him, his hand busying at my belt buckle, unfastening me. Ford, I hissed, but he took my cock out, spat in his hand, and jerked me off. Let me taste you. Jesus, for someone who'd never sucked cock before mine, he was certainly addicted. I straddled his shoulders and fed him my cock. Balancing my hands on the ground above his head, I fucked Ford's mouth. My heart hammered inside my chest. We might not be in view of the house anymore, but someone could come searching for us. They would see me shoving my cock between Ford's lips, hear the harsh moans spilling from me. I couldn't tell which had my blood boiling more, the sight of him swallowing my cock, the feeling every time the tip hit his throat, or the squished sound his saliva made around me. Ford! I shoved my cock as far as it could go until his lips were flush against my pubes. Ford gripped my ass cheeks and squeezed. A tremor ran down my spine and more cum trickled into his mouth. Fuck. Holy fuck. I scooted back and sat on his chest, staring down at him. Maybe it was the sex that had pulled me in first, but I was pretty sure I was falling for him. We'd fought, argued, and miscommunicated our way to this moment. And he was the one. I was sure of it. What? He asked. I shook my head and scrambled to my feet, my knees buckling under me. Ford chuckled and got up, puffing his chest out. I got you weak in the knees, huh? Screw you. You have underwear full of cum. What'd you do that for? Don't worry about it. I keep spare clothes here. I'll grab something. But then they'll know we did something. I'll just change my underwear. No one's going to know. He cradled my face and kissed me hard. We should go back before someone comes looking for us. He brushed the grass from my clothes, but he couldn't do anything about the grass stains on my shirt. They were on the back of his shirt, too. Hey, we're newlyweds. It'd be strange if we didn't sneak off somewhere to make out. Don't let it bother you. They'll think I'm a hussy. For having sex with your husband? For not showing restraint. Ford took my hands in his. Are you being serious right now? I nodded. They're your family, Ford. I don't want them to think badly of me. They won't. They're more open-minded than that. And I mean it, River. If anyone says anything unkind to you, we'll leave. No questions asked. He cupped the back of my head and kissed my forehead. Does that make you feel better? It did. Damn, I hated that I was the one worrying about this. Ford should be upset about it. I just wanted to stay in his family's good graces, and I would need all the help I could get if I meant to stay with Ford after our year was up. We ambled back to the house in silence, but it wasn't tense or awkward as it had been before. Ford's presence was comforting and made me happy. As we stepped onto the patio and opened the doors, Ford whispered in my ear, "And for your information, I really like this hussy."
20. Ford. I didn't tell you this before, but your nails looked really nice for our wedding. River curled his fingers to hide his fingernails, which no longer bore the polish he'd gotten done for the wedding, and his face tinged a bright pink.
Ford, why are you fucking with me now?
Seriously, I'm not. They were a surprise, but a very pleasant one. For good measure, I leaned forward and whispered in his ear, I especially enjoyed how you dig them into my back and rip at my skin whenever I fucked you so hard.
I only got them done to mess with you. You have to know that.
Just saying. I'm not opposed to you getting them done again.
Maybe we'll get them to match next time, why don't we?
I laughed, and several heads swung in our direction. If there was one thing that River's presence in my life had brought, it was humor. I'd never teased someone as much as I did him. His blushes were too cute not to mess with him. Who knew the bold-faced man who'd tried to steal from me would be so easily riled up?
That should be everything.
A medium-built woman with ample hips approached us and extended a small bag to me.
Once again, I am so sorry for the mix-up with the initials in your husband's ring, Mr. Butler.
She flashed River an apologetic smile.
I hope we didn't cause you any unnecessary problems on your big day. Mistakes happen.
River lifted his hand, a ring sparkling on his ring finger once again.
And at least I can wear my wedding ring now. Thank you.
He was singing a different tune today than when he'd confronted me about the initials. He'd been so angry then. Was that only a few weeks ago? It felt like a lifetime, and I had absolutely no regrets. I'd married for an inheritance, but had gotten something even more valuable. I held the door open for River, who seemed to be so relaxed. We'd made the trip to the city to pick up his ring, but also planned to stay the weekend at a hotel. Honeymoon 2.0, River called it. Only with less fighting and more getting to know each other.
Are we heading back to the hotel? River asked.
Actually, there's something I have to do. Do you mind going back to the hotel without me? I won't be long.
He stopped. What are you going to do? Sign the divorce papers without me? But I thought we were happy.
I chucked his chin, as if you're stuck with me for the year, and hopefully for years to come. I still needed to work out how to ask him to stay in my life permanently, so he could make my life simultaneously a living hell and a sweet paradise.
You still didn't say where you're off to.
To have a chat with Bentley. I took his hand and squeezed it. I've thought a lot about what you said. We're both grown up now and should be able to get along. River smiled.
Good. I hope it works out.
Thanks.
If it doesn't, I'll get creative consoling you tonight. But if you give it your best effort to make the relationship better, I'll blow your mind.
I'll settle for you blowing me, period. He grinned.
I've been saving that for a special occasion. Didn't know you wanted me to so badly.
I scowled. What special occasion? There's no time like the present. We were standing on the sidewalk, people hurrying around us. His eyes glinted with mischief when he looked at me.
The present? As in right here and right now? Okay.
My mouth went dry and I stared in horror as River went down on his knees.
What the fuck are you doing? River, get up!
I grabbed him by his shoulders. Fucking him on our porch was one thing. That was private property. Having him fuck my throat when we were at my parents' house was okay. No one had been around. But here, on a street full of people walking by us?
What?
River batted his eyelashes.
Your shoelace is untied.
I lowered my gaze. The lace of one of my sneakers had indeed gone undone. The tease. He knew what would go through my mind seeing him on his knees.
You're clearly wanting to have your butt smacked.
River quickly tied my lace and rose to his feet.
I don't know what you mean. You couldn't have expected me to blow you right here. Is that your kink, Ford, public sex?
He quirked his eyebrows.
Holy shit, it is, isn't it? I mean, the porch and in your parents' yard? Now it makes sense. Why didn't you tell me?
There's nothing to tell.
I think there is.
He kissed me swiftly and took the bag from the jewelry store from my hand.
Talk to your brother. I'll bring this back to the hotel. Probably take a nap, so tonight I'll be wide awake.
He sauntered away, swinging the bag back and forth, and I watched him for a long while before someone jostled me.
Are you okay, sir?
A middle-aged woman asked. My face heated and I nodded. I am, thank you. I hurried to the west end of Richmond, where my brother's office was located in the Cecil Billiard Center. Last night I'd left him a message that I wanted to have a meeting with him. He told me he was in his office all day and I could drop by whenever. How many times have I actually been by his office? It had been such a long time. I'd always judged Bentley for moving away to live in the city, for not working alongside me at the ranch. I'd thought long and hard about River's words the other day, and I had realized how selfish I'd been over the years. It hadn't been just me either. How many times had the family expressed their disappointment in him simply because he'd wanted something different altogether? Not to say Bentley was without his faults. He was unscrupulous at times, but that was his baggage to carry. Today, I could get rid of mine and move on. Forget about our past, the ways we wronged each other over the years, and his marriage to my ex. I had no reason to hold on to my grudge. Not anymore. The 3-story building overlooked the river. At least I knew his office was on the 3rd floor, and I took the elevator up. His secretary informed me he was on a call, and to give him 5 minutes to wrap things up. It took 10, but I waited patiently. When she nodded at me to go in, I knocked once, opened the door, and walked in. For the first time, I entered Bentley's workspace, so different from mine, with its floor-to-ceiling glass wall, the abstract art on the wall, the comfortable-looking seating area, and his wide desk with the 2 computer monitors. He took his reading glasses off and placed them on the desk.
Ford, what brought you to the city? You usually have to be dragged away from the ranch.
Had to pick up my husband's wedding band. He chuckled and rocked back in his chair.
Can't say I'd ever expected those words to come out of your mouth.
Why is it so hard to believe?
Because we're twins. Shouldn't I be into men as well?
Are you?
Not in the least.
He grew serious.
What are you doing here?
I wanted to talk to you about a couple of things. I took the chair across from his desk. First of all, to apologize. And second, to let you know officially that I've forgiven you. Bentley stared at me, then burst out laughing.
What?
I've been thinking a lot lately, and I'm not comfortable with our relationship. You're my fucking twin brother, and we don't call each other unless it's something to do with the family business. That's not good enough anymore.
What exactly do you want?
For us to bury the hatchet and be better brothers to each other. I apologize for all the times I made you feel you weren't a part of this family because you focused on a different aspect of the business. Hell, I can't even tell if you work for the family business because we guilt-tripped you into it.
Where the hell's all this coming from?
To be honest, River wanted to know why there was so much tension between us. It made me think about the part I played in it.
Really? Because the family has always seen me as the black sheep. Like everything is my fault. At one time, I would have vehemently denied it, but now I listened. I had no idea you felt that way. It's water under the bridge. We've never talked about it. It may be too soon to build a bridge, but that's why I'm here, to lay the foundation for one. Is this about Lily? That's what you want me to apologize for, right? That would be a start. You know what your problem is, Ford? You always seem to think that what I do is aimed at you. Are you saying most of the time it isn't? Sometimes, yes, he admitted. I like to fuck with you for the fun of it. But that wasn't my intention with Lily. I genuinely fell in love with her. But I knew if I'd told you that, you wouldn't believe me. You'd continue thinking I married her to get the upper hand. Are you saying you didn't deliberately pursue her because she was my fiancée? He blushed. It was all the answer I needed. You see, this is what I'm talking about, Bentley. This sick, twisted need to one-up each other. I'm done with it. I have River, a job I love, and hopefully a family of my own one day. I don't want my kids to grow up and see us bickering all the time. So meet me halfway, yeah? River and I are in the city this weekend. Why don't you and Lily have dinner with us tonight? I don't know. He sighed, and his body sagged like a deflated balloon. We're kind of in a shitty place right now, to be honest. I didn't want anyone to know how bad it was. I thought you'd gloat. Honestly, I would have before. But I don't have time for that anymore. Is there anything I can help you guys with? What's the problem? For the last 2 years, we've been trying to have kids, and it's not happening. It's taken a toll on both of us to the point that all we do is fight. She cries, and I feel bad, so I drink. Then she accuses me of being a drunk. It's one big mess. I didn't know that. I've done everything the doctors advised, he said, head hung. But I'm shooting blanks. It's all my fault for not being able to give her the one thing she wants. I'm sorry. That's tough. Are you guys trying alternatives? She doesn't want to adopt. I can't wrap my head around her using a sperm bank. So of course she's mad at me for vetoing that idea. We're trying to figure things out. Okay. I understand if you can't make it tonight. But call me sometime, yeah? We can have a drink, or something, and come to brunch. Mom wants to see more of you. She has you, so... Yeah, but she doesn't have one kid, she has 2, and she misses you. Grandfather's getting sickly. It's time to be together as a family. You don't have to go through any of this alone. 21. River. River, you came! I brandished the bottle of wine I'd brought Faith. Not empty-handed this time. She laughed and gently slapped my arm. None of that, you're welcome any time. Can I have that back then? Nope, you already brought it, but we can share a glass. Come on in. I followed her inside the house. How far away was Ford? I knew their land stretched farther than the eye could see. He didn't know I was stopping by. I meant it as a surprise, mostly because I'd been bored at home alone, and I'd gotten an idea I couldn't wait to tell him. If he agreed, we would see more of each other, and I wouldn't have to sit at home twiddling my thumbs until he returned home from work. Even reality TV shows were losing their appeal. You're right on time, Faith said. The crew should finish up and return to the house any minute now. I think it's so cool you provide meals for your employees. That must save them quite a lot of money. We pride ourselves in offering great working conditions, which ensure our workers are loyal. We retain most of them because they're pleased with their benefits. Could this family be any more perfect? As wealthy as they weren't self-centered or capitalistic as I'd expected. Quite the opposite, in fact. And not that they didn't enjoy the finer things in life. Ford's theater room had become my favorite place, the jacuzzi a close second. But the family wasn't afraid to get their hands dirty and get involved in the day-to-day operations. I followed Faith to the kitchen where a flurry of activity was underway, and the delicious aroma of food wafted up to my nostrils. My mouth watered. Emma, Faith called to a tall, thin woman who seemed to be in charge. "Let me introduce you to Ford's husband, River. River, Emma holds down the fort in the kitchen." Emma flashed me a smile. "The fastest way to that man's heart is through his stomach. What did you cook for him to have him fall in love with you so quickly?" I laughed, my face burning. "Nothing at all. The only cooking I'd done was in the bedroom, but she might not appreciate that answer." "Then it must have been love at first sight. Although looking at you, that's understandable. You're a good-looking young man. No wonder the missus is intent on showing you off." Faith chuckled and hustled me out of the kitchen. "We'll get out of your way and let you get back to work." She led me to the living room with patio doors overlooking a well-kept garden. "Emma's been with us for over 2 decades. She's been our cook since we had the boys." "Wow, and she's still going strong?" "She loves it. It was hard convincing her to work every other week. Now she stays with us and visits her family the week she's off, which is why you didn't see her when you were here the last time. It was her week off." "I see. Faith, can I ask you something?" "Sure. What's going on?" "Ford hasn't said anything about me working. He seems content with me not having a job. But I want to pay my way, get involved. Do you think he'd have a problem with me working on the ranch?" "Goodness, you know you don't have to do that." "I want to. If not for anything else, then to keep my sanity. I'm bored being all by myself day in and day out." She smiled and gave me a knowing look. "You can work anywhere else, but you want to work alongside Ford. Is that it?" I nodded. "The ranch takes up a lot of his time. I want to learn about this side of him, to find out why he loves it so much. He's really passionate about the family business." "He is, always has been. As for working here, I don't see why not, but that choice will be up to Ford, dear. He does all the hiring, but if it's any consolation, my son adores you. I'm sure he won't mind having you around. In fact, I hear them coming in now. We should go meet with them, then you can ask Ford." I followed Faith out of the house and took in the group of men and 2 women, arms roped with muscles, hats atop their heads to shield them from the sun, with hard boots and dusty jeans. They chattered completely at ease in the group. And then I spotted him, Ford. I almost looked past him because I'd never seen Ford like this before. His jeans were grimy, his boots caked with dirt and mud, sweat stains under the arms of his shirt. He never looked hotter. I couldn't stop staring at him. He hadn't noticed me yet. He held a jug of water over his head and swiped at his face. "Oh, honey, maybe it's not a good idea for you to work around Ford," Faith said with a girlish giggle. "You already can't take your eyes off him." She wasn't wrong. The man Ford was talking to nudged him and pointed at me. My smile fell as he furrowed his brows. He didn't seem pleased at all to see me here. Uncertainty wove its way into my mind. This standoffish Ford was the Ford from before we connected, before the sex, the communication, and before he admitted he actually liked me. "Oh dear," Faith said. "What's gotten into him today?" So I wasn't the only one who had noticed Ford's cold demeanor. The urge to run away like I always did kicked up. The old me would have flashed him the middle finger and told him to fuck off before I raced for the hills to lick my wounds. Instead, I swallowed down the lump in my throat and strode toward him. The closer I got, the more uncomfortable he seemed to grow. What the hell was wrong with him? He was pissing me off. I had to bite back the sharp words I wanted to hurl at him. If his mother had noticed his frostiness, the other workers surely must have done as well. How could he treat me this coldly in front of everyone? "Hey," I stopped in front of him, hands on my hips. "I thought I'd surprise you." "What are you doing here? Why didn't you tell me you would come?" "Like I said, surprise, though from the look on your face you don't want me here." "I didn't say that." "You didn't have to say it. Everyone looking at you can read it on your face." I was sulking. I hated when he made me sulk, but damn it, things were so good between us. How was I supposed to take this now? Ford was killing me with all his hot and cold behavior. This man had smiled, lain on me, and kissed me repeatedly this morning, until I agreed to sit with him in the bathroom and talk to him while he showered. The man standing before me was giving me a different vibe. "I'm not upset you're here." Yet when I wanted to take his hand, he moved it out of reach. Not that it seemed obvious. It could have been a coincidence, but I wasn't buying it. I stepped back, but he grabbed me by the shoulders, grimacing. I'm not upset, I swear. Have you eaten yet? I shook my head. He was giving me whiplash. Come on then, eat with us. He walked off, then stopped. Unless you don't want to. We can eat at home or go out. Here's fine. I chose my words carefully. Let's go. He turned to his mother. Are you joining us, Mom? Not right now, dear. I need to see your father. River, don't forget to say goodbye before you leave. I smiled at her. Thank God she had stayed, or I might have punched Ford in the gut. I won't. Silently, I walked beside Ford, but he dropped his hand when I would have rather he took mine. I sighed and prayed for patience as we joined the buffet line. It moved quickly, and in no time we'd taken a seat at the end of one of the long tables. Oh man, this smells so good, I blurted out. I met your cook earlier. She seems nice. Yeah. Your mother said she's been with the family for years. Since I was little. Ford didn't seem to be in a talking mood. Not like the men and women around us. They laughed and chatted, happy even after a hard day. They took their time eating the delicious food Emma had prepared. I liked the camaraderie between them, hearing their jokes. I hadn't had that with anyone since my brother passed away. Amid the lively conversations, Ford stayed silent, shoveling food into his mouth. As I chewed a bite of beef, I frowned. Maybe Ford felt awkward acting as my husband in front of the others? It would have made sense when he felt nothing for me and knew we would end the marriage soon, but now he liked me, so why would he still behave so distant? I touched his arm. Ford. I'm sorry I came. I should have told you so you could have explained that you didn't want to make things awkward in front of your work crew. What? That's why you don't want me here, isn't it? No, you're wrong. I put down my fork. Then what is it? Will you talk to me, please? You really want to know? I nodded. Ford got to his feet and took my hand. Where are we going? Somewhere we can talk privately. Curious eyes turned in our direction, but Ford kept walking, almost dragging me with him. I struggled to keep up with him. Once we were out of the barn, he turned left, stalked past the house, and headed toward a metal-framed, clear-span shed. What's this? I asked. We store machinery and carry out repairs here. I followed him inside. The interior was clean, crates and equipment. I had no idea what they were used for, stacked neatly against the walls. 2 tractors stood to the far left. River. I turned to Ford, who shuffled his feet, uncharacteristically hesitant, almost shy. Yet another personality shift. What's going on with you, Ford? He inhaled deeply and let out a huff of breath, then spread his arms. Can't you tell? You're looking at it. Looking at what? I assessed him from head to toe. I'm going to need a little more help than that. Have you ever seen me this way before? Unkempt, sweaty, smelly? After we fuck? I shrugged. Was that what this was all about? He was self-conscious that he wasn't exactly Mr. Clean, well-put-together billionaire right now, but looked like a regular ranch hand? That's different. It is? I shook my head. Ford, none of what you're saying makes sense right now. I'm really trying to understand why you looked like you wanted me anywhere but here when you first saw me. I felt humiliated. What? No, I'm sorry. I may have to start from the top. Please do. Have you ever noticed that I always shower and change before coming home to you in the evenings? You mean you've been doing that because you don't want me to see you like this? He nodded and leaned against the wall. Deep down, I know it's stupid, but someone I cared about once hated seeing me all dirty. Your ex-fiancée? Yes, we had a nasty breakup. At first, she didn't want to give me a reason why she was calling off our engagement, but I kept pressing her, so she told me. She had a problem with me getting too hands-on at the ranch, arguing that's why I had workers. That's why I started showering here and changing before I got home. If you'd seen the way she reacted to me coming home after work, you'd understand. Like I'd been rolling in a horse shit for the fun of it. I didn't want you to feel the same way about me, especially when things between us started so shaky. Well, you dodged a bullet right there. That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. You work hard in the heat of a ranch. Of course you get dirty and sweaty. I should have been concerned that you came home smelling all rosy, like someone who's just cheated and washed the scent off. You've always seen me at my best. He crossed his arms over his chest. When I'm well put together. So, that's the guy you like on top of you. Ah, that was what this was all about. I smiled. Are you sure about that? Hasn't it ever occurred to you that I love the way you fuck me so much because you lose all sense of control and become your basest self? Whether you're dressed in a designer suit or torn jeans and buttons popped off your shirt, it doesn't matter how I feel about you. I love you, Ford. There, I'd said it, and almost threw up. Maybe now wasn't the right time to blurt that out. What did you just say? I clamped my lips shut and shook my head. He can't make me repeat it. I'll only ever say it once. Please say it again. Ford grabbed my shoulders. You heard me. My face burned and I dropped my gaze. I was kind of hoping you felt the same way. Fuck yes. He reversed our position, so now I stood with my back against the wall, and he pressed up against me with his mouth on mine. The answer is yes, River. I've fallen for you. I wrapped my hands around his back and fisted the material of his shirt as he kissed the side of my face. Are you sure? Because I'm sure. Now you can say it again. I love you. I know we haven't been together long, and we started this for all the wrong reasons, and we've banged each other's brains out more than we've communicated, but yeah, I stupidly fell. Hard. He kissed my forehead, my nose, my chin, my neck. I inhaled deeply, breathing in his unique odor of sweat, musk, and Ford. The scent hit me deep in the belly and my groin tightened. You fucking idiot, I murmured, licking his neck. After every filthy thing we've done, you think you being dirty bothers me? Now you make me feel silly. You should be. I shoved my hands beneath his shirt and caressed his muscular chest. When I saw you, my first thought was how hot you were. Yeah? Yeah. In fact, I peered at the closed door. What's the likelihood of someone coming in here right now? He swallowed hard. Slim. They're all eating. I spun us, pushing him back against the wall, then dropped onto my knees in front of him and quickly undid his buckle. Now don't take long. I know we do this in risky places, but I don't really want to be caught on my knees with your dick stuffed in my mouth. River, we can do this when we get home. But I want to now. When you're like this, all sweaty and dirty, I want you to fuck my throat until I'm hoarse, to have your cum in my belly, Ford. Christ, River. Chuckling, I dipped my hand into his tight boxers and pulled out his cock. So fucking big. You think I can fit all of you into my mouth, Ford? Let's make a bet. Yeah? What do I get if I do it? You don't leave me. I sucked in a deep breath and glanced up. Did he mean, I'm waiting, River? Fuck, he was. I'd spoken with confidence before, but it had all been bullshit. He was bigger than anyone I'd ever sucked off, but I was determined to win our bet. I sucked on the tip of his cock, moaning as the salty tang of his flesh hit my tongue. Fuck. He stretched my mouth open too wide already. How was I going to make it fit? Come on, you can do it, he hissed. Open wide and suck on it, all the way to the back of your throat. I can't do it. Fuck. He was only halfway in my mouth and I couldn't take any more. I backed off his cock, vexed. He chuckled. All you gotta do is ask for some help, River. His hand landed in my hair and he guided me back to his cock. This time he fed me his length and I couldn't stop because of my self-doubt. He pushed past the inches I'd taken before. There you go, he murmured. You're almost there. I gagged, but I wasn't giving up. Relaxing my throat, I inhaled deeply through my nose. With a small thrust of his hips, he pressed my face to his pubes. The back of my throat burned. Tears welled up in my eyes and spilled down my cheeks. Saliva pooled from my mouth onto the ground at my knees. That's it. Look at me. I raised my eyes and blinked back the tears. He moved slowly, pulling out only a couple of inches, then hitting the back of my throat again. Fuck, River. He drew back and I gasped for air, my chest falling and rising rapidly. My throat hurt, but in a good way. I licked my lips as he stroked his cock. I sucked on the head of his cock while he moved his hand faster and faster. He panted above me, one hand resting in my hair and the other jerking himself off. Fuck, so close. Open up, River. I opened my mouth and slid my lips back down his cock. He grunted, pushing my face against his pubes. I gagged and grabbed his thighs, trying half-heartedly to pull away. But he wasn't done with me yet. His cum flooded my mouth and spilled directly down my throat. Ford released me and slumped against the wall. With shaky legs, I rose to my feet and clutched the sides of his jeans to right his clothes. But he tugged me into his chest and slammed his mouth on mine hard. I forgot his jeans and clutched his shoulders, moaning into him. Would I ever have enough of this man? River, he said against my lips. Did you mean it? Will you stay? Didn't you see how hard I struggled to swallow your dick, man? I croaked. Of course I'm staying. Ford laughed and buried his face in the crook of my neck, hugging me to him. Yeah, I was eager in more ways than one to get you to that goal, too. What if I'd failed? I would have found another challenge until you got it right. Does this mean? Yeah, until death do us part. That's what we agreed on, right? I smiled and kissed his cheek. I'm so happy, Ford. Me too. Since you're in a cheerful mood, can I ask you something? What's that? I want to help on the ranch. Think you can find something for me to do? Maybe put me on your team or something? Ford scratched his head. Babe, if I have you on my team, you're going to distract me silly. I won't, I promise. It's not something you can control. I just see you and my brain migrates south. He palmed my ass. You should know by now I can't keep my hands off you. And then I can work with someone else. Let me think about it. Is that okay? For now, but don't take too long to decide, or I'll just show up one day wearing overalls and a straw hat. 22. Ford. Ford? One of my workers marched over to the end of the table where River and I sat, having our meal after another long day. Except they were shorter now, with him working beside me. I got through each task as quickly as I could, eager for a break so we could chat. Lucky Denning placed an envelope with my name on the front written in neat handwriting on the table. What's this, Lucky? I asked. Went to see my daughter yesterday. Amber wanted me to give you this. Beside me, River jerked up. Not a minute ago, he'd been almost falling asleep in his food. I put my hand reassuringly on his knee, knowing what he was thinking, and he couldn't be any more wrong. Thank you. How is Amber doing? I asked. Great. His face softened. She's received another academic award. To think that in a year she'll be finished with college. I have your family to thank for that. No need, Lucky. It would have been a shame had she not been able to attend. She has a brilliant mind, and I have no doubt she will go far. Has she talked about her plans once she finishes her final year? She's coming back to open her veterinary practice. So she's not staying in the city? Oh no, she wants to return home. Good for her. Wherever she goes, she'll be an asset for sure. He bowed his head slightly. I'll leave you to your meal now. See you next week. Lucky left us and I turned to River. Where before he could hardly keep his eyes open, now they were spitting fire. What was that about? He asked. What do you think? I teased. Ford, I'm too tired to lift this fork to eat. Don't let me have to poke you with it. Who are you being a sugar daddy to besides me? I chuckled. What a wild imagination you have. I only pamper you. I feel so pampered right now. His tone was as dry as the devil's tongue. I'll run the jacuzzi tonight and give you a full-body massage to work the kinks out of your muscles. What do you think? I think you want to work your kinks out on me. I massaged his jean-clad thigh, then picked up the envelope. We have a foundation that helps the kids of our employees to go through college, incurring no debt. His daughter has received one of our scholarships.
A bright young woman who reminds me why we started this initiative.
That's sweet.
Your husband's a sweet guy. He pulled a face and returned to eating while I opened the envelope and shook out the letter. As expected, Amber described her latest achievements in great detail. I smiled. The first time she'd sent one, I told her she didn't need to send updates of her study progress, but she kept sending them anyway, her way of letting us know she was taking advantage of the opportunity we'd given her, like I knew she would.
Ford, why's your family such good people? River asked.
We just try our best. We're fortunate enough to have the means, so we share with those who don't. He put his fork down, lifted one leg, and turned sideways so he was straddling the bench. He leaned forward and rested his head on my shoulder.
Ford. Your baby's tired.
I smiled at what he called himself. He really was. I patted his head. Come on, have a little more to eat first. Then I'll take you home and you can soak in the hot tub and I'll give you a massage.
That sounds nice, but feed me first.
I glanced around the table. Many of the workers had already left, but we'd gotten a late start because I practically had to drag River out of bed this morning. He'd worked hard all week, learning the ropes of cattle ranching, but each day got harder for him. As much as I loved working with him, if he wanted to quit, I would support him in that decision too. I hated seeing him this tired. We'd only had sex once this week. I picked up his fork and fed him. He seemed content to eat this way, not caring if anyone watched us. Besides, everyone would have seen how much in love I was with my husband. I looked out for him and made sure he was as comfortable as possible, but the crew understood and no one complained. When he had enough, I wolfed down the rest of my meal and brought in our dishes for washing up. We checked on Mom, who was feeling a bit under the weather, then walked to my truck. I held the door open for him, but he barely had the strength to lift his foot, so I hoisted him up and set him down. I got in on the driver's side. River was asleep before I'd started the engine. River slept all the way home. I drove carefully so as not to wake him up. Not even the gravel crunching when I parked in our yard roused him. I sat there just looking at him. How lucky was I that everything between us had come to such a beautiful second act. I got out of the truck and walked over to River's side. I unlocked the door and unbuckled his seatbelt. River startled awake.
Ford, are we home?
Yes, you fell asleep. How do you feel?
Exhausted, but that hot tub you promised me sounds good.
Then let's go. Inside, we kicked off our dirty shoes and shrugged off our dusty clothes. We left them in the mudroom and climbed the stairs in nothing but our underwear.
Stop eyeing my ass, River said. I'm too tired tonight.
You want to take next week off?
Are you?
I can't. Have cattle inspection.
Then nope.
I sighed. I've been working the ranch since I was a little boy, River. Your body's not used to it. Give it some time.
No wonder your body looks so damn good, he muttered. All that heavy lifting you've been doing has really paid off.
He rubbed a hand along my chest. Stop touching me like that if you're not putting out tonight. River laughed. He knew damn well what he was doing. We took a quick shower to get off all the dirt and grime first. Then I got the jacuzzi running. River settled in my arms with a contented sigh. How was it? I asked. Your first week. It wasn't too tough on you? I took his hands and brushed over the calluses. Your hands are getting rougher.
Is that a problem?
No. Believe it or not, my love for you isn't hinged on the texture of your hands. He elbowed me in the side. I doubled over with an exaggerated cry. He grinned. We sat like that, happy to be together. I planted little kisses on his nape and behind his ear. River turned his head and caught my mouth. Make love to me, he said. But you're too tired.
Go slow and I'll be fine.
We spent an hour in the tub, me gently rocking into him. When we came together, it was intense, with him shaking against me. We lay there, panting and catching our breaths. After another half hour, we finally found the strength to leave the hot tub. He took a rain check on the massage, saying the hot tub had worked the kinks out. We cuddled up on the sofa in the theater room and watched 300, a movie we'd both seen several times. but a bare-chested Gerard Butler never got old. It wasn't long until River's head bobbed and he sagged against me. Little shivers ran through him. He must be cold after the hot tub. I grabbed the throw and pulled it over him. He felt good in my arms. I was one lucky guy I'd found River. I might have bullied him into marrying me, but it had turned out fabulously. We couldn't be any happier. At some point, I must have fallen asleep as well. I woke up to River stirring against me.
Ford?
Hmm?
The screen timed out. Let's go to bed.
He chuckled.
We were too ambitious to think we'd last through the movie.
Speak for yourself.
Pfft, like you didn't fall asleep too.
We bickered all the way upstairs about how much of the movie I'd seen before falling asleep. Once we were in bed, he slipped into my arms with natural ease. I reclined on my back and he lay half on top of me, cuddling me with an arm around my waist and a leg over mine. His head rested on my shoulder. Sleep in tomorrow, I said. I don't have much to do at the ranch, so you don't have to come in until late, or at all.
Okay, thank you.
He agreed so readily he must still be exhausted. I smiled. You're welcome. He was out in a matter of minutes, softly snoring. He never used to snore before, but since working on the ranch he did. It didn't bother me, though. The soft puffs only reassured me he was here in my bed, right where he belonged. I hadn't missed the chance of making him mine, although I'd come pretty damn close.
23. River. The wind howled around the house and rain battered the windows. I'd made it back to the house in time to avoid being caught in the torrential downpour, but Ford was still out there. How was he managing in this weather? In the last few weeks, the sun had beaten down on us, but today the sky blessed us with rain. Ford would be happy it would refill the watering holes. That was nice. What wasn't so nice was pacing the porch, hands tucked in my pockets, watching for his truck. "River, dear." Faith battled her dress as a gust of wind plastered the skirt to her legs. "Come on in. I'm sure Ford will be fine. He knows what to do in this kind of weather. He's probably hunkering down somewhere, waiting for the rain to let up." "Thanks, but I'll wait right here." How could I go inside and be comfortable when he was probably soaked through to the skin? He'd need dry clothes to keep him warm. I didn't want him to get sick. I'd restrained myself until now, but I couldn't do it any longer. I got out my phone and sent him a text message asking him if he was fine. My phone lit up. Ford, thank fuck. "I didn't mean to bother you," I said in a rush. I was worried. "We're all good," he shouted. "But I can't come back to the house right now. Some of our cattle broke the fencing and got out. We're going to have to find them before we head back." "Do you need more help? I can—" "No, River, stay put. You're at the house, right?" "Yes, stay there. I'll head back as soon as I can." "Okay, Ford?" "Yes, babe. I love you." Lightning streaked across the sky and the call disconnected. Thunder boomed, shaking the balustrade. Please be okay, Ford. Although he'd said he wouldn't be returning soon, I sat on the porch and waited, listening to nature taking its course. The change in weather was welcome. It had been so damn hot. The rain brought much-needed water and coolness, but the continuous lightning and thunder worried me. "River, at least have something to eat." Faith came back out on the porch and handed me a can of Terrapin beer and a plate with BLT sandwiches. "Thank you," I smiled at her. "Some days you remind me so much of my mother. Have I ever told you that?" "She must have been an amazing woman." She patted my shoulder. "She was. I've never really thanked you for treating me like family. Like one of your sons." I swallowed the lump in my throat. The weight of my lies to this family especially heavy today. Would she still treat me the same if she knew how I'd met Ford? That I tried to steal his wallet? I didn't know if I could bear the disappointment on her face and the judgment. Ford didn't even know why I'd resorted to swindling people, and why I'd needed that much money. "River, you married my son. Of course you're one of my own now. That'll never change. As soon as you get bored watching out for Ford, come on in." She returned inside, and I polished off my sandwiches with the beer. I'd always been a big eater, but since working on the ranch, my stomach seemed to have grown into a bottomless pit. Ford teased me that I ate right around the clock, and I joked right back that he was the one who indulged me. I only had to mention I'd like something, and he was out the door with his car keys. It was nice to be doted on, and not to constantly think about how I would find enough money to get through the day, let alone take care of my debts. I fished my phone out of my pocket and called Cameron's number. Last month I hadn't received a threatening phone call about the payment due, so she had indeed paid off what I owed. It was such a relief to get that off my back. "River, what's up?" Cameron asked. "I was just about to call you." "Why? Did something happen? Are you okay?" "Yeah, I'm fine. I'm calling if you still want to meet up. We can go somewhere together and live like Forrest always wanted for us. With the money left over, we can get a house and figure out what we want to do with the rest of our lives." My chest tightened. I'd promised Forrest I'd always look out for her, but how could I do that now? She wouldn't be inclined to come back to town, given she'd robbed Ford blind. We never returned to the scene of the crime. "Cammy, we need to talk." "Shit, that doesn't sound good. Are you in trouble?" No, I'm fine, I swear." "Then why are you hesitating? Are you still mad I left without telling you what I'd planned?" "Well, you could be a little more remorseful about the whole thing." The rain had finally let up, thank fuck. The conditions would be better now for Ford and his crew. "But I understand, and you paid off our debt, so thank you. Things have changed, though, and I can't leave." "What do you mean?" "I can't leave Ford." "Is he forcing you to stay because of what I did?" "At first, yeah." I rubbed the back of my neck. "He forced me to marry him, Cammy. I had to fill your place, since you bailed out on him." "He did what? You're married to Ford?" "I didn't have a choice. He said if I didn't take your place, he would make sure that you go to prison for what you stole from him. He can do that, Cammy. I married him because he had enough resources to look for you and carry out his threat." "Wait a minute. Are you telling me you've been married to Ford all this time? It's been almost 2 months. Why didn't you tell me?" "At first, I didn't want you to feel guilty. And then I fell in love with him. And everything's been so good between us. But I didn't know how to tell you." "You're in love with Ford? But you hated him. You always complained that he was an uptight prick." "Turns out he's not so uptight at all. He's fun and good to me. So damn good to me, Cammy. I deserve nothing but bad karma for everything I've done. But for some reason, he loves me back." "What about the contract?" "We've decided to ignore it. To remove the end date from our marriage and stay together." I don't know what to say." "I'm sorry. I know I'm breaking my promise to Forrest, but..." "No, Forrest had no right to extract that promise out of you, River. I'm shocked. Really shocked. But so much makes sense now. The resentment between you two was sexual tension all along, wasn't it? And the way Ford used to ask me all sorts of questions about you. Damn, I should have seen this coming." "How could you? None of us did." "Then it's a good thing I called off the engagement," she said. "Yeah." I smiled at the ring on my left hand. "You planned a beautiful wedding, Cammy. I wish you'd been there." "Yes, and the resort was romantic. Did you guys go on the honeymoon?" "We did." She laughed. "I understand that tone, River. I'm so happy for you." She sobered. "But sad for me, too. I can never return to that town, so I may never see you again." "I'm sure Ford will forgive you." "I'd be too humiliated. We can figure something out later. I have to go now." After saying goodbye, I pocketed my phone and walked inside, put my plate in the dishwasher and threw the can into the recycle bin, then went to look for Faith. I found her in the living room working on a colorful quilt. "Faith, I'm going to find Ford." "I can't stop you, can I?" "Not this time. I just need to see him and make sure he's okay.
My son has really found himself a great guy. I can't tell you how pleased I am that you care about him so much. Let me walk you out."
She stood and laid the quilt on the chair. As we stepped onto the porch, two unfamiliar cars drove toward the house, a police cruiser right behind them. I frowned. What the hell was this?
"That's Bentley's car,"
Faith said, worry filling her tone.
"Oh my God, is he in some sort of trouble?"
"Don't think the worst yet. Let's wait for what he has to say." Ford's twin got out of his car. Since he and Ford had their heart-to-heart, they'd called each other a couple of times. The door of the other car opened and a man climbed out. My breath hitched, and my stomach cramped so forcefully I almost doubled over. My knees buckled under me and I had to grab the railing to keep me upright. I knew him. The police cruiser was here for me. My worst fears were coming true. I couldn't run, wouldn't run. I couldn't leave Ford to face the humiliation of marrying someone like me alone. I'd deny him ever knowing about my past to protect him if it came to that.
"Bentley," Faith said, "what is the meaning of this?"
"Is Ford around, Mom?" Bentley asked. "It's better if you're all here when you find out the truth." He touched the shoulder of the man next to him. "Is he the one?" The man's frigid blue eyes bored into mine. I remembered him as if it were yesterday I'd last seen him. I had made an effort to remember the faces of all the people I'd swindled. In the back of my mind, the thought always lingered that if I would ever get the chance to repay them, I would. I duped him into thinking I was a life insurance agent. He'd invested in a non-existent policy that had helped pay my debt that month. After my loan shark had clobbered me real good for missing the deadline, I'd been desperate and extorted a huge amount out of him. "Yes, that's him," the man spat. "I want him arrested, officer."
"Arrested?" Faith asked. "What'd he do? That's my son's husband."
"I'm sorry, Mom, but he's duped everyone, including Ford," Bentley said. "He's a con artist who manipulates people and helps himself to their money."
"River,"
Faith took my hands.
"is this true?"
Her devastated look cut me deep. Ford. I need Ford. Where was he? No, I couldn't implicate him in this mess. It was better this way. "I'm sorry," I whispered, then turned to the police officer with my hands extended. "Just take me," before Ford got back and had to witness the humiliating spectacle. What had I been thinking that I could be happy and find love after everything I'd done? How could Ford have fallen in love with a con artist? We should have known better. We should have known this couldn't work. Hopefully he wouldn't suffer through the embarrassment. Please let people be kind to him and not talk behind his back. 24. Ford. After the rain stopped, we had to round up the cattle that had broken loose when the lightning had spooked them. Lucky for us, most hadn't wandered too far from the herd, but half a dozen had made their way toward the ravine, which wouldn't normally be such a problem if the rain hadn't turned it into a wild stream. I hopped off the four-wheeler, as did the three men who had come with me, and scoped out the situation. The cows were grazing lazily like they didn't have a care in the world. Except for one, that looked as if it were contemplating crossing over to the other side. Cows could swim, but I'd rather not lose one to the strong currents. With a bit of patience, we got the 5 rounded up. The stubborn one was inching farther into the water. Lucky and I waded into the frigid water to divert the cow from its intent. But instead of moving back, the cow stepped forward, tripped, and went down hard on its front hooves. "I got her from around this side." Lucky slapped the cow's side and shoved at it to get up. A loud moo rented the air as the cow struggled to its feet. The fall seemed to have done the trick. After another smack, it turned and plodded out of the water. Thank fuck. "This is the last one, right?" I asked. "I think so. They shoot the others back to the pasture." "Good. Let's get her settled with the others and call it an evening." I couldn't wait to get back to River. He had been repairing fences this morning and had been able to get back to the house before the rain started. We drove the cows back to the pasture where they joined the others. To my surprise, Dad was waiting for me.
He didn't often come out in the field. "Dad, you've chosen the wrong time to visit," I gestured at his muddy boots.
"Ford, we need to talk. You're wanted back at the house."
"What for?"
"It's River."
My heart skipped a beat. "What's wrong with River?"
"He's not hurt or anything, but let's go. We need to talk."
I nodded and fired off instructions to Lucky to finish up for me, then hurried after Dad to where he'd parked his four-wheeler next to my truck. I jumped into my truck and pulled away before Dad had properly closed his door. "What happened to River?" I asked when he buckled his seatbelt.
"He was taken into custody."
"Custody?"
"Yes, by the police. Something to do with fraud and financial crimes. Bentley can explain it better."
I sucked in a deep breath. Amid the echoing of Rivers in jail reverberating in my head, one name stood out. Bentley. What does he have to do with this?
"I don't know the full details. I'd just gotten home when I saw the police cruiser leaving. Your mother told me to find you to let you know what happened. Bentley is back at the house with your mom, and there was some guy who claims River stole from him."
Bentley was behind this? What the fuck had he done now? Ever since I'd visited him to clear the air between us, he'd been acting differently. He'd called me twice this week, mostly venting about his marriage. Each call had ended on a pleasant note and a promise to meet up sometime soon. What had he done? If he'd exposed River's past and was the reason he was in custody, I would never forgive him. He'd gone too far this time.
"I have to say, Ford, you're taking this better than I'd expected. Did you know about it when you married him?"
"Bentley has no right," I whispered.
"He's your brother. If he found out someone has stolen from you, of course he has a right to call the police."
"Then why didn't he talk to me about it first? Why get the police involved? I swear if anything happens to River..." Nothing could happen to River. He was my everything. I had to find a way to get him out of this mess. I didn't know how long Cameron and he had run their scam, or how much they had stolen, but he had never given any sign he wanted to go back to that life. He'd been comfortable with me, but never asked for extravagant things or money. He even wanted to work on the ranch. That didn't sound like a man desperate for money. I had to believe it was something he'd felt pressed to do, not something he would have opted for himself if he had a choice.
"Naturally, your mother's devastated to learn the truth," Dad said. "She feels taken advantage of. Did you really not know about his past, Ford?"
I didn't answer. It wouldn't change anything. River was in jail. He would be fingerprinted and get a record. I needed to fix this. I parked next to my brother's car. I hopped out and stalked inside the house, mud be damned.
"Bentley!"
I roared.
"Ford!"
Mom called.
"Thank God your father found you."
She rushed out into the hall, her face pale and her eyes red. Behind her was Bentley, the poser. He'd done all this. "What the hell did you do?" I punched him in the chest. "Why are you so hell-bent on ruining my life?"
"Ruining your life?" Bentley frowned. "I just saved your hide from that swindler you married."
"He's not a swindler."
"But he really is, Ford,"
Mom said.
"The man who Bentley brought told us everything. How River pretended to be a life insurance agent and sold him a fake policy."
"But that was in the past. He's not that man anymore." I snapped my gaze back to my twin. "Why couldn't you have left well enough alone? What the hell did you do? Go digging into his past to find something to one-up me?"
"You mean you knew?"
Mom asked. "Not now, Mom, please. I need to find out exactly what he did so I can undo it."
"It's not like that."
Bentley held up his hands.
"Yeah, after we met at the bachelor party, I had someone look into his background, because I didn't believe you actually dumped your fiancée for her best friend. I was sure you done it for the inheritance because grandfather tried to force your hand."
"What does father have to do with this?"
Mom asked.
"He threatened to cut Ford's inheritance if he didn't settle down and marry," Bentley said. "I'd already suspected Ford had gotten engaged to Cameron for that reason, but I had little proof. But when he made the switch to River, I knew the bride didn't matter to him. He just needed someone to marry him so grandfather wouldn't carry out his threat."
"But that's a despicable thing for father to do."
Mom put her hand on my arm.
Ford, is that why you married River? I thought you two loved each other.
We do. Yes, I might have married him for all the wrong reasons, but we fell in love. He put his past behind him, and if Bentley hadn't stuck his nose where it didn't belong, none of this would have happened. You love him? Bentley asked. Of course I do. Fuck. I thought I was helping. I narrowed my eyes. What kind of help is ruining a man's marriage and sending his husband to prison? I swear it's true. Bentley took a step toward me. If I'd wanted to hurt you, I would have kept this from you and told grandfather. That's not what I did. I genuinely thought you didn't know.
You can't blame your brother for this, Ford, Mom said. He has his flaws, but you hurt him. He came to you to tell you the truth about River.
And that's why you brought in the police? I asked Bentley. You couldn't have told me this over the phone? After I found out that man's story connected to River, I reached out to him so we could talk it over, and I wanted proof. If I'd mentioned this to you without proof, you wouldn't have believed me, Ford. You'd have thought I was set on ruining your marriage and making stuff up. We planned to meet up today and come to the ranch to expose him. He decided he wanted the police here as well because he wanted to press charges against River. Ford, this whole situation sounds like it's your fault, son, Dad said. If you had been honest with us, then maybe this could have been avoided. Maybe. If what Bentley says is true, River must have swindled quite a few people. Sooner or later, someone he stole from would have found him. This isn't the man you want to be married to. He's exactly the man I want to be married to, I snapped. How can you not get it? River's made some poor decisions in his past, and while I don't know the entire story, I believe with all my heart that he did what he did to survive. I'm not saying what he did was right, but for God's sake, it's behind him. Doesn't he deserve a second chance? He's a wonderful man, caring and devoted to our marriage since we gave it a go for real. He loves me and I love him. Silence fell between us and I clenched my fist. I had to bail River out. I'm sorry. Bentley shook his head. It's ironic the one time I actually had your best interests at heart, I ended up hurting you. I searched his face. He met my gaze head on, not a trace of insincerity in his eyes. In fact, he looked worried. It's okay. You didn't know. But I have to bail him out and figure out what we're going to do. Are you sure you want to do this? Dad grabbed my arm before I could leave. I've never been more certain about anything in my life. Then I may have an idea. He turned to Bentley. You have a contact number for this guy you brought here, right? Bentley nodded. I do. Good. You get him on the phone and ask him to meet Ford. I'll call the family lawyer and see if my plan can work. You want to help us? I asked. Of course I do. You're my son. I can see you love River and want to make your marriage work. That's good enough for me. If you see something in him worth going through all this trouble for, then we won't let you do it alone.
That's right, Mom said. I'm not fond of how you and River lied to us. But just because your relationship started under false pretenses doesn't mean it has to end this way. We'll stand by you 100%.
So will I, Bentley said. I'll do everything I can to fix this. 25. River. On the ride from the butler's property to the police station, I'd calmed down. Whatever happened, I would forever be grateful for my time with Ford. It had been the happiest time of my life. Maybe he would divorce me after this mess, but I would focus on the wonderful memories we'd made and face my punishment with dignity. I'd committed a crime, several crimes. Going to prison scared the crap out of me, and I would have rather repaid my debts to those I'd stolen from another way. But I had to accept the worst. For 3 years I'd gotten away with swindling people. Eventually my sins were bound to catch up with me. At least the cop who had arrested me was kind. He spoke firmly but with gentleness, which helped me not to freak out completely. The man I'd conned was asked to formally file charges against me, and they led me toward a desk for booking. I complied with everything. Until they told me to take off my wedding ring, stating it was police procedure. I tried not to cry, I really did. I hadn't taken off that ring since Ford replaced it, and removing it was like giving up Ford. Tears streamed down my face, but I couldn't control them. When I'd finally calmed down, the cop pushed a box of tissues toward me. "You have the right to a phone call," he said. "An officer will be with you shortly for that. I'd recommend calling someone who can post bail for you, a lawyer or something." He left me in an empty room. I rubbed at the indentation my wedding band had left on my third finger. To think that 2 months ago I'd been single, and now the absence of my wedding band was about to send me into a frenzy. My finger felt too bare, but I couldn't beg for them to give it back. I'd landed myself in enough trouble as it was. Finally, a police officer came for me and led me to a phone. Hand shaking, I punched in his number. Would he still want to hear from me? "Yes," Ford snapped. It had been a long time since I'd heard him being so rude. I almost hung up, but I inhaled deeply. "Ford, it's me. I'm so sorry for the embarrassment and everything that happened in front of your mother." "River." My name came out like a sigh. I clamped my eyes shut. "Baby, I'm getting you out. I swear I'm working on it." "You shouldn't do that. People will think you're involved, and I've already shamed your family. You should never have married me." "River." "Yes?" "I never want to hear you say that again. Is that clear? You're my husband and will always be. We'll get through this, I promise." I wanted to believe him, I really did. "My father should be there to post bail for you," he said. "Your father? How could I face him? By now everyone would know that Ford married a thief." "Yes, he knows. They all know everything. I had no choice but to come clean. None of it matters, you hear me, River? We're a family, and we're going to handle this as a family." "Okay, I have to go." A cop signaled it was time to wrap up my conversation. "I love you." "I love you too, babe. Hang in there." It was only after I hung up the phone that I realized I hadn't asked him why he couldn't post bail himself. Why did he have to send his father? Damn it, I should have called Cammy and not bothered his family. They deserved better than this hurricane ruining their lives. They led me to a holding cell where I plopped down on a long bench and kept my head down. I lost track of time. When a cop called my name, I shot to my feet. He opened the cell and informed me someone had posted bail for me. I collected my wallet, phone, and belt and slipped on my wedding ring. The cop escorted me to where Mr. Butler and Bentley were waiting. My heart galloped in my chest. They had to think the worst of me. Or maybe not if they'd posted bail. Maybe Ford forced them to do it. River. I shuffled toward the two men, feeling like a little boy who'd been caught with his hand in the cookie jar. It's okay, son. Mr. Butler squeezed my shoulder. "Let's take you home." Home. A lump formed in my throat and tears threatened. I nodded. Bentley didn't say anything, his gaze intense but not unfriendly. I climbed into the back seat of Mr. Butler's car, trying not to feel too happy yet. I still had to appear in court. But at least I'd have some more time with Ford, if he still wanted me. "Where's Ford?" I asked when Mr. Butler pulled away from the police station. "He's with our lawyer and the man who pressed charges against you," Mr. Butler said. "Trying to work out an arrangement so he drops the charges." Oh. They were bribing him to let me off the hook. It might work if he only wanted money. But what if he wanted me to be punished for my crimes? I twisted my ring around on my finger. We drove the rest of the way in silence. It was almost dusk when he parked and we got out of the car. "Dad, can you give us a moment, please?" Bentley said. "I'd like to talk to River alone." Mr. Butler nodded. "Don't take too long. Your mother's anxious about this whole situation." Left alone with Bentley, I shoved my hands into my pockets. remembering Ford's warning to steer clear of his twin because he always had an ulterior motive. To think we'd stupidly believed he'd changed after Ford had offered him an olive branch. I'm sorry. I raised my eyebrows. What? I didn't know you and Ford were serious about each other, and that he knew about your past. I thought you were pulling one over him like you did others. All I was trying to do was protect him, but I screwed everything up. I swallowed. How'd you find out? After your wedding, I felt like something wasn't quite right between you two, so I did some digging. Actually, I hired someone to do it. At first, your name didn't bring up anything, but that's because you went by many names. But the PI was good, and he found a photo of you, which turned up a few searches from people claiming that you robbed them. I reached out to one of them, the man who was with me. I dropped my head. Your family must hate me. They don't appreciate Ford and you lying, but their livid grandfather put Ford in that position. Don't worry about it. Mom and Dad have big hearts and forgive easily. But they would never forget, would they? Maybe I should just leave. You can't. Ford's already pissed at me for what I did, and it's been really nice having a brother to talk to me lately. I don't want to ruin our relationship more than I already have, so I couldn't let you leave. I've never seen him so crazy over someone before. Crazy is right, I muttered. Only a crazy person would love me, knowing my history. God, I hope someday I can make up for the mess I made. I sighed. It's already done. Whatever happens, I just have to live with it. Even if Ford got that man to drop the charges, someone else might show up a year, 2 or 3 from now. What then? I followed Bentley inside, hiding behind his back. Faith rose to her feet and hurried to me. I stiffened. God, I had been a tool. She'd welcomed me into this family and treated me like one of her sons, and I'd done nothing but bring shame to her family. She opened her arms, and damn if she didn't make me cry like a baby. I hugged her like she was the mom I'd lost, and sobbed on her shoulder while she patted my back and whispered that they were all here for me.
Whatever happens, we're a family. We love you.
I'm so sorry. I must have apologized 1,000,000 times, but it still didn't feel enough. So sorry. I swear I didn't trick him. I love him.
Of course you do. Anyone with 2 working eyes can see how much you love Ford. Let's sit. You can tell us as much as you want or nothing at all. We're not here to judge, we're here to listen.
26. Ford. Ted, thank you. I shook the hand of my family lawyer. After hours of back and forth, we'd reached an agreement. I'm not sure thanks are in order. The man shook his head at the retreating back of Sinclair Pitter, who'd pressed charges against River. The man was scum, and I was glad to be rid of him. He agreed to drop the charges. That's what matters. At the expense of how much you agreed to pay him? You might have had a better chance taking it to court. What just happened here is highway robbery. I know, but I needed them to sign the damn papers. Once he saw how much you loved your husband and would do anything to keep him out of prison, he had the upper hand. He was right. After he'd stubbornly refused to drop the charges if we paid back what River had stolen from him with interest for inflation, I'd offered him an enormous sum, basically bribing him. He'd not only turned it down, but had made a counteroffer. Thankfully, he didn't know how wealthy I was, or he could have seriously done some damage. $250,000 to free the man I love? Money well spent, and no one could convince me otherwise. And you're sure that agreement is tight? He can't sue River once he accepts the money? That's right. It's settled out of court. Good. We walked toward the elevator, and I pressed the down button. The doors swooshed open, and we got in. Ted, could you make similar contracts available for others? I leaned heavily against the mirrored wall. What a fucking exhausting day. One I never wanted to repeat. More contracts? Ted asked. Wait, your husband swindled more people out of their money? There may be a lot more from over the years. I'm hoping we can make restitution before they sue him, at least with those he remembers.
You can't be serious. That's going to cost you if they end up getting greedy like Pitter.
I grimaced. It can't be helped. I don't want to live in fear that he has to go through this again. Better to deal with it before it happens. The elevator pinged and we walked out on the first floor, then outside. Dusk had fallen. Moisture from the earlier rainstorm lingered in the air. Seeing the dark clouds gathering and the lightning streaking in the distance, I wouldn't be surprised if we got more rain tonight. Hopefully, I had River at home in my bed before that happened. Ted stopped, took his glasses off, and brushed at them with the hem of his shirt.
I'm only asking you this because I've been working with your family for over 2 decades, Ford. Is all this trouble worth it? Losing all this money for a man?
Not just any man, Ted. My husband. He's my husband, and I'd give it all up in a heartbeat if it means not losing him. We parted ways, and I drove back to my parents. I'd meant every word. The land, my inheritance, the money, they meant nothing at all if River wasn't in my life. I wouldn't let the penal system take him away from me. I didn't want visitation rights and to talk to him through a phone. Damn it, I wanted him next to me. Needed him next to me. I parked my car and shut off the engine, but didn't get out. I had to take a minute to get my bearings. My hands were trembling and my knees felt weak as I finally allowed myself to process everything that had happened today. I'd pushed my feelings to the back of my mind. Instead, I'd gone into business mode, getting that contract drafted up, negotiating with Pitter, and having him sign it. Now that it was all over, I gave in to the fear that had gripped me when Dad told me River was taken away from me. My eyes burned and my throat felt dry. I couldn't lose him. Ever. I unlocked the car door and stepped out. Damn, I needed the shower. I was still in my work clothes and muddy boots. I kicked them off inside and padded barefoot along the quiet hall. Where was everyone? Afraid that River would panic and leave if he was on his own, I'd asked Mom to stay with him until I arrived. She sat in the living room working on her quilt. River lay under a throw on the couch next to her, fast asleep. My heart melted. That someone would care so much for him that they'd thought to cover him with a throw would mean so much to him. He'd never had anyone he could depend on. Damn, if he wanted my mom permanently, he could have her as long as he wished. That was all I wanted. A smiling, sassy-mouthed River with a sexy, mischievous twinkle in his eye. Not the scared man I talked to on the phone when he was in jail.
Shh.
Mom rose to her feet and came over to me.
He was exhausted, poor thing. It's been a tough day for everyone. Why don't you stay the night?
I should take her up on her offer, but selfish as I was, I wanted him in our bed. I wanted the comfort of our home for us. We'll go home. Thank you, Mom, for everything. For being there for him. If you only knew how much it means to him.
As long as my boys are happy, so am I.
She gave me a hug.
Did it go well?
I nodded. He's dropping the charges.
Good. River told me everything. About his childhood, his brother, and even Cameron. He's been through a lot, Ford. I'm glad he's found you. He needed someone to love him.
My eyes misted. I'm glad he has you, too. Please tell Dad the news. I'll wake River and take him home. We might take tomorrow off.
Understandable, dear. Take all the time you need.
Mom left, and I took a deep breath and knelt on the floor next to the couch. I brushed his hair from his forehead and kissed both his eyes. River? Babe? His eyes fluttered open. Ford? Ford! He scrambled up from the couch and flung himself in my arms. I tumbled onto the floor with a clinging River in my lap, arms around my shoulders and face buried in my neck. His shoulders shook from his crying. I'm sorry, he sniffed. Don't, it's okay. I knew about your past when I married you. But you never expected this to happen? Did you? No? Exactly. You don't have to worry about it anymore. I took care of it. You shouldn't have to take care of my problems. He sat back, wiped at his eyes, and sifted his fingers through my hair.
It's my mess.
And you're my mess. So it's for me to deal with whatever happens. Just promise me something, River.
Anything.
Don't ever lie to me. Don't keep things from me, so I'll be prepared. Okay?
Okay.
I cupped his face and kissed him softly. His lips trembled under mine. Let's go home. We drove home in silence, one of River's hands on my thigh. I needed the contact to keep me sane. After everything we'd been through today, the peaceful quiet of the late evening felt deceptive. When I pulled into our garage, River's hand tightened on my thigh.
I wasn't sure if I'd ever come back here.
This will always be your home. Do I need to put your name on the deed for you to understand that?
I meant that.
Done. I'll have my lawyer work on it.
Ford.
What? I unhooked my seatbelt, leaned over, and kissed him until he went slack. I'm going to tie you to me in every way I can, River. Don't you get it yet? This, us, can never be unraveled. I love you. He hugged me, and we stayed like that for a few minutes before we moved apart and got out of the car. Shower? I asked as we made our way upstairs.
Yeah.
Why do you keep playing with your ring? Was he nervous? He dropped his hand.
Just making sure it's there.
What?
I had to remove it at the police station. I felt lost without it, Ford. Without you.
Oh, baby. We stripped each other's clothes off, touching each other everywhere we could. I hoisted him up against me, and with his legs around my waist, I carried him through our bedroom and into the bathroom. I set him on his feet and turned on the water. River came up behind me and took up the soap bar. He washed my body all over, and then I did the same to him, stealing kisses, sucking on his flesh, and copping a feel anywhere my hand landed. Let's get out of the shower. I grabbed a towel, dried him, and wrapped it around him. After a cursory rub over my hair and body, I followed him into the bedroom naked. I tumbled him onto the mattress on his stomach. I gripped him by the hair and pulled, half lifting his head back. He went willingly. I kissed every spot I could reach. He shifted under me, encouraging me to hump his round ass. My cock slid up and down his ass, hardening at the contact. You scared me today, River, I murmured and kissed the side of his face and down his neck. Scared me so badly. I want to punish you for it.
How?
By not making you come.
But Ford...
No but Ford. You come only when I tell you to. He whimpered.
I don't know if I can control it.
You can. You will. I kissed down his back and spread his ass cheeks. I can't let you go to prison, River. I spat at his hole and pushed a thumb into his ass. Not ever. So many men would lust after your ass. I can't have that. In and out, I plunged my thumb into his hole, stretching him, fucking him. He gasped and moaned, his hips humping the bed. I wouldn't move like that if I were you. I smacked his ass. You're only torturing yourself more, you know. I removed my thumb from his hole, pulled his head back and fed it to him. He sucked on my thumb, moaning around it. His tongue flicked over the top. Everything about you is so damn sexy. I pried his cheeks open and kissed down his crack until I was at his hole. I slipped my tongue in and out of his ass, making it wet. River squirmed against me. Ford, he begged. I ignored his cry and kept licking his ass, pushing him to the brink, then gentled my strokes and bit the fleshy globes. I left hickey marks all over the twin mounds. There. He was mine. All mine. I reached between his legs and cupped his dick. I stroked him slowly until he'd calmed down, then went back to tongue-fucking him. It wasn't too long before he was gasping and trembling again.
Ford, he cried out. Ford, please. You can't do that and expect me not to come. Your tongue feels so fucking good inside my ass.
You mean right here? I stabbed my tongue in and out of him repeatedly until he squirmed away and flipped over onto his back, panting and sweating. His face was flushed, as were his chest and neck. Even better. I leaned over him and kissed him, playing with his tongue, teasing him.
He pulled me down on top of him and locked his legs around my waist. Perfect opportunity for me to line our cocks up and stroke them together. "You're killing me, Ford." "Let's make a bet, River." "What bet?" "Let's see how long it takes before you beg me to make you come." "What kind of challenge is that? I want to come." "But the fun is in winning. I'll push, and you'll restrain yourself until you can't anymore." "There should be a time limit." "Half an hour?" He looked at me doubtfully. "You're playing with my ass for half an hour, Ford? I can't last that long." "Want me to incentivize it?" "How?" "I'll buy you your own jag if you win." "Fuck yes, you're on." I laughed and leaned over to kiss him. "Half an hour. Set the timer." I set the timer on my phone and grabbed the bottle of lube. "We're almost out." "Because someone's a horny bastard." "You mean someone's always begging for it with pouts and the silent treatment when he's gone too long without it?" His face turned red. "Found me out, did you?" "Yeah. Although fuck me, Ford would work better." "Fuck me, Ford." "With pleasure." 27. River. How Ford improved on fucking was beyond me, but several times I teetered at the edge of coming, barely managing to hold out. To be fair, he was right there, edging me until he pulled back when he saw I was about to lose our bet. He sucked my cock thoroughly, matching the way he'd eaten my ass. My thighs stung from all the hickeys he'd placed there. Luckily, we didn't have plans to hit the beach soon, or I would have been embarrassed for people to see the red marks between my legs. When he finished bringing me to the brink with his hot mouth, he picked up where he'd left off with his finger, fucking me slowly while he kissed and licked my nipples. I almost lost then, but he pulled back and licked over my taint, giving me a moment to catch my breath. Ford placed his hands on either side of my head and pushed his cock hands-free into me. I pulled my legs up for a smoother entry, and his dick slipped in as if it belonged there. "You like that, baby?" I nodded and bit his lip. "You know I fucking do." "Such a dirty mouth you have. We need to find a use for it." It came as him sliding his fingers into my mouth, mimicking the movement of his hips as he rode me, steady and deep. Each thrust started fluidly and ended with a hard jab inside me. "I swear your eyes change color when I fuck you." He snapped his hips and let that fat cock of his hit where I loved it the most. I slipped my hand between our bodies around his length and guided him in and out of me. He was so thick, but it was getting easier and easier to take his girth. I pulled him out completely and stroked my hole. He'd opened me up so much. He leaned over me and took my mouth with his. Our tongues slipped and slid against each other in the same dance as both our fingers fucked my hole. "More," I begged. He dribbled more lube onto my ass and 4 of his fingers shoved inside me. I gasped at the intense pressure. "Fuck, fuck, fuck, Ford!" He pulled his hand away and the climax ebbed. A shiver ran through me and my limbs trembled. Ford slapped my hole with his fingers hard. "So obedient. I've trained it well, haven't I?" "Get back inside me, Ford." He pumped a few inches inside. "Is that enough?" I grabbed his hips and pulled him down. "Now that's enough. Fuck me the way you know I love it." "How's that?" "When it hurts so good I tell you to give me a break, but we really know I don't want you to stop." "You mean like this?" "Fuck yes, definitely like that. Brutal, rough. His pelvis smacked my ass hard every time. His balls smashed against mine. He pushed one of my legs up to my shoulder and went to town. I clawed at his back, digging my nails into his skin while I begged him to stop. But he kept going, ruining me just like I loved it. As if he sensed I was about to come, he pulled out. At that point, I was ready to commit murder. Fuck driving my own jag. I pushed him onto his back and climbed on top of him. With my back to his chest, I sat on his cock and rode him, snapping my ass down into his groin over and over. "Fuck," he cried out. "Damn it, River. Ride me, baby." His phone beeped, but I didn't give a damn. We'd been fooling around too long already. And if I didn't have his cum soothing the demonic hunger clawing inside my gut right this minute, I was going to go insane. Ford pulled me back against his chest, angled his hips, and grasped my thighs. He pushed them back up to my shoulders with his arms locked behind my head. With his heels firmly on the bed, he punched up, thrusting every inch of him into me. The burn mingled with pleasure as he pummeled my ass. He really gave it to me, fucked me speechless, and all I could do was hang on for the ride. I still hadn't found my voice when my cock jerked, my abs crunched, and I was coming all over myself. So much cum. He milked every drop out of me. He punched up a couple more times and grunted, filling me. He released my legs and put them back on the mattress. I lay sprawled on my back on top of him until his soft cock slipped out. "River, you all right?" Ford asked. The audacity of him asking me that question after fucking me into next week. I rolled off him onto the bed. "Turn off that stupid alarm." Chuckling, he stopped the incessant beeping, then cuddled up to me. "Congrats on your new car." I leaned back and kissed him. "You don't have to get me a car. I know what you had to do for me today. How much did it cost you?" "Don't worry about it." "So it's a lot?" Over 20,000? It doesn't matter, River, as long as you're free." "Surely not 100,000. I only swindled him out of $5,000. Ford grunted. "Had it been more than that? No way could I accept such an expensive car on top of that." "Will you tell me why you needed the money?" He stroked the sweaty hair from my forehead. "My brother took care of me since my mother passed away. It was just the two of us for a long time until he fell for Cammy. At first I was jealous and afraid she would ruin our dynamic, but she was okay and quickly became like a sister. I took his hand and wrapped it around me. Neither of us got very good grades, but we hustled as best we could. My brother gambled, and he was great at it. One night he won big and was accused of cheating. On his way back home with his winnings, he was robbed and beaten badly. We thought he was fine, but his headaches didn't diminish. In fact, they grew worse. The doctors discovered he had a brain tumor. He needed surgery, but we didn't have the money, so we borrowed it. Of course, we couldn't borrow it from a bank. They always turned us down, so we went where we knew we could get it, even though there would be trouble later to pay it back. Ford's arm tightened around me. "Did your brother have the surgery?" "Yes, but he died on the operating table. All that money borrowed for the surgery, and he didn't even make it out of the operating room." "I'm so sorry you had to go through all that. I understand now." "When we couldn't pay, I had to find the means to get the loan shark off our backs." My chest tightened and I inhaled deeply to ease some of the pressure. At first I tried to pay every little amount I could, but it was never enough. I was naive. We were paying them, so what could they do to us? I couldn't have been more wrong. They raped Cammy while they held me, and I couldn't do a thing about it. I felt so guilty. I promised my brother I would take care of her, and I'd failed her. I couldn't allow it to happen again, so I did what I could. Stole, lied, cheated my way to any amount of money I could while keeping us both alive. Jesus, those bastards should pay for what they did. You always wondered why I defended her, even though she stole from you and ran off without telling me. It's because she used that money to pay off all our debts. That's why I showed up at that wedding and married you. I get it now. I'm sorry for the mess we brought into your life." He squeezed me in his arms and kissed the side of my face. "I'm not. I'm glad I found you. You're the best thing to happen to me, River, and don't you forget it." He took my hand, brought it up to his lips, and kissed the finger where my ring was. "Do you want to get married again? This time for real?" "What for? The first time was genuine enough. It might not have been like every other wedding, But that's what makes us unique, yeah? It'll give me something to tell the grandbabies one day. How their grandpapa bullied their pop-pop all the way to the altar.
Grandkids? Aren't you getting ahead of yourself? We should talk about kids first, don't you think?
His tone sounded so serious. Kids would be great. Ford would be a phenomenal dad, and his parents would help us, I was sure. But thinking about kids when at any moment my past could catch up with me didn't seem wise. Can we discuss it in a year or two? I asked.
Sure. I'm here whenever you're ready. And in the meantime, I'll keep breeding your ass.
My face heated. Does your mother know your mouth is this filthy?
Nah, I once walked in on my dad saying equally filthy things to her. I've pushed it from my mind ever since.
I laughed and turned in his arms to face him. I tilted my head and placed my lips against his. He moved swiftly and kissed me back. Then I was lying on my back, giggling and writhing as he kissed down my body, biting me and sucking on my skin. Ow, Ford, that stings. He climbed back up my body and kissed my chin.
There's that pout I love.
He cupped the side of my neck and angled my head back to give him better access. I won't be able to go to work for days, I groaned.
You won't be able to leave my bed for days,
he corrected.
River? You're happy, aren't you?
Yes.
So am I.
He was looking all serious.
I don't want to go through what we did today again.
I sucked in a deep breath. I don't know, Ford. It might happen.
And that's why I've come up with a plan. I want you to tell me all the people who you stole from so we can pay them back.
I swallowed hard. I can't ask you to do that.
You're not asking. I'm offering. I'm your husband, and your debt is my debt. If any of these people come forward later, I'll be affected as well.
Shit, I didn't even think about that. Maybe you should...
If you mention the D word, River, I'll put you over my knee.
What, Dick?
I'm serious.
I sighed. What if...
What?
What if, when you learn how much it is, you're so disgusted with me you don't want me anymore?
That can't happen.
You don't know that.
I do, because back when I hated you, I still wanted to fuck you something awful. I'll always want you, babe. Didn't I tell you we're stuck with each other? Nothing and no one's going to pry us apart.
And if I go to prison?
I'll be a dutiful husband and visit you. Ask for conjugal rights so I can fuck you silly. And wait for your ass to get back home where you belong.
I stroked the side of his face. Damn, Ford. With all that sweet talk, you could write for Hallmark. Ford laughed and buried his face in the crook of my neck.
I'll save all my poetry for you.
I'm holding you to it, Ford, everything you said.
Good. That's what I deserve for marrying my enemy.
Epilogue. River. 5 years later.
Daddy, Papa, Daddy, Papa!
A smile split my face as our twin girls, Chevy and Shelby, dropped the building blocks they were holding and scrambled to their feet. Both grabbed my leg, one on the left, the other on the right.
What about me?
Ford wailed. Giggling, both girls switched to him, and he swept them up into his arms to make weights out of them to lift. They squealed in delight. The sound never failed to make me grin. While Ford goofed off with the girls, I walked over to Mom, as I'd gotten into the habit of calling Ford's mother. The first time she told me I could call her that if I wanted to, I'd been shy about it. But now the word rolled off my tongue as though I'd been calling her that since childhood. Mom, thanks for watching them while we were away. I gave her a hug. I hope they weren't too much trouble.
No trouble at all. They're little imps, but I'm used to that from Ford and Bentley. Speaking of which, Bentley and Louisa took them to the amusement park yesterday. They had so much fun.
Yeah? I'm sure they were happy about that. Have he and Louisa set a date yet? Bentley and Lily had divorced a few months after Ford and I got married. She'd had an affair that got her the baby she'd always wanted. It had been the last barrier to fall, giving both Bentley and Ford closure. Not that we would have wanted them to divorce, but without Lily to constantly remind them of the line Bentley had crossed, the twins had grown closer. He'd been dating Louisa for 9 months and had proposed to her last month. Louisa had a son the same age as our girls, and they had a lot of play dates.
Yes, they're doing a winter wedding,
Faith said. That'll be fun. Did you hear that, Ford? Ford was sprawled on his back on the floor with our daughters jumping on his chest. Chevy's knee came dangerously close to his groin. Please protect my goods. Faith laughed and Ford sat up, one squirming child under each arm. What's that?
Bentley and Louisa have set a date for their wedding, December 19th.
That's great. He set the girls on their feet and nudged them toward me. Papa's all worn out. Daddy needs to stop jumping up on Papa if I'm going to have enough energy to play all day. He winked at me. I shook my head at his cheekiness and handed Faith her gift. I almost forgot. We brought you this beautiful souvenir when we were in Cabo. I hope you like it.
I'm sure I will, thank you.
The girls toddled over and I held out my hands. They each took one and grinned up at me with chubby cheeks, their golden curls falling into their eyes. They were due for a trim. Now that we were back from our 5th anniversary trip, I could take care of it. I loved cutting their hair and belting out the tunes of their favorite cartoons.
Up, Daddy!
I scooped them both up in my arms and gasped. Who's been eating all Grandma's food? They both pointed toward the other and giggled.
Are you staying for dinner?
Faith asked. Actually, we'll go straight home now, Ford said. We'll be back for Sunday brunch.
Let me get their stuff.
I'll come with you. Ford and Faith returned with the girls' travel bags and we walked to the car. When our babies were born via surrogacy, I'd suggested to trade in my Jag for a mom car, but Ford wouldn't hear of it. He'd bought the new Audi Q7 to make traveling with the kids easier. We buckled the girls in and I got behind the wheel while Ford drove my Jag back to the house. The girls shrieked when we arrived, clearly happy to be home. I knew exactly how they felt. Cabo had been nice. Wherever we went for vacation, it was fun. But there was no place like home. I held the door open for the girls and they ran inside. Ford came up behind me, wrapped his arm around my middle and kissed the back of my neck. Last night he'd threatened to cover my neck in love bites so everyone would look at me on the flight back. We'd compromised. He could leave them along the insides of my thighs when I agreed to let him have his fill when we were back home. Are you happy to be home? He asked. You know I am. Who's in charge of bath time tonight? You, but I can do it. And I'll put them to bed? I'll help you. I've missed them. The 7 days without them had been bittersweet. I'd cherished the week of freedom Ford and I had away from little feet running all over the house, climbing into our bed, and not to mention watching obnoxious cartoons. They didn't bother me in the least, but he tolerated them. Although his dislike was debatable, considering how many times I'd caught him singing songs from these cartoons. He kept saying that the songs got stuck in his head from hearing them all day, but I wasn't buying it. We lugged our suitcases and the girls' bags upstairs. Ford returned downstairs to play with the twins while I unpacked all our stuff. Although we told him she didn't have to, Mom had done their laundry. I was in the middle of folding up their clothes and putting them away in the drawers when my phone rang. Cammie's name flashed across the screen. I swiped to answer the video call and placed the phone on top of the dresser so I could fold and talk at the same time.
Hey, you're back home already,
Cammie said. Yeah, we just got back and collected the girls.
How was Cabo? You look a little tanned.
I pooed her. What are you trying to say?
You've been looking rather pale since you two had the girls and you stopped working with Ford.
We didn't want nannies.
You had one for an entire year?
Because I needed the help. Try feeding 2 hungry babies at the same time, or putting them to sleep.
Well, I might know what having one is like.
I stopped folding Shelby's pink shirt. What are you saying?
Alyssa and I are pregnant.
For real? Alyssa was Cammie's girlfriend from Canada who doted on her. I hardly saw Cammie anymore since she'd moved so they could be together. She nodded.
I didn't want to say anything until we were sure it took,
But it did. I'm 6 weeks pregnant. I'm so happy for you. Now when you visit, the girls will have a baby to play with.
With the way they handle their dolls?
I laughed and concurred. Their dolls were always missing limbs. Despite that, they were well behaved at preschool and made friends easily. Will we see you at Christmas? I asked. Cammy was still awkward around Ford and me, so we'd only seen her a few times in the last 5 years. Not that Ford still blamed her, but I understood why she felt uncomfortable. I'd only managed to make peace with my past after Ford had paid the people I remembered back every penny I'd stolen. I only hoped the others could find it in their hearts to forgive this stranger.
I'm not sure yet, Cammy said.
It depends on how this pregnancy goes. I understand. We'd love to have you, but your health comes first.
Exactly. Tell me all about your vacation.
Cabo sounds exciting. We chatted while I finished putting away the girls' clothes. She announced her girlfriend was home and she would call me again sometime tomorrow. I ended the call, checked to make sure the room was all tidied up, and went downstairs. Ford was fast asleep on the couch with our daughter snuggled up to him. Chevy saw me and placed her finger on her lips.
Shh, Papa's sleeping. We have to be quiet.
The poor man was exhausted. Maybe he'd ridden me a bit too hard in Cabo. Grinning, I walked into the kitchen to prepare dinner for the girls. Ford slept on through the girls' dinner and their bath. I loathed waking him up, although he'd said he would put them to bed. So I read to them, tucked them in, and clicked on their unicorn lamp. I was in the kitchen loading the dishwasher when Ford ambled in, yawning. Damn it, River, why didn't you wake me? I would have helped you. That's fine. You were tired. And you were not? Nope. All I had to do was lie flat on my back, and you did all the work. Ford snorted. Since when do you know the meaning of lying still on your back? He kissed my neck. The girls are in bed already? Yes. I just put them down. He took the dish from my hand, put it in the dishwasher, and turned it on. Come on. Where are we going? I'm going to get the jacuzzi going. Is that the only thing you'll get going? He smacked my ass on the way up the stairs. We'll see. What can we bet on this time? I shook my head. Ford, it's been 5 years. Surely you can get me into bed without a bet. But the bets are much more fun. They were, and I loved that after 5 years he still challenged me. 5 years with this man I adored more every single day. We'd had our fair share of arguments, but the one thing we'd learned after the disastrous way we'd started was that once we openly communicated with each other, we could get through the worst of anything. I think I have a bet. I shook my head, not caring so much if I won or lost these bets, but always humoring him. After all, I'd already won the ultimate bet when I married him. This concludes To Not Marry My Enemy by Gianni Holmes. Narrated by Iggy Toma. Copyright 2022 by Gianni Holmes. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Gianni Holmes and was produced in the year 2024 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit Tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks. couldn't allow it to happen again, so I did what I could. Stole, lied, cheated my way to any amount of money I could while keeping us both alive. Jesus, those bastards should pay for what they did. You always wondered why I defended her, even though she stole from you and ran off without telling me. It's because she used that money to pay off all our debts. That's why I showed up at that wedding and married you. I get it now. I'm sorry for the mess we brought into your life. He squeezed me in his arms and kissed the side of my face. I'm not. I'm glad I found you. You're the best thing to happen to me, River, and don't you forget it. He took my hand, brought it up to his lips, and kissed the finger where my ring was. Do you want to get married again? This time for real? What for? The first time was genuine enough. It might not have been like every other wedding, but that's what makes us unique, yeah? It'll give me something to tell the grandbabies one day. How their grandpapa bullied their pop-pop all the way to the altar. Grandkids? Aren't you getting ahead of yourself? We should talk about kids first, don't you think? His tone sounded so serious. Kids would be great. Ford would be a phenomenal dad, and his parents would help us, I was sure. But thinking about kids when at any moment my past could catch up with me didn't seem wise. Can we discuss it in a year or two? I asked. Sure. I'm here whenever you're ready. And in the meantime, I'll keep breeding your ass. My face heated. Does your mother know your mouth is this filthy? Nah, I once walked in on my dad saying equally filthy things to her. I've pushed it from my mind ever since. I laughed and turned in his arms to face him. I tilted my head and placed my lips against his. He moved swiftly and kissed me back. Then I was lying on my back, giggling and writhing as he kissed down my body, biting me and sucking on my skin. Ow, Ford, that stings. He climbed back up my body and kissed my chin. There's that pout I love. He cupped the side of my neck and angled my head back to give him better access. I won't be able to go to work for days, I groaned. You won't be able to leave my bed for days, he corrected. River? You're happy, aren't you? Yes. So am I. He was looking all serious. I don't want to go through what we did today again. I sucked in a deep breath. I don't know, Ford. It might happen. That's why I've come up with a plan. I want you to tell me all the people who you stole from so we can pay them back. I swallowed hard. I can't ask you to do that. You're not asking. I'm offering. I'm your husband, and your debt is my debt. If any of these people come forward later, I'll be affected as well. Shit, I didn't even think about that. Maybe you should. If you mention the D word, River, I'll put you over my knee. What, Dick? I'm serious. I sighed. What if... What? What if, when you learn how much it is, you're so disgusted with me you don't want me anymore? That can't happen. You don't know that. I do, because back when I hated you, I still wanted to fuck you something awful. I'll always want you, babe. Didn't I tell you we're stuck with each other? Nothing and no one's going to pry us apart. And if I go to prison? I'll be a dutiful husband and visit you, ask for conjugal rights so I can fuck you silly, and wait for your ass to get back home where you belong. I stroked the side of his face. Damn, Ford. With all that sweet talk, you could write for Hallmark. Ford laughed and buried his face in the crook of my neck. I'll save all my poetry for you. I'm holding you to it, Ford, everything you said. Good. That's what I deserve for marrying my enemy. Epilogue. River. 5 years later.
Daddy, Papa, Daddy, Papa!
A smile split my face as our twin girls, Chevy and Shelby, dropped the building blocks they were holding and scrambled to their feet. Both grabbed my leg, one on the left, the other on the right. What about me? Ford wailed. Giggling, both girls switched to him, and he swept them up into his arms to make weights out of them to lift. They squealed in delight. The sound never failed to make me grin. While Ford goofed off with the girls, I walked over to Mom, as I'd gotten into the habit of calling Ford's mother. The first time she told me I could call her that if I wanted to, I'd been shy about it. But now the word rolled off my tongue as though I'd been calling her that since childhood. Mom, thanks for watching them while we were away. I gave her a hug. I hope they weren't too much trouble.
No trouble at all. They're little imps, but I'm used to that from Ford and Bentley. Speaking of which, Bentley and Louisa took them to the amusement park yesterday. They had so much fun.
Yeah? I'm sure they were happy about that. Have he and Louisa set a date yet? Bentley and Lily had divorced a few months after Ford and I got married. She'd had an affair that got her the baby she'd always wanted. It had been the last barrier to fall, giving both Bentley and Ford closure. Not that we would have wanted them to divorce, but without Lily to constantly remind them of the line Bentley had crossed, the twins had grown closer. He'd been dating Louisa for 9 months and had proposed to her last month. Louisa had a son the same age as our girls, and they had a lot of play dates.
Yes, they're doing a winter wedding,
Faith said. That'll be fun. Did you hear that, Ford? Ford was sprawled on his back on the floor with our daughters jumping on his chest. Chevy's knee came dangerously close to his groin. Please protect my goods. Faith laughed and Ford sat up, one squirming child under each arm. What's that?
Bentley and Louisa have set a date for their wedding, December 19th.
That's great. He set the girls on their feet and nudged them toward me. Papa's all worn out. Daddy needs to stop jumping up on Papa if I'm going to have enough energy to play all day. He winked at me. I shook my head at his cheekiness and handed Faith her gift. I almost forgot. We brought you this beautiful souvenir when we were in Cabo. I hope you like it.
I'm sure I will, thank you.
The girls toddled over and I held out my hands. They each took one and grinned up at me with chubby cheeks, their golden curls falling into their eyes. They were due for a trim. Now that we were back from our 5th anniversary trip, I could take care of it. I loved cutting their hair and belting out the tunes of their favorite cartoons.
Up, Daddy!
I scooped them both up in my arms and gasped. Who's been eating all Grandma's food? They both pointed toward the other and giggled.
Are you staying for dinner?
Faith asked. Actually, we'll go straight home now, Ford said. We'll be back for Sunday brunch.
Let me get their stuff.
I'll come with you. Ford and Faith returned with the girls' travel bags and we walked to the car. When our babies were born via surrogacy, I'd suggested to trade in my Jag for a mom car, but Ford wouldn't hear of it. He'd bought the new Audi Q7 to make traveling with the kids easier. We buckled the girls in and I got behind the wheel while Ford drove my Jag back to the house. The girls shrieked when we arrived, clearly happy to be home. I knew exactly how they felt. Cabo had been nice. Wherever we went for vacation, it was fun. But there was no place like home. I held the door open for the girls and they ran inside. Ford came up behind me, wrapped his arm around my middle and kissed the back of my neck. Last night he'd threatened to cover my neck in love bites so everyone would look at me on the flight back. We'd compromised. He could leave them along the insides of my thighs when I agreed to let him have his fill when we were back home. Are you happy to be home? He asked. You know I am. Who's in charge of bath time tonight? You, but I can do it. And I'll put them to bed? I'll help you. I've missed them. The 7 days without them had been bittersweet. I'd cherished the week of freedom Ford and I had away from little feet running all over the house, climbing into our bed, and not to mention watching obnoxious cartoons. They didn't bother me in the least, but he tolerated them. Although his dislike was debatable, considering how many times I'd caught him singing songs from these cartoons. He kept saying that the songs got stuck in his head from hearing them all day, but I wasn't buying it. We lugged our suitcases and the girls' bags upstairs. Ford returned downstairs to play with the twins while I unpacked all our stuff. Although we told him she didn't have to, Mom had done their laundry. I was in the middle of folding up their clothes and putting them away in the drawers when my phone rang. Cammie's name flashed across the screen. I swiped to answer the video call and placed the phone on top of the dresser so I could fold and talk at the same time.
"Hey, you're back home already," Cammie said.
"Yeah, we just got back and collected the girls."
"How was Cabo? You look a little tanned."
I pooed her. "What are you trying to say?"
"You've been looking rather pale since you two had the girls and you stopped working with Ford."
"We didn't want nannies."
"You had one for an entire year?"
"Because I needed the help. Try feeding 2 hungry babies at the same time, or putting them to sleep."
"Well, I might know what having one is like."
I stopped folding Shelby's pink shirt. "What are you saying?"
"Alyssa and I are pregnant."
"For real?" Alyssa was Cammie's girlfriend from Canada who doted on her. I hardly saw Cammie anymore since she'd moved so they could be together. She nodded.
"I didn't want to say anything until we were sure it took, but it did. I'm 6 weeks pregnant."
"I'm so happy for you. Now when you visit, the girls will have a baby to play with."
"With the way they handle their dolls?"
I laughed and concurred. Their dolls were always missing limbs. Despite that, they were well behaved at preschool and made friends easily. "Will we see you at Christmas?" I asked. Cammie was still awkward around Ford and me, so we'd only seen her a few times in the last 5 years. Not that Ford still blamed her, but I understood why she felt uncomfortable. I'd only managed to make peace with my past after Ford had paid the people I remembered back every penny I'd stolen. I only hoped the others could find it in their hearts to forgive this stranger.
"I'm not sure yet," Cammie said. "It depends on how this pregnancy goes."
"I understand. We'd love to have you, but your health comes first."
"Exactly. Tell me all about your vacation. Cabo sounds exciting."
We chatted while I finished putting away the girls' clothes. She announced her girlfriend was home and she would call me again sometime tomorrow. I ended the call, checked to make sure the room was all tidied up, and went downstairs. Ford was fast asleep on the couch with our daughter snuggled up to him. Chevy saw me and placed her finger on her lips.
"Shh, Papa's sleeping. We have to be quiet."
The poor man was exhausted. Maybe he'd ridden me a bit too hard in Cabo. Grinning, I walked into the kitchen to prepare dinner for the girls. Ford slept on through the girls' dinner and their bath. I loathed waking him up, although he'd said he would put them to bed. So I read to them, tucked them in, and clicked on their unicorn lamp. I was in the kitchen loading the dishwasher when Ford ambled in, yawning. "Damn it, River, why didn't you wake me? I would have helped you." "That's fine. You were tired." "And you were not?" "Nope. All I had to do was lie flat on my back, and you did all the work." Ford snorted. "Since when do you know the meaning of lying still on your back?" He kissed my neck. "The girls are in bed already?" "Yes. I just put them down." He took the dish from my hand, put it in the dishwasher, and turned it on. "Come on." "Where are we going?" "I'm going to get the jacuzzi going." "Is that the only thing you'll get going?" He smacked my ass on the way up the stairs. "We'll see." "What can we bet on this time?" I shook my head. "Ford, it's been 5 years. Surely you can get me into bed without a bet." "But the bets are much more fun." They were, and I loved that after 5 years he still challenged me. 5 years with this man I adored more every single day. We'd had our fair share of arguments, but the one thing we'd learned after the disastrous way we'd started was that once we openly communicated with each other, we could get through the worst of anything. "I think I have a bet." I shook my head, not caring so much if I won or lost these bets, but always humoring him. After all, I'd already won the ultimate bet when I married him. This concludes To Not Marry My Enemy by Gianni Holmes. Narrated by Iggy Toma. Copyright 2022 by Gianni Holmes. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Gianni Holmes and was produced in the year 2024 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit Tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.